2 times the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, because
That number,
in your picture right there, you say, what do you say on that caption in your picture, or what you wrote, is that the horizon's 12.55 miles away. Sure, yeah, that's a geometric horizon, right? But what is the visible horizon if we factor in 7/6R for refraction? What does that change that to? Is it anywhere near 27?
Oh, in this specific example,
Yeah,
that's a pretty good question, actually. Maybe we
I
should
have no idea how far it moves it.
maybe we should look that up. That'd be cool. But so well, let me finish explaining that formula as it's applied in at least in a Earth curve calculator, practicably, right? What it does is it creates an increased circle. So basically, it inflates the radius of the Earth, which lowers the sagitta between point A and B on a circle segment formula.
I understand.
Essentially
I understand.
decreasing the height of the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Which changes the
decreasing the
1.22
apex
number.
of the hump. Yeah.
Because the 1.22 number is calculated from one radius, and if we add 7/6, or you multiply that number by 7/6, we get a different factor, right? And I guess I could go look at the math to see how they got the 1.22. Just never have.
We could just put it in a Earth curve calculator that would tell us based on the 7/6 and all that. Ooh, can't do it at the moment because I'm out walking.
So does that mean that that boat you posted is not actually there, but it's just refracted to be there, according to the globe?
That depends on what you mean by there.
I mean, if it's supposed to be under the curve 140 feet, but we see it, means that the light being displayed through refraction or whatever. So is it actually there or not there, in terms of what you're seeing?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that, because if the boat is 27 miles away and you're seeing it, right, then you're seeing it and it's 27 miles away, correct?
Right.
So it's there. So.
Oh yeah, I agree that it's there, but according to the globe model, it's quote unquote shouldn't be there, right?
Right. Physically.
So if the globe is true, we are seeing a refracted image of the boat and not the actual boat, or what?
Well, you gotta parse out what you mean by the actual boat, because the only actual anything you see is the light that arrives at the optic finally, right? So do you mean that when I see something where it really is, those are only straight rays? And when I see something where it's not supposed to be, those are curved rays?
Something like that, I guess, yeah.
Good to see.
So in other words, if I took a laser, a weapons grade laser that shot a straight beam out, and I tried to zap that dude's ass straight off of his sailboat, and I aimed at the image and shot my laser, I would not hit him. See what I'm saying?
Right.
The laser would go way over his head. So in that case, you could say it's not where it's supposed to be.
Well, then turn around. I'm trying to get comfortable.
Man.
Hot marking jailer.
What do you think, Mackie? Do you think that is the boat we're seeing? An image?
I think AI explained it very well.
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, what we see is what light hits our eye, and we think it's in a place because of the angle at which the light hits our eye. And if that light is curved, meaning it's not coming directly from its source, it's going to appear in a different place to us.
Okay.
And so, yeah, the globe earthers who've looked at this, and that's only me for the last 2 years or whatever, last 3.5 years, that I've even cared about this enough to look into it, is it's always curved. I don't think you'd find much disagreement among people who've taken the time to look into these phenomena. I do think it's important to, to just keep in mind that I was 55 years old, I guess, trying to do a little bit of subtraction, maybe 56 before I had any clue about these things. I never had any idea how far horizon was. Didn't care.
No, because it's already established, right?
No, I had no idea. I had no idea. Established or not. I know I seen boats go over it. Do I know how far they were when they were away from me when they were going over it? No. Never knew. Never cared. Still don't really, to be honest.
Well, you care enough to be here, Scott.
I've explained why I'm here before.
Yeah.
I think we lost Indio, so he's not going to go on to explain what he posted here. But at least you can review it if you want to, what he has there from his observations that he took.
Yeah.
And maybe next time we'll look at the Earth curve calculator and such not. And the myriad of refraction sliders included. Probably Walter Bisman. That would be a good one. Quest has one similar, but I think Bisman's is better.
I'll say, straight out that I was amazed with how far a little bit of refraction, and a very little bit of refraction at that, can change the distance to the horizon. Blew my mind when I first found out about it. But I didn't feel I needed to reject it. It seemed reasonable because that little tiny bit of refraction, and trying to figure out how it actually refracts, I really couldn't grasp when I first heard it. But then I drew a picture, much like the one I just drew Eli just today. I said, I guess this does make perfect sense with my understanding of refraction and angles of incidence. Okay. Then I moved on. Anyway.
All right, so Indio has rejoined. Maybe he can answer about his post now, if anyone wants to ask him.
Oh, which one? The last one?
Well, the only question so far that's been made is, so you have, at least in the first one where it says the boat's 27 miles, you're at this height, and the question posed was, does 7/6R allow for that observation based on those numbers?
Oh, probably not. 706R will probably get you to the horizon, maybe 15 miles. I mean, I can just do it real quick. Hold on. Just shut that shit off.
Man. All right, I'm hoping to go snowboarding this weekend. Next weekend, actually. Killington likes to try to be the world record holder for the longest open mountain in New England. still pretty cold up here, so hopefully we can do a last bash.
What was the longest open mouth comment? Was that about a snowboarder?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, like so
Walking
certain
in the
mountains have to
air?
close. What?
What are you talking about? Oh, the mountain? It sounded like you said an open mouth. You talking about the open mountain?
Yeah, I'm hoping the mountains will be open
Oh,
this
okay.
weekend for snowboarding.
I thought, dude, I misheard you. I thought you were talking about some crazy freaking, crazy
No,
river in the air. I'm shit.
no, we're waiting for Indio to come back with the answer.
Is there a half pipe up there?
I did. It's in the chat.
Oh, sweet. All right, viewer height.
13.55 miles is the horizon prediction for 7/6R.
Whoa, that doesn't even account for half of that observation, or almost half. Yeah, but there's so many observations that supersede the so-called 7/6R standard refraction that they had to create new categories of refraction. Even Walter Bislin added a specific click box. Like you can click STD, which stands for standard refraction. Why he calls it STD, whatever, maybe another innuendo. But
Look,
there's one
we
of
could do the
them.
same thing, right?
Yeah,
We could make a flat Earth, add some refraction sliders, and then just make any freaking image possible, right? And just say, look, we predicted it. And this is what the weather must have done that day, because look, this is what it is. It's silly, man. Post hoc, ad hoc hypothesis about why this shit is possible is garbage. It's just garbage generally from flat Earth or globe Earth.
and it actually exemplifies it well. And so, you remember Kiwi?
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Kiwi? Yeah, so I was teaching him one day how to use Bislin's, and we were doing the Canigou shots, right? And so, interestingly enough, he has a block on his choices of refractions that you can pick that is literally in tune to the Canigou shot by like the fourth decimal place. Meaning that he intentionally created that entire box to answer the Canigou shot specifically post hoc. In other words, he created an entire category of refraction to answer Canigou. Literally ridiculous.
He's
So
back
his,
AI.
so his
He
oil,
was in on Saturday. Killian is his new name. He was on Saturday.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Now,
so
also,
if you look at
interestingly enough,
Bislin,
oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you look at Bislin's, his one for the oil rigs, right? That's, if you look at all the other ones, right? Only in that one, he has the camera tilted up 0.1 degrees. Well, why would he do that? Why is the camera tilted up in that one, but all the other ones, it's just like horizontal, right? The camera's a 0 degree tilt. But on that one, to get it to work, it's tilted up 0.01 degrees. And if you look at the side profile, the ray trace, it actually has the ray trace, like the side view of the path the rays would take. They're actually inverted. They invert. That's so you can make it do anything you want, dude. It's not a prediction. It's just like coping, as far as I'm concerned.
Wouldn't an inverted ray path before the focal plane result in an inverse image? If the focal plane inverts the image, that would be a double inversion, which would result in an upside down.
Yeah, but the inversion is happening at the water past the oil rigs. But because of the way he has the image, obviously it doesn't look like that because it's just the color of water. But you should be the water itself should be like inverted. So you're seeing like an inverted horizon. I can actually I'll post the I'll just post it in the chat, dude. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so in other words, there's extreme post-hoc rationale that's under the penumbra of refraction that is just essentially grasping at straws and stuffing them in a square hole.
So I just posted in chat Visgon's the ray trace profile for the oil rigs. As you can see, the rays they cross over, right? So the rays that cross over, what's on top should be on the bottom, what's on the bottom should be on the top. So yeah, this is science to these guys. This crap.
So it just seems like, so you know a maze, right? And where you cheat by just going to the end and tracing your way back to the beginning. That's basically, it sounds like what he's doing here. He's just like, as long as I can trace a line from one dot back to another dot, therefore the refraction exists in reality that matches these lines I drew. And therefore this supersedery observation can be explained.
So yeah, and that's where we're at. I'm like beyond that. Okay, that's why I just defer to what the empirical testing is, the multi-wavelength laser test. There's an alpine laser test that they have. There's where the one I was talking about before, where they measure the actual angle of arrival difference, which is way too small to lift shit up, even at the maximum, right? So they track it over a period of 24 hours. The average deflection is something like in the 10,000th of a degree, but the maximum is like 9,000ths of a degree. So it's like it's crazy. And even in Scott's own graphic, for a refraction profile like that he showed, oh, this is 1 foot and this is going to ground level. To have a gradient like that, that's not physical in reality. You're not going to have a gradient of that magnitude in a 1 foot space in air. Was it like
Why
50
not?
degrees, 0 degrees at the surface? Why not? Because typically we don't have like 50 degrees on this, 50 degrees at the surface and 100 degrees 1 foot off the surface. Right?
Yes.
It's not
I would
physical.
guess that's true.
My feet are cold, but my shins are on fire.
Yeah, or, you know, and also we were mentioning earlier, like they do the same thing with alleged observations from a high altitude from a ball, and they use a camera and a basketball, which the analogy would be, if you matched it with the Earth, a continent-sized camera, right? floating above the earth taking a photo. Like, so extreme examples prove their points.
Yes, exactly. The exception proves the rule.
Yes, beautiful, well-to-do, well-kept, fit, ambitious women just love skinny loser nerds that never amounted to anything. Here's one example.
Seems legit. Half the
That one
skinny nerd
example
losers in this chat are rejoicing.
That one example we talked about where the guy made the 4 decimal point thing to match, like, for, like, what was that, like a debate or some shit? Or, where he was giving his little answer on Canada. What was, did he know he got busted? Did he know he got,
Oh, well,
like,
listen, the
busted?
guy in question is the designer of the calculator, Mr. Bislin himself. He's the one who did it.
Oh, here's another post-hoc one from the calculator, right?
Did
The power lines.
did the 4 decimal points all of a sudden show up, like,
No.
conveniently?
So what happened was is over the evolution. Arguments are put forward in the flat Earth arena, and then certain globers take it upon themselves that maybe they're not like in our communities. They're just in the community at large with the flat Earth debunking question, right? So Walter Bislin, he took it upon himself to do a couple of these things, and so it appeared within his calculator a refraction choice that exactly matched within decimal places the quote unquote necessary refraction to explain why we could see, a mountain
world
that's supposed to be 300 miles away. Yes.
Right. So what does that look like? That, like, if you model that out in, like, some kind of color chart, like, what would the difference of the air frickin' temperatures be? Like, you were talking about that within a 1 foot thing, but something like that, it would be, like, wildly, like, ridiculous.
Yeah, but
right?
see, the point is, my friend, you're giving way too much credit.
Well, I know.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. He didn't do any of that. He just inflated the geometry of the curved light that it's claiming is taking place. This is all a geometric transform. It has nothing to do with the paths of light at all. Right, so if 7 over 6R, let's say 7 over 6R explains a certain observation, well, 7 over 6R is an inflation of the radius. So all you have to do is just go an 8 over 6R, 9 over 6R, 15 million over 6R, until you get the answer you want. Now, interestingly enough, when me and Kiwi were doing this, we did record it, we were doing it live on the live show, we found out that Bislin's slider allows for a radius of 60 billion miles. What? So you can increase, you can make any observation to a 60 billion mile Earth and just claim it's refraction because it's on a refraction slider on Bislin's stupid website.
Just nonsense. Now, this might sound like a stupid question because I really don't know as much as you guys do. Does any of this start with the thing like Nathan talks about, the perspective design thing, where he's like, you don't have eyeballs out of the side of your head, where it's like doing the ortho thing, where it doesn't really match reality? Is that what the kind of trick?
That's how it is. Okay. That's how it is. They create an orthographic projection, and then they dilate the dimensions of the projection until they get what would be a straight line of sight to the target object that matches the hidden versus visible height. And then they then claim that the straight line distance relative to the arc of the increase of the radius of the Earth that you're standing on is actually a curved path of light rather than a geometric inflation of the dimensions to get the answer you want. And then they just expect everyone who's too stupid to know better to just take it at face value and be like, oh, well, this is refraction. When it's not refraction, it's actually just changing the dimensions of the Earth itself.
Yeah, and so I don't know if you were on it earlier. You were talking about the difference between near observations and farther observations, and the difference between them. How it's not really calculated on people's side view little where it doesn't match, and they're like a blender freaking computer.
Yeah, they don't model the physics of light in those rendering programs.
I don't know if that was you or somebody else.
So yeah, near field and far field diffraction aren't taken into account. What occurs at the focal plane with the interference of the light isn't taken into account. Nothing about the way light actually forms images and arrives from the destination is actually taken into account in those things. The only thing that's taken into account is paths. Like,
I'm drawing orthographic lines from one thing and just going
to another.
Probably look like this or whatever the hell they're expecting. Huh. It's a freaking sleazy. It's a sleazy. It's freaking sleazy and just downright.
Sleazy covers it.
Yeah, but you also.
Runny, but I mean, it's a little slick too. But like, I don't know. Like, when do you think they came up with that shit though? The side view.
It's not, dude. It's not. It's not, dude. Think about it. Think about it this way. You look out on the world, right? You can't see forever. So you say something's limiting my ability to see. You then look out on the world, and as you see things out in the distance, for whatever reason, they seem to recede in your field of view, and they also seem sometimes that you can't see the bottom of them, yet you can see the tippy top of them. And then you say to yourself, well, what situation would allow this to happen? And in your life, you see your kid go behind a table, you see all of these things happen, you say, well, maybe the object is behind another object. Now that conclusion from that set of data is not unreasonable, right? When you don't understand things like the ambient occlusion in the atmosphere, when you don't understand the resolution loss, when you don't have any of that, right? You're going to create a model in your mind. How does this happen? And that's going to be the answer.
But I'm wondering what came first, though. Like, did they just go, "Oh, let's freaking do this so we can control some shit," and then whatever, or did they go, or somebody like a little bit more slick, where they were like, "Oh, this happened, so what if we did?" I don't know. It's a lot to think about, anyway. Where I'm going with it.
Have you ever heard? Oh, go ahead, but you're coming in horrible, bro. Try again.
Oh, sorry, I'll mute it. No worries.
So, if you ever heard one of the original guys in the beginning of the flat Earth resurgence in the past 10 years is called Matt Boyland. He was a NASA employee who did the art for the fake worlds that they created, and he went on a comedy tour. And it was kind of a satiristical style of comedy.
Matt Powerland.
Yeah, Matt
You mean Matt
Farley.
Farley? Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
same guy.
He's still on IG, man, but he's way different than he used to do his
Yeah.
got
So,
kids
but
now.
he said he basically phrased it like this. So, if everybody, they kind of made these conclusions about the world, and then they made all these claims, and they set up all these power structures, and then they did this and they did that, and they established all of these things, and then they finally developed a technology to go find out if the Earth was really what they claimed. They found
Would
out it
they
wasn't.
tell you?
Do
Would they tell
you think they would just tell your dumbass?
All right. Damn it.
I think they
So,
would, but maybe that's just me.
right. Yeah. Why not? Why not when you could control the whole world? Yeah. Wouldn't you?
According to you guys, they already control the whole
Yeah.
world. What difference does it make?
We would tell people. No, not some sleazeball. I don't know if
Well,
you're a sleazeball, Scott.
to be
Could be,
fair, in like a hierarchy of systematic changes, right? Like
you
what you're going to do, you can reveal the truth in an elongated way, right? Maybe they are, maybe hypothetically, at least from a certain point of view, they are telling us.
Yeah, well, also they'd be like, well, look, like they write that whole thing, like,
Let me ask you
well, we
this. Let me
can't
ask this
do
question,
that
friend.
without
Yeah, well,
telling
let me
people that.
exactly. But let me ask this question.
Right.
So I want you to self-reflect, because I'll admit on myself, is how did you come upon this topic? Did you seek it out, or did it find you?
Yeah, definitely seek it out. I
You
mean,
seeked it out.
after
You
after
you woke up one day and you're like, you know what? I'm just gonna go find out if the Earth is flat or a globe.
Oh well, no, it was somebody said something to me. I was like, no, you're an idiot, and then I had to look into it. So that's what I meant by seeking
Yep.
it out.
I'll tell you what, friend. I've never met anyone except one person the entire time. The entire time I've done this, I've never met anyone except one person who said that they had an original thought to seek out whether the Earth was flat or a globe. Only one person the entire time. Only
Well,
one. Everybody else
I had the
was
question
told.
of the ball, and I remember it clear as day in freaking kindergarten asking Mrs. Zaitsev, what the hell, or, I didn't say this, just, how does the water stick to the globe, Miss Zaitsev? Like, why does it all fall off, basically? And then that freaking lying little bitch freaking tricked me, told me it was gravity. And I thought she was, an honest teacher. Maybe she probably didn't. You know what I mean? Like, I remember that clear as day. Like, so I had an original question at a point in my life when I was like freaking 6. Isn't that funny? You know better when you're 6. Then you just kind of remain tricked your whole freaking life.
Yeah,
I
because
finally,
when you're
like,
6, you're actually following you're listening to your body, right? You're following your senses. And then you go to then you get conditioned to think otherwise.
yeah, it's clearly like, well, that can't work. All that's just gonna fall off. Like, how are the people gonna stay on there? Oh man, what a mess they made of people in school.
So I wanted to point out another one of Bisman's post-hoc, ad hoc nonsense. Um, the power lines, Saunders power lines. So he's got a little demo there on his advanced curve calculator that shows, look, these power lines match, but it matched the image, right? But if you look at the image, the power line image that Soundly took, and you zoom in, that's not the true horizon. That's actually there's reflection happening, right? So there's the true horizon is can't see it because of um you're mirroring, right? So there's mirroring on the water. Well, how does Bislin's curve calculator match geometrically a false horizon?
Right.
Right? It doesn't even make sense, right? Because he did it because he didn't look at the image closely. He didn't like zoom in on it to see like if there was mirroring at the horizon, and he just fiddled around with the refraction sliders to get it to work.
Yeah, which proves that it's just a magic bullet post-hoc salvation device. You just turn the knobs until you get a result. No empirical testing, no validation from the field, none of that.
It's literally just a graphics program. That's all it is. You know what I mean? Like,
What do
okay,
you think of
you
that,
fire up
Scott? What do you
Photoshop,
think of
like,
that, Scott?
I'm going to distort stuff.
A guy's still apparently a glober. What do you think of that? All that, Scott? You think we're just making all this crap up, and there's no way we can be right, or what do you think of that?
Yeah,
Scott,
yeah, that's pretty much sums it up. If I'm honest.
yeah.
Yeah.
Scott's
Like
the
all
guy that said they
making
won't
up
admit
shit,
they're
right?
wrong.
You
He's never admitted he's wrong.
you sound paranoid to me. To be honest with you.
That actually sounds paranoid.
What? How is
You
that? Wait
seem
a
more
minute. Wait a minute.
paranoid.
Though. How is it
I don't-
paranoid? How is it paranoid that it's a matter of brute fact reality that Bislin did these things? I mean, how's that paranoid?
Well, because I don't care about Bislin, and the fact that you're looking into what Bislin did is paranoia in itself.
What? What are you talk, dude? Listen, the argument about the nature of what's visible in relationship to the horizon and distances is a crux of a lot of Glober arguments, and you know, flat Earth and globe earthers go back and forth about it. And Bislin is considered, at least in some venues, a subject matter expert, which is used by the globers to try to make claims about why refraction accounts for these supersediary observations. So for a flat earther to investigate such a thing, how is that paranoia?
I think I can best explain that if I tell you how I approach the world, and you can compare it for yourself to how you approach the world. Yeah. When I look out at the world, I see a sunset, and I see boats go over the horizon, and I know the Earth is a globe. And then when there's observation, then we can do some calculations based on that. I'll look into, somewhere who's done this stuff, and they'll tell me how big the Earth is, 39, 59, whatever. And I just trust them. And, and then nothing I see contradicts that necessarily. But like I said, just like, up until like 4 years ago, I didn't know that the horizon moved as far as it did distance-wise, although it's very, very small angular-wise. And when I found out that things moved, I looked into experts to tell me why it moved, and they gave me an explanation that I thought was reasonable, and I just accepted it.
Which
Well,
experts?
Scott, do you believe that things disappear from the bottom up only because of a Earth curve?
Yes, that's my experience of life, and it makes perfect sense that things will do that going over a curve.
Even though it happens at different distances, like if you're at the same place,
They already answered that question.
You look out,
Yeah, that's easily explainable.
You look out the same day. I mean, the same place, like a month straight, and you see that things are disappearing from the bottom up at different distances. You're saying that's all the curve?
Yeah, but to be fair, Bear, he already answered that in what he just said, and we're now detracting from the point. The point on the table is why he goes about his worldview, and he basically said, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, it seemed reasonable to him before he looked into this that I can't see the bottom of the thing or the sun sets, and therefore, it's a reasonable explanation that it's a globe. Then I came into some brass tacks information that was presented to me. I took it at face value because it seemed reasonable, and I trusted the people who gave it to me as either experts or informed enough to tell me so. And then it backed up, that all backed up together from my point of view, and so therefore I conclude
It's a globe, and I trust these people.
It
Does that
backed
sound
up
good?
the worldview.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah, because 59 years of being on this planet, anytime I've had a question, I've looked towards experts, and they've never let me down. Never. So
Fair
Fuck,
I
point.
feel very confident keep looking towards them for questions I don't know yet.
Can I ask,
Yes.
are you boosted? Did you get like
Alan
3
once said,
boosters?
I got 5. Yeah, no, honestly, I got
Right,
5.
red herring, and non sequitur, and irrelevant.
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk. We're not supposed to talk
relevant.
about that here.
I'm sorry.
We're not supposed to talk
Holy
about that here, guys. Come on, let's honor the
Alan
room.
once said it was going to be the rule of experts.
Well, look, that's fine, but so transversely, if you take it from like our perspective, we looked into some of those same experts making those claims and into the supersediary observations, and we scrutinized it. And we found that there was a lot of discrepancies, for example, in the Bislin approach, and other people's approaches, even other people's like Andrew Thomas Young, who's also supposed to be a subject matter expert in refraction and optics and all of that, and all these other guys. And then the
Well, how
empirical
about
data. Hold on, dude. How about you be quiet and let me finish my sentence? How about that? Thank you. Okay, now I forgot what I was going to say. So good job.
Subject matter experts, and you looked into
Yeah, we found a lot of
and you found
discrepancies. So we didn't just trust their opinion. And then you start looking at the empirical tests, and then they really don't line up with those subject matter experts' opinions. Right?
I don't know.
So
I never looked into the test.
So I guess you could say, yeah, one is a more trusting worldview and one is a more skeptical worldview, sure.
Well, but I think there's a different baseline start. It's not even on the table for me that the Earth's not a globe.
Oh, okay, I get you. So
yeah,
it's a foregone conclusion before you do your research that the Earth that the Earth can't not be a globe, and therefore any conclusion that leads to Earth not being a globe must be dismissed.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate because I know the Earth's a globe for about 10 different reasons. One of them, I've been to Australia.
What? What does that have to do with Earth being a globe?
Yeah, see, this is the thing that I don't understand. Well, you guys don't get. I mean, the distance to Australia and the direction to Australia from San Francisco, which is where I left it, can only be calculated on a globe. And I'm going to Tokyo in 3 weeks, and that heading and that distance can only be calculated on a globe. And there's all kinds of stuff that people have done on this planet as far as getting to distant cities and distant locations, that the only map that works for any of that is a globe. And it's not even to say that's 100% sure for me is an understatement. It can't be wrong.
That's just your ignorance.
There's no
It's
spherical
not
map.
ignorance.
You do know that.
It's a fact.
Scott,
We've
right?
been there.
It is
Huh?
Spherical map.
Yeah, but your conclusion about whether it can be done on something else or not is it's wrong.
It's
wrong,
not.
Scott.
It's not. Do it.
It is. It is. It's already been done, Scott. You just don't care to look at what anybody else has done.
Okay, show me someone who's mapped the distance from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, and then Sydney, Australia to. Show me someone who's did it. I've been hanging out with you guys now for 3.5 years. Not this group, but over on Gem server, and people keep saying they can do it, and no one's ever done it. It's the most often said thing that no one's ever done.
All right, what about the fact that nobody circumnavigated the globe north to south? Nobody, but billions have done it east to west. Billions isn't. You don't care about that?
No, why would
nobody's done it north to south, but billions have done it east to west.
Why do you think that matters?
Holy crap, Scott! Because everybody
that's not an answer.
South, if it could be done.
Bear. Stop for a second, think, and tell me why it should matter.
Because if you're going around the globe, so to speak, it validates that, basically.
Yeah, if billions have done it one way and nobody's done it the other way, but you notice like the one guy that they gave the record to didn't really do it. Like, isn't that freaking
No, and you can't tell me why it should. It's just a feeling you have, right? It's a feeling.
No, it's not a feeling. Nobody's done it north to south. So
I know, I get that, but why does it matter to you?
I don't. That's like saying
You don't know, do you?
nobody's done something, but it doesn't matter. Like
Why does it matter to you? I'm asking why it matters to you.
me?
Yeah. Why do you think that's a relevant bit of
I don't like
information?
being lied to. I don't like being tricked, and I don't like being.
I hear you.
I don't like being forced into the whole false scarcity thing. That's what pisses me off more than anything.
Okay.
They like scaring people and controlling people.
And so it sounds to me like you've created this idea where since nobody's traveled around the Antarctic, that signifies something. But you can't tell me why it signifies something.
Because it would be just as easy to freaking travel north to south as it would be west, and nobody does it. It
just
would be
as
a
easy
shortcut,
for what?
basically, for all kinds of things.
Name one thing it'd be a shortcut for.
To get to places.
Which
obviously.
place? Which route would it be a shortcut for? Because you know what the airlines tell me that the flight from Santiago, Chile.
If it was a ball, it would be quicker to go. I don't know. I'm not looking at.
Who cares, dude? Look. You don't. The quickest route doesn't matter. A plane can fly any route it wants to. You can't say it in your mind if they should go quicker or they should go in the most direct path. They could do whatever they want. There's no shoulds.
I think by now, at least a couple dozen people would have done it. That's all I'm saying. A couple dozen.
Yeah, but that doesn't really make any sense if you think about it for a second.
Where's my mind?
Well, it's not a very good argument either, because either we know the distance from Santiago.
Argument. Dude, could you imagine people traveling around a neighborhood, and they all travel in circles, and then you're like, well, why don't you just cut through the backyard to go there? And then you realize it was impossible to do, and then you'd be like, oh, that's why nobody.
But do you realize when I just asked you what would be a shortcut for, you couldn't give me an answer? And now you're saying people should just cut through. Well, look at it one day. You look at a globe one day and tell me, according to the globe, what it would be a shortcut for.
One of the southern places to go around are the other places instead of going all the way around. Like maybe
find one.
Find a one. Oh my lord! The tip in South America all the way around. Japan, maybe, who knows? Like
dude, plane routes are not. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because plane routes are not necessarily defined or chosen by the most expedient path. There's other factors, right?
Yep.
But the fact that everybody has traveled around east to west, billions of people, technically, but nobody's done it north to south. If you don't find that super interesting, at the very least,
it's just not. It's not interesting.
That is interesting, but it's not conclusive.
No, maybe not. Nobody, not even freaking 10 people. Come on, man.
Well, dude, you also got to consider there's a ban. As far as I know, there's a ban against traveling over it. So that kind of puts it as a moot point.
You can't go up over the door or right.
Exactly.
That's a little interesting, though.
Not too bad.
But getting back to the thing that I find more than compelling is the distance from Santiago. I think we know the distances between geographic locations.
Okay, so I
tried to ask you guys this question directly before, and you always say we don't know the distances.
The only reason
I already disproved your shit yesterday, dude.
Fucking hell. Oh, sorry. So the
No, go
only
ahead,
reason
Kimbo.
you know. Oh no, sorry, I thought it was Bear Felicia again yelling. The only reason you know the distance is because you say you live on a ball of 3,959 mile radius. So this point to this point would be this distance. Now, no one's ever measured it. You're just saying because we live on a globe of this size, then the distance is this. Would you agree with that?
No, it's the actual reverse of that.
No,
We know we know we live on a ball of that
no,
size
it's
because
been
people have
measured.
measured the distances.
No, that's
Yes,
not
Have you ever
correct.
heard of
that's
anybody in
how
the
we did it.
Navy that says they take like longer, like they literally go in circles to match like these distances that are on the globe when they can actually get there way quicker? You ever heard that? Anybody in the Navy? They're like, yeah, well, we're supposed to get there and this, and like we're all of a sudden we're turning, we're doing like to match these longer routes. Have you ever heard that kind of story from anybody in the
Yeah,
Navy?
I heard the opposite where they arrive. No, I guess it is the same. They arrive too soon and then they have to do boxing formations to just waste time.
Right, well, yeah, this one guy's like, he's like, yeah, we'd be out there, and we'd like, well, it's supposed to take this one. I said, next thing you know, they're doing like circles, and they get there at the supposed arrival time, and I was like, that's freaking weird.
But you
They
know,
just
Bear, you're
weird.
searching for reasons right now not to accept that we know the distances. That's what you're doing right now. You're searching for reasons.
Yeah, but that's a fair point, Scott. But also transversely, for someone like him, the consolidating factor for him wouldn't be you're searching for reasons, blah blah blah. It would be this is how we know the distances. These are the methodologies. This is the data set. This is this. This is that, and then at least
Well,
you'd be
And you were
presenting.
talking about like knowing
I
like really
Go ahead.
smart people, like Walter Bizz and all that. Well, I don't know if you consider them smart people. Subject matter experts, whatever. You know what a really smart guy, subject matter expert is? One of them is his name's John Pettit. Like he's like a big wig on the ISS.
Dude, he ain't no
Like,
subject matter expert.
I'm just saying, like he's one of the guys who supposedly like
That's
Mr.
dumb, dude.
ISS, right?
Dude.
Like, I mean, dude, is that the kind of that's the kind of shit that just makes me go, all right, this is all nonsense. And Scott, if you look at freaking Don Pettit or anybody
I
that
don't
down
even know who that is.
dude, holy crap!
Yeah, but to be fair,
You tell me,
like Bear, they may be good points severally, but what Scott is offering you is distances that are known. So the correct rebuttal is, how are those distances known? Well, that wouldn't even be a rebuttal. That would be an inquiry, right? Or a rebuttal would be to disprove the distances. So you can either ask them to bear
so
the
much
burden of
better
how they
than
prove the
I am. I'm
distances.
sorry.
No, it's not a big
Yeah,
deal. I'm just saying.
yeah, you are. I just suck at like arguing, like as far as the debating part of it.
Yeah, no
I just
problem.
look at
But
stuff and I go, this makes no sense. Like, come on. Sorry.
like let's say for argument that if his conclusion carries that if these distances are known, then the only geometric shape could be a ball. Let's say that's true. Then the way to rebut that would be to say, well, the distances are unknown, right?
Correct.
Does that make sense, Mr. Bear?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was saying yes. I was muted. So,
Yeah, sure. So you could just let him stand with his claim that these distances are known, and he has full faith and confidence in them. But then you could say, well, is that full faith and confidence based on knowing the particulars of how they're measured and arrived at, and are those particulars proven severally from the claim? For example, you might say, well, they took a measuring device C17 and flew it this route and used some method of dead reckoning or geospatial coordinate system based on their the gyroscope, and this is how they came up with their answer, right? Something like that.
I would hope that's not what they did. I would really hope that's not what they did. If they did that, I'm very disappointed in them. That'd be a horrible way, I think, to measure it.
What did they do?
I don't know for sure, but I'm going to assume they did something to do with the stars.
So you know that those distances are known, but you don't know how they got them?
Well, I said I trust the experts because I'm pretty sure.
Sky to measure.
Go ahead.
Wow. No, I'm sorry. That's an you're. That's an
Well, tell me a reason why. Give me one good reason why it shouldn't work. Because they explained it to me, and it made perfect sense to me.
Using the stars to measure the distances between things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't use the sky for it.
The principles behind celestial navigation.
That's the only thing you have. If that's the only thing you have.
No. I don't even have that. What I have is people telling me about that. And me believing them, because when they explained it to me, it made perfect sense to me, based on my understanding of geometry. And that's all I got, right, is my understanding of the mathematics and the geometry and their explanation. And when their explanation is, okay, I can't see a problem with it. And you guys haven't pointed out a problem with it in the 4 years I've been here. And until someone shows me the problem with the principles of celestial navigation, I'm going to go with it because it makes sense. And also, I think what it comes down to ultimately is, I just trust the people and you guys don't. Because you think you found some flaws in their reasoning, in their procedure, and I've heard you say what you think the flaws are, and I don't find your analysis convincing. So, but to elaborate a little bit on where I think AI was going, if you ask me how I think they know and how they figured out all this stuff, what I would think they would do is take measurements on the ground of the Earth, on solid land, and they could do with surveying techniques and know exactly how far point A is from point B, even with elevation changes and all this stuff. And using the spherical axis, which they always measure, and reciprocal zenith angles, which they always measure, and they can get solid distance between points, and then they can look up at the stars and corroborate that the principles behind celestial navigation, i.e. zenith angles to various celestial bodies, and the differences in zenith angles between any 2 points works out perfectly, and it matches with the measurements they got on the ground. And given that they have so many measurements on the ground, literally hundreds of thousands of measurements on the ground, and every one of those is lined up almost perfectly. I don't know for a fact how perfectly it is, how many decimal points it's accurate to, but I'm sure it was a few, because I trust these people to be experts and to know their craft. And if there are errors, they would have told us about them. And once they verified that it works on land, I think it's I'd be very comfortable with taking that out to the sea and using those exact same principles and exact same measurement techniques to measure things across the sea, and then from land to land across the sea. So, if you know the distance from Australia to southern India, and you could both see the same celestial body, you can figure out how far you're apart from each other. And all that mathematics, I've had it explained to me, and it works. I have seen zero problems with it. And so that's why I trust the distances.
All
I'd be
right.
very curious to know why you guys don't.
Hold on, friend. I fully concede that you definitely trust the distances. And with that, I have to go to sleep. All right. Have a good night.
Good night.
And if there was a problem, they would have told us about it.
Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't they have?
I not review the last few years. Let's just.
I got a day of roasting coffee tomorrow, but you guys have a good night.
But this comes back to my. Yeah, sure. Thank you. You too. But this comes back to my initial premise, right? That I trust people and you guys don't. And I think that's the main difference. You guys have, at some point or another, become cynical about your fellow human being. I haven't. And I'm wondering what you've experienced that's led you down this path.
You're hiding behind the shield of YouTube, streaming live right now.
I'm what?
Hiding behind the shield of YouTube, which we are streaming live right now.
Oh, you want to bring up that other topic that is forbidden. That's
What
fair.
topic is that?
Well, we can't talk about it, so I'm not gonna.
Oh.
I don't want to get banned.
Oh.
But yeah, I have a feeling you were skeptical and cynical about humanity before that, but I could be wrong. Because most people I talk to say they became, they saw something wrong with 9/11. But I'm guessing it was even before 9/11 because, if you're not cynical, 9/11 happens and the government tells us, and Al-Qaeda takes credit for it, and we just, bastards ran some planes into some buildings and we go on with life. But people who are cynical say, no, there's got to be something else. There's got to be a different answer because they always lie to us.
Well, let's just
No,
say
they don't.
they
always
said
tell
you're
the
on the
truth, Scott.
southern tip of Florida,
Okay.
right? And they say head this trajectory and just maintain that course for X amount of time, and it is totally safe and totally effective. Yet so many people are disappearing. The Bermuda Triangle.
How many people disappear in the Bermuda Triangle?
You might be missing out on my analogy here.
I must, yeah.
Because it was that trajectory is totally safe and effective. But it wasn't for so many people.
Do you trust the government in general, Scott?
Depends what you mean by that.
Do you
trust them for
them to
what?
tell the truth in general?
About what?
Generally, politics.
Like what specific political issue do you ask me if they tell the truth about?
I just want to know your general trust towards the government.
Yeah, I think any answer I can give it would be far too simplistic.
Do they lie at all?
Do they lie at all? I think most of them don't lie. I think most of them believe, and I disagree with a lot of them. I disagreed with George W. Bush going to Iraq vehemently. I thought he was very, very, very wrong that he thought he could bring democracy at the point of a gun. Okay. But I do believe he thought they had weapons of mass destruction there. I didn't, but I don't think he lied about it. I think he was just wrong because from what I can tell, he was a very stupid man. Based on everything I knew about him before he was president, he was just not a very bright person. And because he's not bright, he came to really bad conclusions.
Do you think
when I saw that one, they had that? Did you see that one soccer stadium that Saddam had filled with freaking like AKs and like rocket launchers? Like he had all kinds of stuff. He had bullets. He had all ammo. He had like piles of freaking cash, all this stuff. I mean, technically, you could weapons of mass destruction. I don't know. You got enough money and enough freaking weapons. I don't know. Is that only freaking what? Sarin gas? Is that the only thing people consider weapons of mass destruction?
I would prefer not to go down this particular rabbit hole because it's really tangential to what I was being asked and whether the government lies or not. And so I was giving one example. And so I'd have to, lies about what? Do they lie about the policies they pass? No, they most of what the government does is passing laws.
Did they lie about the weapons of mass destruction?
No, they were incorrect about them.
They lied.
All right.
Does the government
Whatever.
engage in disinformation towards the public? That's what I'm asking.
No, they don't.
They don't. Okay.
No, really.
Not really.
No, I can't think of any incidences.
Holy shit.
Well, talk to me.
This
What do you think you know that I don't?
Real? Oh,
What do you think you know that I don't?
the
Because this is
latest
the thing that I do know a lot about.
See, now we're getting.
I've been doing politics for 40 years. What's that?
Now we're
Golf for Tonkin,
psychoanalyzing you.
Scott. Golf for Tonkin.
Yep. Okay, that's one. But there's a lot of data on there, a lot of information that. Yeah, we were going into Vietnam anyways.
Yeah, they kind of fucked you there, but yeah, it's all right.
No, we were going into Vietnam anyways, with or without the Gulf of Tonkin. So whatever that little ruse was, to the extent where they misled us, is trivial.
Yeah, they lied, but it's a trivial lie.
How about the fact that
wait a minute.
Wait.
It's trivial that they sank their own ship with American soldiers on it. Is that trivial? You're a fucking asshole, mate. I can't stand you, you stupid cunt.
Okay, that's fair enough.
You fucking asshole. You're a fucking cunt, mate.
He's a useful
That's all
idiot.
that happened before most of you were born. I think it happened before I was born.
Dude, what about Pearl Harbor?
Trivial. So people's lives, sending people's lives in, getting rid of, killing people is trivial now, is it, Scott?
So tell me everything you know about the Gulf of Tonkin.
You just showed yourself as a big pile of shit, man. I thought you were better than that.
Tell me everything you know about the Gulf of Tonkin.
I'm actually quite baffled that you don't think the government engages in disinformation towards.
Well, I'm baffled that you are. What do you think they engage in disinformation about?
Well, it's going to be too much off topic and tangent. I just wanted to be.
Is it all foreign policy stuff or is it domestic stuff?
No. Oh my gosh. Recently, it did nothing but lie. Oh my gosh.
I don't want to go into the weeds. So
I know.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I just wanted to kind of be broad. If that makes sense.
Well, I would bet my house that I know more about politics than you do. By maybe orders of magnitude, because I've been doing it so much longer.
My age, so I would expect.
I know, exactly, because I've been doing it so much longer. Even got a degree in political science somewhere along the way.
Yeah, you're a communist. Don't forget that. You're stupid. 40 years of communism, boys. That's what gets you.
That's
what
Gulf of Tonkin is trivial now. This guy's a fucking asshole. Fucking communist.
What about the Russia propaganda?
Your mic was low. Did you say Russia?
How it evolved from Guccifer 2.0 to they were helping Bernie, to they were helping Donald Trump, to everything that it evolved into.
Looking at Wikipedia, it says later investigation revealed that the second attack never happened. Gulf of Tonkin. Huh. Was that the lie that it never happened? Did they lie? Was it a completely made up story? Interesting. So maybe I'm not such an asshole thinking that I'm just blowing off dead people.
No, you're a fucking asshole.
Whoa.
Stop trying to fucking squirm your way out of this one, bitch.
Server mute.
Yeah, you got muted too. I see. That's how much of a prick you are, Scott.
Don't kick a man when he's lying down, bro.
No, let him read what he was saying, at least. Don't mute him now. Unmute him, please.
He is unmuted.
Read that wiki, Scotty.
Oh, I thought I was okay. Thanks. Would you like me to? I can. It says on August 2nd, 1964, the destroyer USS Maddox was performing a signals intelligence patrol as part of DeSoto, whatever that is, operations. Was approached by 3 North Vietnamese Navy torpedo boats of the 135th Torpedo Squadron. Maddox fired warning shots, and the North Vietnamese boats attacked with torpedoes and machine gun fire. In the ensuing engagement, 1 U.S. aircraft, which had been launched from aircraft carrier USS Ticonderoga, was damaged. 3 North Vietnamese torpedo boats were damaged, and 4 North Vietnamese sailors were killed, with 6 more wounded. There were no U.S. casualties. Maddox was unscathed except for a single bullet hole from the North Vietnamese machine gun round. On August 3rd, 1964, destroyer USS Turner joined Maddox, and the 2 destroyers continued the DeSoto mission. On the evening of August 4th, 4 ships opened fire on radar returns. What is that? The ships opened fire on radar returns that had been preceded. I can't even read the sentence. It's a weird sentence. That had been preceded by communications intercepts, which U.S. forces claimed meant an attack was imminent. The commander of the Maddox Task Force, Captain John Herrick, reported that the ships were being attacked by North Vietnamese boats when in fact there were no North Vietnamese boats in the area. While Herrick soon reported doubts regarding the task force initial perceptions of the attack, the Johnson administration relied on the wrongly interpreted National Security Agency communications intercepts to conclude the attack was real. That seems to be the extent of the incident. So they believed we were attacked when we actually weren't. So apparently no one died. That's good to know. I'd hate to think I was condoning people dying. Anybody want to challenge that interpretation of the incident? Because that was Wikipedia, and we all know they just lie.
Yeah, you're the fucking moron. It's the fact that they go to Vietnam after and kill fucking people in Vietnam, and fucking American soldiers are dying in Vietnam. You stupid fuck. Had nothing to do with the fucking thing. Are you retarded?
They were going into Vietnam anyways.
I'm going to Vietnam anyways.
Well, they were. You can read all the historical data.
And the whole point was they propagandized the whole fucking thing. You stupid fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnson.
Yeah, they propagandized pretty much everything. You stupid fuck. Yeah.
Chill, Vlad, please.
I didn't say no one died in the Vietnam War, Timbo.
Wait, do you think? I just want to clarify something. First to Scott.
Yeah.
I just want to ask something quickly. You, Scott, you think that, like, obviously, you think this incident? I understand you talking about like the Gulf of Tonkin incident, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you think that is like probably something that really happened? It's not just a government conspiracy.
No, the first attack really happened. The second one turns out was false.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, but you don't think that United States is like always not lying? Like they will like enact in like disinformation and propaganda sometimes, right? It's not like obviously not every single time, but they will do that, and they have done that, for example.
They have done. The United States has done lots of horrible things throughout the world.
Yeah, like yeah.
Well, that was not the question.
Yeah, I asked like if they will like engage in like propaganda and
they do in other countries a lot.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Then we got that out of the way. Like there was some guy
that's part of
saying
the-
that you believe that they never engage in this information. So then he meant something. Yeah.
That's what you
So
said.
that's why I was asking him
I-
about what, right? Because
asked you,
the government
Scott,
does a lot of things.
I asked you, does the government engage in disinformation towards the public? You said no. You literally said no.
It's not really towards us. It's towards
But
foreign
you said no,
nationals.
right?
Towards us, yes. I meant towards us. That's why I was
Yeah.
trying to get clarification. Do they lie to us or do they lie to other people in other countries when they try to overthrow democratically elected leaders? Yes, they do that all the time.
So towards the
Or
American
they used
people,
to. They do it less
not.
now. Huh?
So towards the American people, they do not.
They tend not to, no.
All right.
Tend not to.
No, there's
They
no
do.
reason to. There's no reason to.
Well, they tend not to, which implies that they do, but just
Well,
tend not
you
to.
gave me a hard no the first time you asked.
But you have like the MK Ultra, for example, which was used. That was used on American people, wasn't it?
They were testing the LSD and ability to control people through it, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't forget the
But they
Canadians.
never did anything with it.
Don't forget the Canadians involved too.
What can you tell us about the whole syphilis thing?
Yeah. What about the thing that, for example, it was Snowden who uncovered the whole the NSA, call it like, I don't know what you want to call it, disaster or the surveillance incident.
Surveillance of what?
That they have been like surveilling U.S. citizens through their
they were collecting
systems.
metadata in order to kind of data mine that to see if they can counter terrorism.
Yeah,
but they never listened to your phone calls. That's not Snowden didn't even say listen to phone calls, right? They said they gathered metadata and who was calling who, what numbers were calling what numbers, and finding patterns in that.
But they still had to like hide it, right? They still had to hide it.
Yeah, they had to keep it secret from the terrorists.
Isn't there someone who got caught? Their wife was cheating or something like that, or they were caught listening to private
2 seconds.
Relationship kind of things. Did that happen, or was that just like false information?
I don't know what you're talking about, so I can't address it. But the amount of data that they had to data mine and get through, nobody ever would have had time to listen to any one phone call.
Yeah, but hold on, let me get this real quick.
Yeah, that data center in, where is it, Colorado somewhere? Yeah, you can't listen to phone calls there. It's just way too much data.
Well, that's why they have machines do it, man.
Well, if machines are listening, then they just ignore everything that is irrelevant to the question of finding terrorists, and it goes off into the ether. Who cares whether a machine heard your phone call? But I only think they're doing that because that would be way more data than they can handle.
Well, exactly. Like for keywords, patterns, voice intonation, all sorts of shit. There's a lot of machine audio and machine learning can do that.
Scott, look in the chat. Is this
okay? I'll look in the chat.
Is this true or?
Oh, I don't. Let's see. NSA staff use spy tools. Oh, somebody might have broken the law, but this was not condoned by the U.S. government.
Well, I mean, yeah.
And I'm sure this guy, if he got caught, he goes to jail.
Okay.
I mean, I would never say that nobody who works for the government has ever broken the law and done something they're not supposed to be, but hopefully we send them their asses to jail when they do.
Yeah, that would be interesting to hear them go into jail. How often does that happen?
Fairly often, actually.
Have any instances?
Yeah, there's all kinds of instances of staffers and people. There's one instance recently of someone who took some classified documents, went to jail.
How about a guy who brought cocaine into the White House? Did he go to jail?
What about my bad.
Do we know who that is?
Yeah. You know.
No, you don't.
How about that guy butt
you
fucking in the what was it? What
in
was
the
that
Senate chambers.
Yeah, there you go. Did he go to jail?
No.
No.
I know of. You think he belongs in jail?
Why not?
Why?
Well, how about a lot of grandmas walking through the same building and they're in prison? How many years? Six or more years now?
Yeah.
They're in prison?
Yep.
Doing nothing?
Yeah, convicted by juries of their peers. Yeah. Either they pled, right? One of the two. But if they didn't plead, they would have been convicted by juries of their peers.
Oh, interesting. Now you think they had a court case.
No, I said they pled. If they didn't, they would have been convicted by juries of their peers.
They're political prisoners. They didn't have court cases.
I know, because they pled guilty. You know, that's how our system works, right? You understand this? No, I guess not.
Court case versus none?
Pled guilty. Can you hear? When you plead guilty, when you plead guilty, there is no trial. That's the way our justice system works. At least the criminal justice system. And they shouldn't have believed all the lies they were being told by Donald Trump, and they shouldn't have went in the first place.
Now you're just adding a whole bunch of stupid shit where they just opened the doors and they walked in and now they're political prisoners.
Except none of that's true.
Oh, what's the facts?
They broke windows and forced the doors open after they broke the windows.
Broke windows. Yeah, they just were on film, just doors open. They just walked in. They just took pictures, and yeah, they're in prison.
So what do you think? What do you think about Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who threw away those ballots too early?
Who did what? Where? When?
Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Yeah, what did she do?
She is the. Hold on, let's see. So what was it? I can't remember, but in 2016.
I know who she is. What did she do?
I'm reading it.
She's a rep from Florida. She was the leader. I don't know if she was in charge of the DNC or the Democratic Election Committee or something like that.
She threw away some votes early.
What votes early?
I'm reading. Hold on.
Okay.
It was the reason that she stepped down and then got hired by the Clinton staff. 2016, which was a bad move. I mean, it was a lot of shady. Not even. I mean, straight up. Even every time I say EF and I bring up certain things, we get hit on YouTube. So it must be something I'm saying is true.
So you figured out what Debbie Wasserman Schultz threw away too early?
Let me find out.
All right.
Was she part of the DSD fraud lawsuit? I believe so.
But while we're waiting, yeah, it's governments make, governmental leaders, presidents, congresspeople, senators, they make mistakes sometimes. They're human just like the rest of us. And sometimes I vehemently disagree with their positions on things. Like I disagree with almost everything Republicans believe, but I don't think they're lying to me.
They don't. But
I think they honestly hold those positions.
Oh yeah, okay. So look. Florida to monitor Broward election chief after judge finds unlawful ballot destruction in Wasserman Schultz race. I forget who she was running against. Well, they're probably going to say it in here. I stopped caring about this stuff a long time ago. Are they even gonna mention who she was running against? Which would be crazy. They were sniping that dude too, clearly, and she wasn't supposed to win that, in my opinion.
Wasn't supposed to win what? Who's the she?
Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She was She was running for something.
Something. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I think she'd ever run for is Congress and maybe a leadership in the DNC. If I remember correctly. And I can't imagine what ballot she could have got her hand.
Miami, the election supervisor in Florida's second most populous county, broke state and federal law by unlawfully destroying ballots cast in Rep. Debbie Wasserman Schultz's 2016 Democratic primary, a judge ruled Friday in a case brought by the Congresswoman challenger who wanted to check for voting irregularities. They didn't even fucking say his name. I didn't think they would. In light of the ruling, Government Rick Scott's administration, which has expressed concerns with how Broward County's election supervisor Brenda Snipes has handled the case, told Politico that he's reviewing the judge's order and will have her office monitored. During the upcoming election, Department of State will send a Florida elections expert from the Division of Elections to Supervisor Snipes' office to ensure that all laws are followed so the citizens of Broward County can have the efficient, properly run election they deserve. I mean, but it was too late. There you go. Tim Canova. She was up against Tim Canova.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Canova wanted to double check the ballots, the physical the physical ones, but they had destroyed them already.
And do they normally destroy ballots after elections?
Well, it was the unlawful destroying of the ballot, so no, not at the time that they did. She should have known that. They should have done that as professionals.
Well, but yeah, that has nothing to do with Debbie Wasserman Schultz, though, right?
Well, she did step down. I'm just trying to find where she was tied into all this because I remember.
She didn't step down for that.
Okay. Let's ask that.
It was some other minor scandal that I'm evading me at the moment, eluding me.
You might be right. I think you're right.
Pretty sure it's something to do with the DNC.
Up, down. Screw that. Oh, okay. Something minor, right? She stepped down. She was forced to step aside after a leak of internal DNC emails showed officials actively favoring Hillary Clinton during the presidential primary. And so, being a part of the DNC, you're supposed to represent the entire Democratic Party. And they weren't doing that.
Yep.
That was kind of fucked up for all the people that got fucked over. But
who got fucked over?
The people.
Which people?
The people that just wanted a fair election and their officials not favor the people, especially that were in the power to allocate money fairly to the different states for the races. They didn't want them to do the things that they got caught doing during that race. They didn't want the DNC and the people who were supposed to be looking out for all of the candidates. They're supposed to be looking out for all of them, not favoring any of them. They're supposed to be going by what the people want.
You said that already. So what we have as evidence is a couple of emails, right?
Okay.
And what actions did those emails result in that favored a candidate over another?
What do you mean?
What actions did the DNC take that favored Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders based on those emails?
I can't remember at this point. It was so much stuff. I mean, number one, the Clintons owned the DNC debt at the time she was running.
And why was that?
I mean, why was that? Because it doesn't matter. Seems like
It
a conflict
does.
of interest. Seems like a conflict of interest. That's all I'm saying.
No, because the reason Hillary Clinton
Well,
pretty much owned the
the
DNC is because
reason
she
is
was a
not
money raising
important.
machine,
The
and
reason is the
she
reason is
essentially
not
funded the
important.
DNC.
The reason is not important. The
Well, it
bottom
kind of
line
is.
is, well, it's a conflict of interest. So if she saved the DNC, I mean, that would kind of make it make sense as to why they favored her in spite of what people on the ground wanted.
Well, but you realize you have not told me yet, because you don't know, because there isn't anything that the DNC actually did that favored Hillary Clinton. And the reason you can't respond to that is because there isn't anything.
Well, no. First of all,
There's emails, period.
no. I
Okay.
didn't give a damn about the emails. I already
Okay.
knew
What
that
was
they
there
were
then?
shady because I was looking at it in real time. I was living through it. But
Yeah, so was I.
specifically, there were coin flips. Coin flips that recorded.
Coin flips of what?
When you have a caucus and it's like close and then you have to do coin flips. And they did like 6 coin flips and they were all for Hillary Clinton, but they weren't.
I know that whatever you're saying, that didn't happen. No, that's not how it works.
That did
They
happen.
don't do coin flips. No, you're just
They
wrong.
did do coin flips.
There's no coin flips.
They did do coin flips.
Okay. How many states do caucuses?
The first one, which is the most important, Iowa, right?
Mm-hmm. And what's
Am
the
I
other state
wrong?
that does a caucus? I just gave you the answer. What's the other state that does a caucus?
Okay. So look, check this out. Iowa
You don't
caucus.
even know, do you?
Coin toss breaks precinct tie. So they do coin tosses.
Breaks what?
Precinct tie. They do coin toss.
And what? So one
Iowa
precinct.
caucus. Iowa caucus. No.
You dropped out. Disconnection.
No. Iowa caucus. How Hillary won a precinct because of a coin toss. So you're wrong. Like I said.
Won a precinct because of a coin toss. Okay. I guess I might not have heard about that.
Well, this isn't the only thing. There's so many other things that did happen that you didn't hear about. But here's the thing. You said it doesn't happen. That's not how they do things. So I was telling you about, something that you've been doing. You've been paying attention to politics for mad years, and you don't know that this is something that
I've
could
been paying attention to
happen
politics for
in the
40
very
years.
first state so you don't know that this is something that could potentially happen in the very first state that people vote in. It's the most important and pretty much the deciding factor of who's going to win
Wait, what is Iowa?
The primary.
You think Iowa is the deciding factor of who wins the primary?
Is it the first state that you vote in?
It's the first.
Votes?
They hold their caucus before anybody else holds
Right.
their
So
primaries.
if you win the first 2 states, they say there's a likelihood that you're gonna win, and they show all the presidents that have done that. Right, so
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
when was the last president?
If I'm inaccurate about that, let me know.
Yeah.
The last president was Biden.
When was the last Republican president to win Iowa and win the primaries?
I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to Republicans.
Okay.
I'm not that old, unfortunately. But I do have a very small window of experience. But yeah, there are a lot of people on the ground. A lot of people were invested in this. It was something that really got me pumped up about, being politically involved. And they just shitted on us. I was one of the people that got kicked off of the voter rolls in Brooklyn. And, like all of that shady shit that happened at the precincts that I saw firsthand because Hillary Clinton was just the one that it was supposed to be. Like that was fucked up.
I think you're imagining stuff.
I'm not. What am I imagining? I
Who
mean,
kicked you? There's more to it than that. Who kicked you off the voter rolls and why?
100,000 people got kicked off of the voter rolls in Brooklyn.
For what?
There's no there. Okay, let's look it up now.
Yeah, sure.
Mackie, isn't it hard to be wrong all the fucking time, Mackie?
I won't know. Let me know when you get something right.
And they were all Bernie supporters, by the way.
Oh, all Bernie supporters. They knew that somehow, and they only kicked off Bernie supporters off the rolls.
Uh-huh.
How do you think they figured that out?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well,
Let's see if we can get.
Mackie, isn't it hard being wrong all the time?
I wouldn't know.
What do you mean? You're always wrong. Come on, guy. Bro, if you think you're always right, you're in the Lululand, bro.
See, look at this.
I don't think I'm always right. Just not always wrong.
First we'll do this, and then we'll look into because no, I'm not imagining things. You thought I was imagining. I mean, this is our pattern. You say that something that I say is ridiculous, and then I point you to it, and you're like, well, I didn't know that. Well, and it's like, so anyway, after more than 100,000, this is what NPR. After more than 100,000 voters dropped in Brooklyn, city officials called for action. Following widespread irregularities at polls in Brooklyn Tuesday, New York City officials are calling for major reforms at the Board of Elections. The problem was first identified in an analysis of state voter enrollment statistics by WNYC Bridget Bergen. The Board of Elections then confirmed that more than 120,000 voters have been dropped from the rolls in Brooklyn alone since November. No other borough in New York City, nor county in the rest of the state saw such a significant decline in active registered Democrats. In fact, only 7 of the state's 62 counties saw a drop in the number of Democrats. Everywhere else saw the numbers increase. Now, remember, like they're doing statistics on who's in favor in these different places. So all of these irregularities happened in the places that didn't favor Hillary Clinton. Like, this was one of them. This is one of those instances. But okay, now let me be fair. So everywhere else saw the numbers increase. The more than 120,000 dropped includes 12,000 people who moved out of the borough, 44,000 people who were moved from active to inactive voter status, 70,000 voters removed from the inactive voter list, according to the station. And I did all the right things to vote.
Hey, guy, you're hot micing unless you're trying to talk to us.
I did all the right things to vote correctly. I was set up. Everything was right. I was just kicked off. There's no good reason. because I was able to vote in the general, no problem.
Yeah, it sounds like a mistake, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it was a convenient mistake. It wasn't just
Well, if
the
you
only.
need to see it that way.
It wasn't just the only mistake though. Like again, the coin toss literally. You could see the boy like fumble the coin. It clearly wasn't heads. He flips it into heads and calls heads, bro. Like they was on Clinton's head, boy. Like, sorry, it's just terminology. She like she shit was crazy, man. Like it's so big. You know how many channels and how many of my peoples got shut down? Like people who did like independent journalism. Like good work. Like just exposing stuff. Not 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 just repeating propaganda, but literally that like they're in the field, seeing what's going on.
And so, how many votes did Hillary Clinton beat Bernie Sanders by
I can't remember. It
nationally?
doesn't even matter to me
Okay.
anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm not talking about I'll never. I'm just pointing out the things that were very not in favor of the people. You don't have to tell me how much she won by to delegitimize the things that did happen.
Well, how come you get to define who the people are? Why aren't the people who voted for Hillary Clinton the people?
Well, I mean, because the people that favored Bernie Sanders got shit on pretty much everywhere you could turn. Like it, and so much reporting was done on it. Like I don't know what else to tell you, my man.
When you
It
say
was
they got
almost
shit on, what does that mean?
it was 8 years ago, bro. I don't
You
know.
know, when you say they got shit on, what does that mean?
There's so much journalism is like that from I I was already specific about a couple of things. You called me out. I pulled the things up. I can't do this all night, bro.
Well, you could. I mean, what else you got to
But
do?
but I'm not.
I know. But so far, a coin flip for one district in Iowa, which we have no idea how many delegates that might have represented, if even one or two. And then you have a
Miscounts,
voter.
all types of shit.
Yeah, and then you have a voter purge in Brooklyn that was done by a local polling official or local. I don't know what they call the people who do that stuff. Who clearly made a mistake, and you're attributing it to some kind of malfeasance. Because clearly everybody knew about this, and if it were kind of be secret, I think they would have kept it a little more secret. And so you have two incidences that have barely made a dent in anything, and one of them's not even close to being a Hillary Clinton problem or issue. And so, yeah, sounds like you, like most of the people I run into back in 2016, in 2015, 2016, when I was talking about it, still don't have any good evidence. I've had this conversation probably over 100 times now. And the Bernie bros still have never come up with anything that's the least bit persuasive. Y'all lost. Get over it. More people wanted Hillary Clinton. And besides,
Okay,
Bernie
but
Sanders wasn't even a Bernie Sanders wasn't even a
this
Democrat.
conversation was how the government was against the people. That
No.
was just an example. No, hold on. That was just Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton just happened to be an example of a time that happened. You asked me how. I gave a couple of sources, but ultimately it's a whole conversation, wasn't to talk about Bernie Sanders losing and this, that, and the third. It's to talk about, bro, they did the people filthy. That's what I'm
Well,
talking about. And you're saying, well, I don't know how they did. Bro, like, again, I'm talking about coin tosses. You didn't know anything about that. You're like, ooh, one county. I'm not about to sit here and
one
dig up
district.
8 year old. I'm not about to sit here and dig up 8-year-old videos, which most of them were privatized and all. I'm not about to do that just to prove a point to you that you're gonna disregard regardless.
Hey Mackie.
I've seen all
Hey
those
Mackie.
videos probably.
Hey
No, you
Mackie,
didn't
don't
even
you?
know in your 40 years of doing politics that in Iowa they do coin tosses. You didn't even know that.
Exactly, Mackie. You're crazy, Mackie. Now listen, Mackie. You know what else is crazy? Isn't it
What's that?
crazy that the Clintons are tied to Epstein pretty fucking closely? And isn't it
He
crazy
got a
that
degree in political science and don't know that they do coin tosses. That's crazy.
it's crazy? And you know what else is crazy is like that the
Because the way
newest one
Iowa
is
is talked about is a necessary win. I'm just saying, like, how does he
No, it's
not?
not.
Okay, okay,
Nobody
go
talks
ahead.
about it like that. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
anyways. Now the new one is P. Diddy, right? P. Diddler. He was out there. He has videos of promoting Hillary Clinton and fucking Obama. And he's the next one. He's like the Black Epstein. What's
Yeah.
going on there, Scott Mackey?
But Elijah, in 2020, did Joe Biden win Iowa?
What do you mean? What are you avoiding this, Mackey?
Did he
I
win? Did
think
he win New
I,
Hampshire?
I think he got slammed by Pete Buttigieg, if I'm not mistaken, but they cheated there
No.
too. Or if or because it was either
I'm
Elizabeth
pretty sure
Warren was
Bernie
like
Sanders won,
second.
but I'm pretty sure
Did
Bernie
he?
Sanders won, but I could be wrong.
Well, is Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Pete Buttigieg. They're all in
Hmm.
the. Or am I tripping? What are we talking about? You
2020.
said that. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep,
Um,
that would be Buttigieg and
but I do
Sanders.
like you have if you win the first two states. So to be clear, if you win the first two states,
Yeah.
that's
Did Biden win
basically a
either of the first two
surefire.
states?
Here, well, no, I'm not even gonna go into that
I
because,
know you don't want to
uh,
because he didn't.
because there's two Bernie and Hillary. Next thing you know, there's Bernie, Hillary, and a million other people, and the way that works out is, well, the support's gonna go here, here, and here. Just, I like it. Look, bro, it is what it is. They played it well. They got Tulsi Gabbard up out of there real quick. They did what they had to do, and it was cute, but I saw it, bro. And
Who got Tulsi Gabbard up out of there?
it was really cute, bro. Like it was interesting. It was the last time I was excited about politics.
Conspiracies everywhere, huh?
Well, there weren't conspiracies. I mean,
Could have.
there's tools that candidates use to get a bump in their popularity and their numbers, and
Yeah, what tools are
those
those?
two, though, like Tulsi Gabbard having moments, um, being the most searched, and having that removed from Google, like so many different things that
Oh,
like
so
just
Google's involved in it now. Okay.
just happen. No, but it did happen. So it's like I'm just saying, like like obviously this is an age where Google and the young people like have this thirst for politics and they want to know what's going on. And Google was there, YouTube was there, like just whatever avenues that they could use to get the information was there. And just so
Funny, but
happened,
she's
like just like FE,
Alexa,
they
20
just
minutes.
decided to do whatever they wanted to do.
Is it possible that Tulsi Gabbard just didn't get enough popular support because nobody liked her?
I'm not saying she should have won. I'm saying Bernie Sanders, um, especially the second time around, was whack. Uh, I thought, I was hoping Tulsi would at least have him do more, rah rah, and she was shut down, so she didn't stay. And it was a pretty whack race from there because I already knew what the outcome was. Like,
When did you know?
When did I know?
Yeah.
If I can't even be honest with you. I'd have to actually remember when I really thought, "Fuck this, it's over." You know what? Actually, yeah, it was the debate. When Tulsi engaged Elizabeth, who did she? I mean, she engaged everybody. She engaged Kamala. I think it was after. I don't know if she. I think she engaged Hillary or Hillary engaged her. I forget what it was, but Bernie didn't want to have none of that, and I was like, "Fuck this."
Hey guys, do any of us here actually believe that the Earth is flat?
There you go.
As an orientation, of course.
Tag, you're up.
What does that mean as an orientation? I'm talking about like geometrical shape.
Because flat, level, horizontal, they're all synonymous. So
Oh yeah,
it
I
would be
guess you could
that.
say it is a globe, but it's flat, right? Because it's flat land, right? But so is that what you believe? Take that as a no. As
No one believes that.
flat
That's flat Earth is just a psyop. Nobody believes that.
Oh, so this call, like, it's already been disproven. Like, there's no more constituents left. I joined too late. Damn, that kind of sucks.
Oh, there's plenty of flat earthers here. Keep going, man.
I mean, keep going with what? Who am I to debate with?
Ask them questions. They'll answer.
Yeah. Who, if any, is a flat earther here to begin with, so we can establish
Scott,
a
it's
baseline.
funny how you're setting him up for this. Hey, new guy. Just so you know, Scott Mackey's been here for over like 5 years as a staunch glober, and he gets pummeled on a fucking daily basis. Do you want to be like Scott Mackey, buddy?
I think he does. Go for it, man.
Does he really want to be like you, Scott? Alan, answer the fucking question.
Under that context frame of concept, yeah, sure, let's try it.
You want to be like Scott Mackey?
I guess
All
so.
right. Okay. What's the radius of the globe you think you live on?
I do not know.
Okay, so you believe in a fucking globe and you don't know the size of the globe you believe on, right?
Let's just say I'm not
Who's the
invested in
fucking idiot? Who's the fucking idiot here? So you believe you live on a fucking ball, you don't know nothing about it.
All right, off the bat, I'd say the fucking idiot is you. So just relax.
No, off the bat, the fucking idiot is you because you believe in something that you don't know fucking nothing about.
Are you gonna sit there and educate me, or just cry, or what?
Well, I'm trying to. Okay, so what's the radius of the ball you think you live on?
I already told you I don't know. Answer the
Google
question.
it, idiot. It's not hard. Google it.
All right. Does anyone else want to give it a try?
Google it, idiot. I'm not gonna be fucking feeding you answers.
Yeah, shut your mouth.
I love that Vlad is the
Dumbass.
first flat earther
Stupid
he
as
interacts
fuck.
with. That's awesome.
Yeah. Stupid as fuck.
You're stupid as fuck. You don't even want to Google the
1,000 hours
fucking
on this
shit that you
server.
think you live on. That's the
All right.
funny thing. You came in here for something. I'm giving you the answers, and you don't want to fucking hear them, right?
I'm gonna have to mute
I'm giving you the fucking
There we
answers
go.
here, and you
can
don't want to
suck my
hear them,
dick till the
right?
skin
Now
falls
you want to
off your
overtalk
mouth.
me.
Anyone who's
Amazing.
an actual
That's
flat earther ready
crazy.
for a
Now you
debate
want to
discussion,
overtalk
wanna
me.
give it a go.
Right? Look at
I'm
this guy.
ready.
It's crazy.
Here.
Keep talking.
Please, I'm
Keep
joining your call.
overtalking me,
Please
buddy.
persuade me otherwise.
Keep overtalking me, buddy. So what's the radius of the ball you think you live on?
If anybody can.
What's the radius of the ball you think you live on?
Well, you don't answer, you clever guy.
He got me locally
He
muted, my
can't
friends.
answer it. He's just
He
screaming at the
got me
top of his
locally
lungs
muted, my
already. He's
friends.
like
He's
a
over talking
literal
me.
lost cause.
You came here to bullying, but what is the radius, man?
If that's a prudent factor in the conversation we're about to have, I'd
That's
love for you to.
that's the necessary antecedent for the sphere.
I get
Did you know that?
But I didn't come here to be educated. If that's prudent to the case at hand, please make a case.
Stupid
and tell me
fuck. You
why
guys
it
listen
isn't.
to this guy.
If not, then
You educate me, and now he's
it's
like,
not
I
much of a
didn't come here to be
discussion. You guys are just
educated.
children.
You didn't start. You didn't start
Yeah, this
like
shit.
that.
Yo,
Did you
can I
know
say
that?
one thing?
You
Yeah,
didn't start like that.
I started I
You are.
started
You
by
Can I
didn't
asking.
say
start.
one
Can
thing
I
real quick?
finish, please?
Can I say
You
one thing
didn't
real
start
quick?
by that. You are
Yo,
interested
can I say
in
one
it.
thing
You
real quick?
started with that you want to some
Sasha, can
flat
I say one
earth.
thing real quick?
Are you
Yeah,
listening? Even
and how a debate usually works is, especially if I join your
okay.
server,
Do
you're
you know
supposed
the
to give me
radius
a
of the
baseline.
earth?
No, I do not.
Hang on, I
Oh,
just want
how
to ask a
about
question first. Guys, Alan, do you have Linktree, or is it HTTPS link
Of course I
muted
have
or
him muted.
turned down?
Yes, of course I have him
Okay,
muted.
you can't mute him in this room, yeah? You're going to have to unmute him, otherwise you will be server muted.
Oh, oh wow. That's how we're playing it off the bat. All right, let's unmute him. Yo, Linktree,
Oh
you want to
wow,
have
that's
a
how we're playing
discussion?
off the bat. Look at this little bitch. Little
I'm a
crying little
bitch.
fucking whiny little bitch. Can't listen to the truth, eh?
You haven't said
That
anything
motherfucker.
of
Listen, I
any
asked you, what's the
substance.
radius of the ball? What's the radius of your ball?
4,000 miles.
All right, amazing. So with that radius, can we determine a drop rate over distance?
Over distance, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, drop over distance. If I move a certain amount of distance, let's say I move a mile from point A to point B, relative to point A, you should have dropped a certain amount if you were living on a ball because it's constantly curving. So with that radius, you should be able to determine the curvature rate / the drop rate / the drop over distance, whichever one you want to fucking choose. So with that radius, what is the drop over distance? You want to determine whether you're living on a curved surface or not, right? So you have to determine at what rate it's curving first. And then after you determine at what rate it should be curving, you go and measure it in real life. And guess what? When we go and measure it in real life, guess what happens, my friend?
What happens?
It's not fucking curving.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a study for this?
We have long distance observation. Do you know what? Do you know that if you were supposed to listen to me very carefully, right? I live next to a lake, right? This lake is about 30 miles across, right? And this is all numbers and math here, buddy. And you cannot refute this because the numbers are fixed.
Okay.
So over 30 miles, there should be about 600 feet of drop. You can do the math yourself. Go verify it yourself. I'm not gonna fucking do this shit for you. But this is how it is. So over 30 miles, 600 feet of drop should be there, right? I don't see that 600 feet of drop. I see a complete flat fucking plain, and I see buildings at the other side of this lake
Okay.
with no obstruction.
Okay.
No
So
obstruction.
I googled what is the curvature of the Earth, and the first Yahoo link that I click, it says how far can you see before the Earth starts to curve? About 3 miles, and you just cited 600 feet. But I mean, yeah, I don't want to harp on.
No, see what they just said about 3 miles, and I'm telling you, I can see over 30 miles, my guy.
And this is
So
grounded in
reality,
factual
listen to me. This is what you just fucking put yourself into a point where you read something that does not conform with reality. It does not fucking come because
your
you, my friend, can
understanding
see
of
further than 3
reality.
miles.
No. Stop talking
You can
over me,
see
kid.
you can see further than 3 miles, my friend.
Okay, I understand that, bud. And if I look over the horizon, I can see the curve as well, right? So
No, you
my
don't.
question to you is, whenever you're making these outlandish claims, are they based in any sort of fact, anywhere, objective fact? Can you give me any sort of a study instead of saying, use your eyes, bro, the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you
Can
want
like
laser?
actually
You want laser
you're
measurements?
talking
You
about
want
numbers?
military guiding systems? What do you want?
No,
You want radio transmission? What do you want?
I want any sort of a proven
I
study,
gave you
not
fucking 4
hearsay.
different examples. What do you
No,
want?
you
Which one
didn't.
of
You're
them do you
talking out
want?
of your ass. You haven't said shit. You
I
know it.
gave you 4 different examples. There's all a bunch of papers. Which ones
What
do you want? Do you
examples?
want
Any
lasers
one of them.
across large
Link
bodies?
one
Do
of
you
them.
want
Link one
lasers?
of them.
Why are
Any
you
of them.
interrupting me when I'm giving you
Because
options?
you're
Do you
lying
want
to people
lasers over
here.
the large
I
bodies of
want
water or
all of them.
not?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
want
yes.
lasers
Give
over
me
large bodies of
anything.
water or
Yes,
not?
send it. Send it, you dirty dog. Send it.
There you go. So you want it. Now I'm going to send it. Give me a second. Okay.
Guys, chill a bit, man. Chill.
It's fucking retarded.
Holy shit, this guy's like, you have to like.
Can we just chill for a second and
Yeah,
not be
this
so
sounds terrible,
argumentative?
guys. It does.
Like
This is
literally, like
embarrassing.
can
This
we
is the biggest constituent you have for flat Earth.
be
This is
nice?
it. This kid right
You're
here. You
fucking
have to
retarded.
unmute
Shut the
him.
fuck up.
Wow, that's
No,
embarrassing.
Crying like a little
I'm
bitch
saying
again.
everyone be nice,
All right, then.
motherfucker.
That is
Don't tell me
Alan.
I'm fucking
Is it
retarded.
Alan?
Yeah, I'm
But
waiting for the study
I'm
still.
posting
He
for
said you
you if
gave
you
me
want to
five
look the voice.
facts,
I'm
five
posting to
reasons. I'm
you.
waiting for any sort of a
I'm
study founded on
posting
any
for
sort of
you. It's a voice
mathematical
text chat.
basement.
It's a voice text chat. I'm posting for you.
There's a bunch that's been posted already, including what I'm fucking talking about.
Right, well, just chill the fuck out and have fun.
Okay, the one link that you clicked. This is a YouTube video. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, this
You
is
know,
again.
the
I asked you
Field
for a
Engineer
study.
Corps, first of all, do you know
Is
who
this
the fuck these
verified by
people are?
anyone?
No, okay. These guys, let me explain to you, took a very expensive laser, right? And these guys are engineers, right? And they went on this lake and were trying to find out whether it was curving or not. And guess what they
It ain't
determined?
about is
It
curving or
wasn't
not.
curving, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, what's also really funny to see is that you aren't even able to post comments on this YouTube video that you quote unquote are using as a source grounded in objective fact. So I think that says all we need to know right
Grounded in
there.
objective fact. The objective
Okay,
fact
so
is you go
Alan,
We're
do
not
it
talking like
yourself.
normal people, though.
Alan,
Yeah.
let me say that there is a PDF attached to this. I can post a PDF for you. So there's a video with a PDF with all the data that they used and what they actually did. So you can go and read that for yourself rather than just arguing back and forwards with us about a YouTube video, and then make a decision based from there. But basically, Linktree's right. Yeah, we have a given radius of 3959 miles, and like you stated, an average 6-footed observer would have to start seeing curvature at no more than 3 miles. Now,
Bro, if you really want to talk about curvature and shit, then book me about it, because I would tell you what's up with the whole flat Earth bullshit.
Okay, mute this
Or,
branch
or
asshole. He's
just not
drunk
flat
again.
Earth bullshit, but just
who
the way
is that?
it is.
Well, hang
It's
on, dude. We're in the
branch.
middle of a
Branch.
conversation.
Destroy him.
We're in the middle of a conversation, dude, and you're just butting
I
in
get that too.
to
I get that
take
too.
over this, to take
I
this
understand
guy's
your
position. Yeah.
perspective. I understand your perspective, brother.
Then you need to just be quiet for a little bit
All
and let
right,
old
I'll
mate
chill
have a
out.
chat here that just came into the room. Thank you.
All right.
So, what we do have in that FE laser core test is some laser tests over long distances showing no curvature with the PDF alongside it. But we also can show long distance photography, long distance videos as well to show that this curvature is not present.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay, and that
motherfucker. I'll tell you
the
this: like,
PDF with without the
curvature
map.
is
Where is that?
essentially the world we live in, right? We live on a fucking globe. There's no doubt about it.
I'm looking through the YouTube video. I don't see any
So you assert
any
that you live
PDF.
on a globe.
There's no
Sorry, I'll
fucking
attach the
doubt
PDF.
about it.
Okay, dude. So your
Show
assertion
me
makes it
one
real.
level of doubt that I can't fucking school you on.
Chill out, man. Why are you so fired up?
Because I'm Branch. When I get
Why are you
fucking
so
fired up,
excited,
I'm
man?
fired up.
Chill out, man. Don't pop a valve,
No,
yeah?
you don't tell
It's
me
all
to
good.
chill out.
Yo,
Yeah,
chill out,
When
innit?
I want to chill the fuck out.
you
You
carry
should
it
tell
on
my
like a
gods
fool,
tell me to
man.
chill the fuck out.
Oi, geez, chill the fuck out, innit?
Yeah.
Nah, it don't even work like that either. Like,
The
if I see a bunch
PDF
of
is in the
pussy ass
side
shit going
chat.
on, I'll tell you what's up.
Branch, shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to listen to your drunk fucking bullshit.
All I'm hearing is pussy ass shit about how
Yes,
the
he
earth
is.
is fucking
Branch
flat
is the
and shit.
biggest fucking alcoholic. We've known this guy for fucking years. Branch, shut the fuck up.
You think that my discussion right here
Branch,
is from
again,
alcoholism?
go fucking drink another beer and shut the fuck
You
up.
really think that my discussion right here comes from alcoholism?
Branch again. Fucking alcoholic. Nobody wants to listen to you. Go away.
Not gonna lie.
Branch
All
again.
right,
He's
well, you
just
know what? Let's let it
again
be that.
cutting into a conversation. So
Let's let it be
Branch,
for a second, and let's see where the fucking
Branch.
conversation.
Just mute him.
Yeah, he's done. All right. So, if anyone would like to continue with our new guest, Alan, that would be great. Let's just keep it all nice and civil.
AJ, you were doing fantastic. Continue. I put the PDF in.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah,
So, Alan,
AJ.
you get the PDF, yeah?
Yeah, I got the PDF, and as I like skimmed through it to try to find inconsistencies, I guess I want to know more of a baseline as to why you guys, aside from the whole curvature that you can't see, you can't, touch and feel. Like, what is there any other reason that you feel the Earth is flat?
Well, I think how most of us started, I won't speak for all of us. I'll speak for myself. is actually going out and testing the claims of the globe that are put forward to us. And the reason why I did that, of course, it was brought up to me that someone else didn't believe that the Earth was curving and that it was a stationary topographical plane as such. That's a bit of an oxymoron, but anyway, you understand where I'm trying to go with that. And then just by going out and investigating myself. So again, long distance observations over large bodies of water, what is claimed to be proven or claimed to be scientific theory and scientifically tested, such as things like gravity, is where I ended up. Yeah, how I ended up here. So other examples then would that are broken by the globe, but not broken in any other instance. So gas pressure laws, gas laws, laws of entropy, and thermodynamics are broken. We know that any mapping and surveying that's done are all derived from elevation and depression angles. Our maps are derived from elevation angles to Polaris. So all of these things require a flat surface, a flat baseline to obtain that elevation angle. And as we said, we don't see this curvature over water. It can't be measured. It isn't seen. And having curvature would require a geometric horizon at no more than 3 miles, like you stated, that would start blocking boats, buildings, and objects beyond that point. And we have observations well beyond that 3 miles.
Oh, okay. I guess right off the bat, I'm just gonna go with what I know until I continue to find inconsistencies with the whole curvature aspect of this PDF and invalidate their work or whatever work I don't know whatever's going on here. But realistically, the horizon, like how can a flat earther explain to me why the horizon is or how it is without knowing that the Earth is round?
Horizontal is derived from horizon. So a horizontal line, or the horizon, is a line with a slope of 0. It does not deviate. Okay, so a curved line does deviate from 0, does deviate from horizontal. So we have a horizontal horizon. And again, we would need to be seeing curvature or a geometrical horizon at no more than 3 miles if you're 6 feet tall. Yeah, you've already stated that.
Yeah, and I say I see that because for example, when I see a ship sail away, it disappears from the bottom up, right? And if the Earth were flat, the ship would just shrink into the horizon, right? It wouldn't be the distortion of the image wouldn't be a gradual, like how you say spherical cone-like thing where it's like gradually getting away from me. It would just disappear at some point.
So when you see these ships disappearing, do you know that they're always starting to disappear gradually from 3 miles?
Sure. I mean, however the occultation is for like eyesight, how far you can see, right? But it doesn't take away from the geometric point I'm trying to make that how is it possible that the Earth is flat if we see dissipating objects at a distance dissipate in the way that they're doing so, which is like the bottom first?
Okay, so according to the globe model, you guys can't see this geometric horizon because if we have a look at the horizon we do see and the definition of horizon, it's where the sky appears to meet the ground, where it converges together, and we can no longer see past that point.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct?
I guess using perspective isn't the best. So we should just.
So
what about
that horizon will move. That horizon moves in and out daily. You don't actually have the geometric horizon required of that sphere with a 3959 mile radius. So this horizon is moving in and out daily, and we have optical effects that will make items disappear bottom up over a flat surface. So our angle of view is one of them. Our optical resolution, our perspective can all make things disappear bottom up over a flat surface, just as we see.
Okay. And let's ditch that from now because if we harp over perspective for so long, then we're not going to get anywhere. So I'd like to talk about more factual things that we can actually quantify, such as, for example, different time zones. So if the Earth was flat, how
Oh,
are there like poles of the Earth? How can we quantify that? You think like the Earth is just like flat but also round, like there is like point A and point B on the complete opposite side, but it's not a sphere, it's just like we're a pancake or what?
Well, I wouldn't say that we're a pancake, that's for sure. I would say that what we can test and what we can see is that we have the plane of the Earth that has topography upon it. So we have hills, valleys, mountains, and we know that fluid dynamics states that water, large bodies of water, will lie level.
Okay, no, well, I mean, how does that account for the stark contrast in different time zones, i.e., what I'm talking about in particular is the poles. How can there be poles of the Earth if we are not a sphere and we're a saucer? How does that work?
Well, why do we require the poles of the Earth to have these time zones? The time zones are just following the path of the sun, yeah?
No,
We
no,
know
no, I
when the
mean,
sun is overhead in my location, it's noon.
yeah, and then on the opposite side of the world, it's fully dark. So that, that's why I say poles, because, if the Earth was just a sphere, or I mean, if the Earth was just flat, then wouldn't the sun be shining over most of it at all times? I'm saying, how could there be a light spot and a dark spot if,
Well,
the Earth is flat?
to state that, you would have to say that the sun, you know the distance to the sun, and that it would have to be at this infinite distance and be shining down upon the entire Earth. But we don't really know the distance to the sun. We don't know the size. It could be a smaller and more local sun, and
So the answer is you're not
and
sure.
it may not light up the entire Earth. Yeah, I mean, we know that there's the inverse square law of light, where light doesn't continue forever.
Okay.
So we'd say that the sun moves away from your location. It's then in a new location where it's not visible from where you are.
Okay, let's move on because I just want to cover a large plethora of topics here. So let's say you gave a sufficient answer for that one as well. What about the shadow of the moon, oddly looking like a sphere?
Well, again, we can't tell from where we're standing whether this thing is a sphere. It may look like a sphere. And you know what? I can even give it to you if you want to call it a sphere. Again, I would say that we can't tell that from our position.
Okay.
And we can't see that through telescopes either, because we can't see in 3 dimensions with a telescope.
Got it.
However, even if I do give that to you, the issue is that how does the shape of another body dictate the shape of, or sort of the geometry of the Earth?
Because
I mean, they'd be saying that.
You told me that the whole curvature of the Earth is grounded on your own belief that you can go out and verify it by seeing, I can see 3 miles out and I don't see it, so I don't believe it. And then
No,
I'm
it
telling
was
you that I
actually
see the moon as a sphere, so I'm left to believe that the Earth is also a sphere as well under the same modus operandi. That makes sense to me.
So you would believe that I can have a look at. Well, sorry.
I'm just saying
according to your logic, yeah, then the pool table should be round because the balls on it are as well. I mean, it doesn't really dictate what we are living on.
That's not
when we can
correct
when we can go out and we can actually, again, measure the ground that we're standing on. We don't need to look at other objects in the sky and say, well, that looks spherical. It may not be, but it looks it to me, so therefore I must also be on something spherical.
Yeah, and so I'm guessing you don't believe in the current photos of space that most of the scientific community is left to believe. So like that's out of the wind as well, and that's also why you don't take the shadow of the moon analogous to heart. What
Well,
about
I
airplane
could ask you a
travel? Do you
question
feel
there
like
on that, if we can just stick on that point and talking about space and photos from space. Can you demonstrate for me gas pressure without containment?
gas pressure without containment? I'm not sure what that means.
Okay, so the antecedent to gas pressure is a container. So according to gas law, we obtain pressure through the gas particles pressing upon the walls of their container. And then if we don't have that container, we also know that entropy of gases occurs, where high pressure is going to vent into low pressure and fill the available space until we have an equalization in pressure. So an example for you of this would be your car tire. You have high pressure, 30 psi inside of your car tire, and we have 14 psi approximately outside in our atmosphere, and you get a hole in your tire. Your tire is then going to the high pressure, is going to seek the low pressure and fill that volume available until the pressure inside your tire and outside is going to equalize. So can you demonstrate for us, please, gas pressure without a container?
Gas pressure without a container. I guess it would be
Something
hard
to contain the pressure.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, gas being gaseous, right? It's like the opposite. It's like solid, liquid, gas. Without a vacuum, right? I guess we couldn't be able to quantify, I guess, the seismic strength of said gas, because if there was no like confines, then it would just be out and about in the like in the air, right? It's a gas. So I don't. I guess what's more important is instead of me just Googling this on end and giving you an answer, how is this prudent or in any way, shape, or form tying back to why the Earth is flat?
Oh, because you were just asking me about whether we deny photos from space. So I'm asking you a question. You know, I've probably been answering questions here, 4 or 5
Okay.
questions from you for the last 15 minutes. So
to save time, I'll
this
give you a
question
direct
ties
answer.
in. Sorry,
Yeah,
this
I'll give you an
question for
answer.
you ties into your photos from space.
Uh-huh. As per my current understanding, I do not know of a way to quantify gaseous pressure without any sort of a vacuum. What's the caveat here? What's the aha moment?
Sorry, no, gas pressure without it being contained by something. We can't have pressure. Antecedent of pressure is the particles pressing upon the wall of the container. And according to entropy of gases, high pressure is going to fill low pressure, again, without this containment. So can we demonstrate here on the Earth gas pressure without containment?
Yeah, I just sorry for interrupting, but the aha moment is why essentially what he's saying is why is the Earth's gases not flowing into space, into the vacuum? Why is it staying on Earth and not flowing into space?
Oh, see there, I can give you a bit of an answer. I mean, we have the atmosphere, the stratosphere, and all these other things.
So gases are containing gases.
Well, yeah, I'd say like instead of gases, we could just look at, for example, a liquid, which would have the same properties, so to speak, which is like oil and water don't mix. As far as water goes or liquids goes, we have a viscosity point, right? And so I'd say the same would hold true with gases, right? Smoke rises, vapor sinks. And so, at some point the atmosphere is like the first level is like considered the atmosphere, the second's the stratosphere, and it just goes higher and higher up with less dense gases. So that's my
So
answer
you
to
have
your
a pressure
question.
gradient.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you understand to have a pressure gradient, we first require pressure. And to obtain pressure, we require containment for the gas particles to press upon.
Yes.
Okay, so where is this containment on the globe?
Well, in the atmosphere, in the stratosphere.
And what is containing the gases?
The pressure, the level of pressure, and the things that are above it that do not allow it to rise, and things above that do not allow it to rise. And
so can you show me on the Earth gases containing gas? Or do we need a physical container? In a simple form, that's what you're explaining to me. We've got less dense gas above. We've got other gases that are all pushing down and holding these gases in at different layers. Yeah.
I understand. And I'd say that your point is deeply rooted in. Okay. Would you mind if we segue to gravity? Because I feel like that's where this is headed. That's where my answer is going to lie anyway. I mean, I'd like to say that gravity behaves in the sense that it pulls everything towards center mass, right? But do you believe that or not?
Well, we can talk about gravity. Yeah, if you say that it's gravity that's containing these gases.
Yeah. Because gravity pulls on everything, right? So for you to say it's gaseous, it has some level of mass and or matter to then give it that gas, archetype. And so I'm saying gravity, it behaves as it does, and it pulls everything towards center mass. And I'd also say that, if the Earth were flat, gravity would not pull things straight down relative to the surface. Instead, we see that gravity pulls objects toward the center, consistent with Earth over time garnering a spherical shape. Well, what would you say to that?
Well, I would say that that's not what we witness in reality. The Earth pulling things down to this center. We have horizontal lines, yeah, and vertical lines. And if we use a plumb bob for for example, when we're leveling buildings, or we're checking if they're vertical and they're level, these plumb bobs don't converge the way that you're describing, for a start. And secondly, I would say that the gas laws state that these gas particles move randomly in all directions until they have elastic collisions with something hard, like the walls of a container, or themselves. They have no attractive forces. That our atmosphere is considered an ideal gas. So first you would have to demonstrate that gravity actually has the effect that you're claiming it would have. Now, especially when we have gases that are transformed at the level of the Earth, so we have plants and whatever else transforming these gases into oxygen and creating these gases, I suppose you would say, at the Earth's surface where gravity is at strongest. And at this point, we see this gas behavior is that gas is going to vent out into the available space, moving in random directions. There is no preferred vector of down until they reach a high level in the atmosphere where gravity is at its weakest and starts pulling these particles, and according to you, where it's less dense, and then start pulling these particles back down to the Earth. So first of all, you would have to demonstrate gravity having that effect on gases. And
Yeah.
secondly,
I mean, it seems like the brunt of our contention here is you do not believe that gravity behaves in such a manner that I do. I mean, I believe that gravity pulls towards center of mass. You believe that gravity pulls things just straight down relative to wherever they are on the surface. And so, would you like me to find
so
you a study disproving that, and then you can close this
what?
VC?
Well, first of all, what's gravity?
Gravity is this natural phenomenon where it's just like it's the attraction of mass. Mass attracts mass. Matter attracts matter. It's like, you know.
So it's mass attracting mass.
I mean, let me Google how I can. What is gravity? Let's see what Google says. So gravity is the force that attracts a body towards the center of any other physical body. So, like, yeah, I mean, what I said.
Okay, so I would say that citation that Google's provided you is incorrect. And I would also state that you were incorrect there, because today the current belief for the heliocentric model is Einsteinian gravity. What you're talking about is Newtonian gravity, which has been superseded for quite some time. And the two are not the same.
Okay. And so you believing in this other framework of gravity, I guess, proves
No,
that
I'm not saying I
theory?
believe in it. I'm not
Okay,
saying
well,
I believe in it. I'm saying that is the current model
okay,
that
so
is used for the globe, not Newtonian.
well, okay, we've been through a lot so far in this, I guess, 20 minutes that we've been discussing. I brought up a plethora of arguments, such as like photos of space, the horizon, airplane travel, different time zones, the shadow of the moon, gravity, circumnavigation, and you've pretty much shot all of these down. So I guess, what sources would you want me to find in any particular aspect to get you on my side, right? Because I can find sources for any one of these. Like, do you want me to
Well,
prove to you that Earth, or I guess gravity pulls center mass? Is that because it seems like that's the real point of contention that you have here? Is if I can prove that to you, will you agree that the Earth is more than likely spherical?
okay, so first of all, you would have to show me that the ground that I'm walking on is spherical, and show me who has measured drop over distance. Do you understand what that means?
I get what that means, and so you want me to show it
Yep,
to you,
cool.
like so this
So
is
I would, I
You're
would
gonna
require
renege
a
any
measurement.
sort
Now,
of.
this should be this should be very simple. Yeah. If the Earth's curving and it should be at 3 miles from my observation height, someone should be able to show me a measurement of drop over distance. Yeah. So first we'd have to see that the Earth is a sphere to even start talking about gravity pulling to the center of mass. Then we'd have to have a discussion whether or not this gravity is actually a scientific theory, or whether it's just all based on philosophical grounds.
So
Okay,
you say
so
that you
we
want me
don't
to prove
deny.
it to you, but then you also say that I'll right off the bat, after I prove it to you, you're gonna then question the sources and the legitimacy and integrity of them. So let's just skip all of that. Is there any
No,
sort of
no.
mathematical
What I'm stating is,
statistical study I can show you that can, that
like,
you don't believe is a conspiracy that can maybe get you to?
I'm trying to explain it to you. I would need to see a
No more of the
measurement
whole
of
visual, like
drop over distance, right? We would need to have that measurement
3 miles.
for a start. Okay, we would need to be able to see that in reality and measure that in reality.
We can.
And again, secondly, once we know that we have this sphere, and you're talking about gravity pulling to the center, then we'd have to have the discussion about what gravity is, what's the cause, and I'm not saying that we deny gravity. We deny the cause that's claimed of gravity. Yeah, we all witness things, or some things go down. Yeah, that we're not arguing that point. However,
Sure.
what we're told as a scientific theory, the cause of gravity to be, then I'd discuss that further with you. But you know what? I've been talking for a while, so any other flat earthers in here, feel free to jump in, have a chat with this guy, man. Feel free to ask any other guys in here anything or have a discussion. It's
No, thank you. Like, honestly, like, I know it's been pretty daunting, and I am but I would have not made it this far with the other guy, Links, whatever. So I thank you a lot. Yeah.
So I think that what I'd like you to leave here with is to go and do some of your own research and observations. I did answer all of your questions, yeah?
I mean, to be quite frank, I feel like you answered all of my questions, and I have 7 written here, but I took away really nothing other than we don't believe in the fundamental frameworks of this earth. Like I don't know, like you said, you just called me
It's
to
not that we
print out
can't believe. It can't be shown in reality.
Well, I mean, like I said, I feel like
But
I
what
can
you
send
should take
you.
away from here is that the belief that you have is only a belief and it's not based on fact.
And
So
I'd say yours is
really
as well.
know, you didn't really have a radius. I don't know, you really couldn't explain gas pressure without containment. And then the third one would be, which we normally ask people, is, who's ever proved the rotation of the Earth? So, I mean, you do have a belief. It's not a known fact, and that go away, have a look, have a read, maybe have a look at some of the answers I've given, have a talk to some other flat earthers, and go from there. But have a good one.
Yeah, no, I mean, if anybody else can try to explain to me why we have a horizon, time zones, shadow of the moon. I mean, I feel like the understanding that the Earth is not, I mean, gravity does not work pulling towards center of mass I think that's crazy. I can pull up any study that can disprove that to anyone here, and then once we disprove that, and you guys cannot say something along the lines of, "Oh, the Earth is flat. I can't see the drop-off distance with my own 2 eyes." Then it's like I can't really show you any more than that. It's like we're just at a loss of.
Well, one issue there, is that we can view these ships and boats disappearing bottom up past this physical horizon, yeah, but then we can increase our angular view by picking up a telescope, binoculars, or a good zoom camera, and we can bring that boat all the way back into view.
Yes,
from
and
beyond the physical curve.
AJ, that's also why I was very very, very tedious and methodical whenever I phrase the question. So I actually have it written down here. Let me actually find that for you. How I phrased it and how I said was, when a ship sails away, it disappears from the view bottom first, right? And so what I mean by that is, as it sails the horizon and you look through it with a telescope, you cannot see it with your eyes anymore. You will come to see that the bottom of the ship is just sinking so somewhat. You can't see it anymore because there's like the horizon. It's going over the horizon. That is what we call a curvature. You like see the middle of the
So
boat
then,
at
how
one
do we
point.
bring?
It goes deeper in, and then you see the top. You know what I mean? It's like a
So then,
curvature.
how do we bring the boat back into view? So what you have at the bottom is convergence, where we can still no longer make out the bottom of that boat on the ocean. Okay,
Yes.
and we also have waves and we have reflections and other things occurring there. However, if a boat does go out of view, we can bring the rest of the boat back into view from behind what's supposed to be a physical barrier.
Well, I'd say that is wrong. You can't bring it back, right? You can zoom in with a telescope, and as it goes farther and farther, it'll eventually like break the view of the telescope. But I want to say is what you're
Correct.
missing is whenever I say bottom up, right? Your eyes will cease to see it. You look through a telescope, and you'll quickly come to realize that as the ship sails farther and farther, the line of horizon, it just goes up and up, right? So the bottom of the boat, it ceases to, you know, that can't work on a flat plane. It has to be a curved earth for us to,
No,
you know what I mean?
that is actually perspective, and
It
perspective
is, yeah,
works that way over a flat plane.
that's what, I don't
Yes,
know.
you can go and search that for yourself. Write it down and go and have a read. That is a
Yeah,
fact.
I don't know if the ship, the line of horizon rises as a ship gets, or anything gets farther away. I think, no, that can only be, you know, answered by a curved drop down. But, it, let's go back to gravity because it seems like I had the most, you know, room to work with there. So again, you want me to prove to
We
you.
avoid gravity at all costs.
Yeah, we
I wasn't avoiding gravity. Whoever said that?
we how do you want me to prove to you that the Earth pulls or gravity pulls towards center of mass? You say you don't believe in that, and if you did believe in that, then I'd say this saucer that you believed in would, over time, as you can agree with me, you know, it being pulled towards center of mass, it would form a sphere, right? And so you can't believe in this, and so what do you want me to? Because I can send you a million studies, but I'm sure you've seen them and you just outright deny them. So what is the question that you want me to answer per se that no one's been able to do?
You were flashing there, Jedi. Do you want to take that one? Or you want me to continue?
Buddy, you can continue. You're fine. You're
No,
absolutely fine.
I'm good, man. It's up to you. I'll jump in.
It's kind of simple. I mean, you said you got lots of studies. I guess the easiest thing to do would be to provide us with a hypothesis that we can test in experimentation to prove gravity, whatever that is.
Yeah, let me look for that.
And just to be clear, which gravity are you going to be asserting? Is it going to be the mass attracting mass one, or is it going to be the bending and warping of space-time one?
No, mass attracts mass.
Oh, so we're just going to throw Einstein under the bus and forget about the last 109 years of Einstein's bending and warping of space-time. No problem.
Well, no, I think that's the space-time continuum can be it is still susceptible to gravity. So yeah.
They're different things, but it's interesting that you're going to go for the old and busted and not the current scientific rhetoric. That's fine.
Well, I mean, I don't know that I don't spend much time on this. I just know that, you know, gravity pulls towards center mass. That's like what I've always been taught. And I guess let me find some
Space-time
experiments that we can do at
continuum.
home to prove this.
Isn't that Star Trek?
That's what I thought, the space-time continuum. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Star Trek, man. Not real.
I guess, yeah.
It's
just
supposed to be the bending and warping of space-time, which would be the fourth dimension, a concept.
Well, don't they say it's both, kind of?
No, you can't.
Yeah, but usually.
Well, one is mass, attracting mass, with no mediation between magic at a distance. The amount of substance that's resistance to inertia is attracting an amount of substance because of the resistance to inertia. That's not the same as mass sit in the fabric of space-time, distorting that space-time, and things falling into a gravity well. They're two different things.
I agree. Why do they? I don't want to hijack the conversation here. I just want to
Yeah.
ask quickly. Why do they teach about the Cavendish experiment in schools if the current rhetoric is the Einstein thing?
Simplicity.
Simplicity.
Might be.
Once you get beyond that school level, they start teaching differently, but they will teach younger children Newtonian for simplicity.
Even though it's supposedly not the current rhetoric.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, that was it.
Well, that's my understanding anyway. If anyone else has got a better understanding, please feel free to jump in.
I don't understand things that aren't real.
Yeah, it's hard.
I'm at work anyway, buddy, so I can't really jump in too much. I've got an appointment in 15
That's all right.
minutes.
I can keep going. I'm just cooking as well, so I'm just walking around with my phone. That's why I'm probably a bit janky with my conversation. I'm doing two things at once. But yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I'd hate to rush into this, but one quick analogous that I found online has to do with magnets. So you put a couple of magnets on a table, for example, and you move them close enough to where the electromagnetic force actually comes into the equation, and they start pulling each other toward where? Towards center of mass,
So
right?
is gravity electromagnetic?
I mean, however magnets work, the polarization.
That's what gravity.
Well, you know what?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, a force, like, it's like a quick way to visualize how. Okay, if you want me to, I can't like give you an example for gravity. I mean, it's like if
You
you're
know
gonna.
what? If you could show me that in a demonstration, which you can, or an experiment, we can experiment with electrostatic forces that would have these effects, such as we see with gravity. However, that's not the current belief for your globe model at the moment. It is still Einstein, yeah, and the bending and warping of space-time creating gravity wells. So, if again going back to what Jedi mentioned earlier, can we have a hypothesis for gravity? What's the naturally observed phenomenon?
There isn't one. Shit goes down, man. Shit goes down.
Yep, you're a plumber. You should know that. That's all you got to know as a plumber. Shit goes downhill. All right, that pipe is going downhill. We're good.
Yo, AJ.
I'll be down in.
It was pretty nice to talk to you. Pretty refreshing. Is that other guy gonna chime in? Rolling my boulder.
Rolling my boulder.
Yeah, I think
He's talking about air pressure out a car window when you put your hand out the window at 100 kilometers an hour.
I mean, would that be air pressure,
Timbo.
or would that be the air just being still and you just driving? You know, like who knows?
Yeah.
I've got about 15 minutes I can fill in for AJ. Yeah.
Hey Timbo,
about 15.
I'll be in Melbourne on the 1st of May for a week, so we'll have to go for a beer.
Hit me up.
Yeah, I'll let you know as soon as I get down there. Yeah.
Sure, man. 100%. Well, is Rolling my boulder going to jump in, or is he muted, or what's the go?
No, he's in the chat. I think I haven't even looked in the room to see who's in here to see if he's even in here. But oh yeah, he's in here, Mr. Roland.
Yeah, I think that this would help
Hey,
with
what's
the
up, fellas?
propagation of new flat earthers if you debate with this guy. Yo, Roland, so
You
why
got
do you not
some
believe
new
in flat Earth?
information?
Sorry, people were talking. I didn't hear either of you.
Yeah, why don't you believe in flat Earth?
I accept the globe Earth because it's compatible with the observations.
Science.
With
What
the
observations?
Yeah, what observations? Pretty dangerous thing to just regurgitate stuff you've heard, without knowing any substance behind them.
That's a true statement.
Yeah, very true.
So I'll say that I'm gonna just start easy for you. Globe is more consistent for me with day night. For me, when a light source moves away, like a light source, like a lamp or something, a lighthouse, it stays visible even when the lighthouse itself is not visible anymore. Like if it was daytime, I might not be able to see the lighthouse. But if it's nighttime and the light is shining, then I can see it. So light sources I can see very far away. But at night, I can't see the sun at all, not even a faint glow from it. This is not how I experience light sources. So I think the sun is gone, where I'm like something's blocking it from me being able to see it.
So do you not think that a easily justifiable answer would be that it's just out of your range of view? It doesn't have to be necessarily on the other side of the supposed globe, but rather you just can't see it for whatever reason.
Right. So you asked why do I accept globe over flat, and this forms the crux of my answer to you.
Exactly, and I just pointed out an inconsistency.
The sun could have moved far away, but in the sorts of things that I can experience, like a lighthouse, for example, when the light is shining, I can see it from very, very, very far away, and a lighthouse is very weak compared to the sun.
What's very,
So
very, very far
I don't
away,
see why
please?
I don't see why the sun goes.
What distance is very, very far away?
I'm not sure. It's a great question. But what I don't understand is why the sun goes from being, at sunset, very bright, to over the course of maybe 20 minutes, completely gone. It's like it must have sped up or something to get so far away so fast. It's just very weird. At sunset.
Do you understand that a lighthouse is only about 7 nautical miles that you need to see that from off land? So it's not really very, very, very far away as you described. And we can see this phenomenon, and we can see the phenomenon that we see with the sun in reality, where over a flat surface, things in the distance, the further they get away from us, appear to be lower in the sky until they eventually vanish. Now, we have the inverse square law of light, that light doesn't, in fact, travel forever. Again, we would have to assume a name.
Inverse square law doesn't say that, right?
Oh, does it say that light travels forever?
Well, sure.
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 Yeah, inverse square law just says that it falls off as the reciprocal of the square of the distance. So however far away you go, there's some amount of light still getting to you. So yeah, you could see forever.
You can't.
All that mattered was
but you cannot see it.
Okay,
you cannot see it.
You agree the inverse square law doesn't really come into it.
Well, you would only say that that would be the case.
But back up.
Don't tell me to fucking hold on. I'm talking, and you started talking while I was talking. So
actually,
that would
you
only be the
interrupted
case.
me and the other guy, right?
You know what? If you're going to talk over me, man, that would only be the case in a vacuum. The claim is anyway. So when you're viewing the sun, are you in a vacuum?
You're saying that the inverse square law claim that you're making only applies in a vacuum?
No, I didn't say that. You saying that you can see light forever? Light travels forever, uninterrupted in a vacuum. Is that's what you're referring to, isn't it?
No, not at all. The guy asked me.
So where does it?
The guy asked me. The guy asked me.
Where does it travel? So where does it travel forever then?
Okay, so the guy said,
Not in a vacuum. Not
The
in a vacuum.
equation, first of all, the inverse square law of light, the equation given means that eventually, yes, further it goes away, it becomes weaker, right? But eventually there's going to be a point where it can no longer be seen. That is factual. And secondly, like Timbo was
the
just
inverse square
pointing
law
out,
doesn't tell you
you're
where that
talking
point
about in a vacuum. However, we have an atmosphere and we have
I
atmospheric
was never
lensing. We have other
I was never talking
effects.
about a vacuum. I was never
No,
talking
no,
about a
but what
vacuum.
he's pointing out, what we're pointing out, or what Timbo was trying to get to and point out, is that we also see the sun through an atmosphere that also creates different effects.
Stop saying that I was talking about a vacuum, because I was never talking
I
about a
didn't
vacuum.
say you were talking about a vacuum. I just said that you were
Roger.
talking about light being able to travel forever. Yeah.
Well, let's
And
go
then
back to what I
Timbo just
was
brought up.
actually talking about, because that's
But
not what I was
inverse
talking
square law is inverse square law is not saying it will be gone eventually. It says it's going to be weaker and weaker. It goes towards zero, but it's not going to be gone.
Yeah, let's forget about the
Yes,
inverse
but
square law
hang on.
and
But
go
in
back to what
practical
I was
terms,
actually trying to say.
in practical, first, I just want to address this. In practical terms, yeah, it would mean that once that light gets to a certain point, it would not be detectable in practical terms.
And I guess you're going to define what practical terms means.
It's about the same definition as you're very, very far away. Yeah.
Well, in
I'm
reality,
fine with
yeah,
that.
there's going
I'd
to be
like
a
to get
point
back
where
to
you're not going
my.
to see that light.
I'd like to get back to what Alan asked me, which is why I think it's a globe. And you guys have derailed this with inverse square law and vacuum and see forever, which are none
No,
of
it
the
didn't
things that
seem
you're saying.
relevant because the claim is you claim that light
Well,
travels forever, and that's only the case in
I
a
didn't
vacuum.
say
So
that. That was not
by
my
you
argument.
So
implying,
hang on a second.
I said it.
I just
So I said
like to give you the
it.
practical terms, seeing as you didn't believe that, and then I'm out, and that's it, guys. I got to keep cooking, but in practical terms, it's going to affect photography, it's going to affect engineering, it's going to affect astronomy, it's going to affect communication, all different sorts of things in practical terms. So practical uses. So that's it.
Pretty solid mic drop there, my man.
The Earth is not, guys. Come on.
So by you implying that light travels forever, you have to
I never
agree that
implied
light.
that.
You just said light travels forever.
I never said that.
Yes,
The
you did.
only reference I made to forever was answering the guy's question about strictly the inverse square law. But Tim, let me go back up a couple
You
steps,
said
Timbo.
light travels forever. I'm not going to move off this until you say that you agree that you said light travels forever. I hear everything. I listen to everything. I know exactly what you said.
Yeah, he was talking. He said the inverse square law says that light does
It's
not
live
travel.
streamed. It's live streamed, so you can go back and check. Don't be a dickhead.
Go ahead and check.
moon is because there is that phenomenon called earthshine, where the same way as the moon indirectly reflects the light to the earth while you have night on earth, the same way the earth reflects light back to the moon when you have night on the moon. So the moon is indirectly illuminated by light reflected off the earth.
That's the explanation. Who knows if it's true? It's a believable story. So you're saying that's impossible with all the planets then?
For the ones that don't have any moons to indirectly reflect light, it is indeed impossible. For example, for Venus.
What about the ones that have moons?
It could be possible technically, but I don't know if moons have the same reflective power to create such effect on a planet, just as a planet has a power to make that effect on the moon.
Okay, so far we got we agree that all the things in the sky that either reflect or emit light are round, and that the moon definitely reflects light. Planets are still inconclusive because we can't see the other part, right? Where do we go from here?
Where we go from here?
Is that your definitive proof? Is that the extent of it?
I mean, we could come down to Earth.
Yes, I would say that's my definitive proof.
That's terrible.
I would say that the fact that when you have the angle of sunlight to the moon, you can see where the direction of light from the sun is coming to the moon. And for example, you have the moon at the zenith when you're at the nighttime side. So, for example, you have night and you have the moon straight up over your head. It means that the moon, the light from the sun is reaching the moon, even though it's above the nighttime side of the Earth, which would go against the entire notion that the sunlight has somehow limited range, and that's why you have night in the first place, because the moon, which is above that nighttime part of the Earth, is still illuminated somehow, while the ground isn't.
It goes through its phases as well.
Okay, let's say.
Days.
Yes, and the phases, they depend on the angle to the sunlight.
Yeah, but this is terrible, right? terrible proof for the Earth being a globe. That's like saying, let's say, on the sidewalk, or let's say on the roof of my apartment building, there's one of those like Japanese gardens, right? And there's an apple tree on the roof of this building, right? And the little ant asks his dad, like, Dad, or actually the dad tells, let's say the dad tells his little son ant, look at all those apples, son. Look at all those round apples. This too, this ground we're on is also round. Your whole argument is affirming the consequent fallacy again.
Yeah. To cut along.
How exactly is that analogous to what I described?
Because you said because these things in the sky are round, therefore the Earth is round. It's affirming the consequent again.
Because what he's saying is just because you claim, right, that the moon is round, and doesn't mean that the body that you're on is round, is what he's saying. Is like you're saying you're observing the round moon in your claim, and therefore, because you're observing that, what you're standing on has to be round as well. And that's what he's saying. He doesn't agree with you as that significant proof, which I would have to agree with him. Like, it may sound counterintuitive, but his basic claim is just because you observe roundness somewhere else doesn't mean that it's where you are at, because you can't actually see it.
Yeah, upon hearing this, the little son ant, his antennas were like wiggling back and forth, and he looked a little bit apprehensive as his dad was explaining this, because it just seems wrong.
That's what he's saying.
Son ant has some he has some common sense.
Embo, sorry.
Wait, so percentage, what would be your threshold of evidence to show Earth being flat or a globe or something else?
Well, Earth empirically presents itself as flat, so from the get, it's not 50-50. From the get, the default is that the Earth is observably motionless, and that the horizon is observably flat. The definitive evidence that I would want is, they say that there's like 19,000 satellites and there's launching crap in the sky all the time. Have just one, have a camera fixed to the horizon, and show with uncut, as credible video as possible, uncut raw footage with multiple angles, whatever you could do to increase the
with a timer. It has to
credible.
have a timer on it so you could see if it's being messed with.
Sure, whatever. Like make it as credible as possible, where this flat horizon slowly turns into the complete globe.
What's going on with the?
Oh, so wait, but when you say
moon?
fixed to what exactly?
Fixed to the horizon. So the horizon is flat, and it slowly turns into the entire globe.
Yeah, but the
Curves.
horizon is optical, so the object you're mounting your camera on would have to move in order for you to do that.
Yeah, it'll have to move and follow the horizon, and as this flat line slowly curves and curves and curves into the globe.
Oh, I have that. I have that on video. I
No, you
can
don't.
post it. Maybe we'll turn you.
Does it have a timestamp where you can see it on screen with the time running? So if there's any editing, you'll see straight away that there's time missing.
And don't be fisheye lensing me.
Won't be fisheye lensing you, and timestamp will be
Lower
in the
when you
video,
talk dirty.
so you'll be able to. But there won't be like an actual edit for a clock on the video. That's what you're looking for. Or there won't be a physical clock in the video either. Not the one that I have.
Modern day cameras don't just have timestamps; they just record.
Oh no, there's absolutely metadata that have that. So you're wrong. Like even your iPhone, if you have an iPhone, will have literally timestamps on a video.
But the metadata
They'll
will be
have
there, but
location as well.
Yo, let's talk.
Yes, I'm saying,
more linky. Let's see this video.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying if right out the gate you need a physical clock, I don't have a video like that yet, right? So
No. I'm still keen. That's okay. I'm being picky, but I'm still keen to see the video. I don't want to stress you out.
Okay, great. I posted it last night, but
The timer would have been awesome, but I still want to see the video.
I hear you.
As many as the criteria of credible video as possible. Raw footage, uncut.
Which is what everybody here is looking for,
4K,
because this is the thing. You've got to have
streamed, multiple angles.
If
it doesn't
possible,
need all of
even
them,
better,
but the more the better.
Oh god.
What about something like this?
All right, let's check it out. BBC Science, Big Black Cock Science.
So this is an edited video, so it's not like one sequence of events, because that would take quite a while, as I'm sure you're aware.
So
I'm just acknowledging that there are requirements that you listed that aren't in this video.
This is from an American. What is it? The
BBC.
Yeah.
It's from England. It's from a program called Top Gear by a presenter called.
I don't think this airplane is American. I think. Oh well, I don't think it's British. I think it's American. I think it's a spy satellite or a spy plane.
Yeah. Yes. Make your point about going up to high altitude, and James May saying that he had to go up in this airplane to see Earth curvature.
So they go to 80,000 feet.
I think 70,000, but yeah, close enough. Yeah.
Okay.
So no, bro, you lied to me.
AT.
Oh, be cool.
Whoever posted the video, you lied to me. You said it turns into the full globe.
You've watched 20 seconds. You've watched 20 seconds.
There's no full globe.
Okay, of course you're not going to get full globe unless
that was the condition, that the horizon slowly curves into the full globe.
Yeah, at 2 minutes you can see the supposed curve.
Like 12 people have gone.
I didn't say anything about curve, bro. I didn't say I was satisfied with curve. I said globe.
Like 12 people have
the full circle. The circle. You understand?
Yeah, I'm acknowledging that, but I'm saying I was aware and I listed out the lacking parts of your requirements in the video, right? I don't have a video with all the requirements, but what I did present is we have a flat or appearing flat horizon slowly turning into a curved one, right? And a curved one can't happen on a flat Earth. And you said, well, the premise is not a 50-50 probability. The status quo in this sort of like conversation.
Bro, you lied to
that is
me.
flat.
You did a bait and
No,
switch.
I didn't lie.
Yeah, because I said straight up that we shoot stuff in the sky all the time. I want one that's fixed on the horizon, showing the flat horizon turn into this full circle of the globe Earth.
I heard you the
And you
first
said,
time.
I have that.
I heard you the first time, right? I'm saying you said that right now the sort of consensus in your head and in this call perhaps is that it's flat. This cannot happen with a curve regardless. So you requiring a complete globe is fallacious and it's not really
It's
engaging.
not, though.
It is absolutely, because you cannot have curvature on a flat surface, right?
First off, I said it presents itself as flat, right? Locally, empirically, we're starting off with it being the default. It's not a 50-50.
No,
Even if you
no,
present
I didn't assert probability.
Hold
so
up.
I don't know why you keep.
One
I
second.
don't know why you
Let
keep
me
like
finish.
highlighting that it's a 50-50 probability. That was never a claim.
Sure, okay, but let me finish my point. Now,
Just
if
don't lie
you're
when you finish
claiming
your
it's a globe, right? This is not proof of a globe. This is proof
No,
of
this is not a
curvature.
globe
It could
claim. This is
it
a
could be that
non-flat claim.
it's curving for a number of reasons, and it could be that it's curving locally and then it curves convexly in a different area. We could have a wave.
I'm not taking that away. I'm just saying I'm engaging with your claim that it's flat and it presents itself as flat. This video debunks the claim. So if you want to transition that into me taking a position that it is a globe, fair enough. We can do that. But let's just acknowledge that your claim is false, right?
No, the whole context of my thing was with Embo. He was saying he had definitive proof of a globe. Someone asked me, what would be definitive proof of a globe? And I answered that. So you came in from without the context, bro.
I was here for the context, but this was the continuation of that conversation. This was a new conversation. I'm sorry you failed to realize that. I empathize with you. Now you're up to speed, so engage with it.
This is a strong-armed like burden shift. Like they're afraid of the burden shift. That's what's going on here.
Yeah, they are afraid. But tell me this. So even if right, that the only place it curves here is locally, and that it flattens out somewhere else, or it's just a cutoff, or it does something else, right? I haven't shown any evidence to suggest that it's a continued sort of curve. I'm with you on that. I'm not making that claim, just to be clear. I'm just saying I'm making a claim against flat Earth. I'm not making a claim for globe. And that claim is you cannot have this curvature in the video on a flat Earth. It does not work. So that is
what's curving in the video?
It's an optical phenomenon that we call the horizon, right? So yeah.
Okay, so the horizon is curving. What type of horizon?
It's always curving in the video.
What type of horizon is curving?
Yeah, it's more and more apparent, but it will curve all the time everywhere. That's how
Can you define horizon?
No, these are stupid questions.
No, it's not a stupid question. Hold up. I'll get to the point, but can you define horizon, AT?
Right. So my definition of horizon on this context would not be the mathematical one. It's an optical definition where the sun, not the sun, where the sky meets the water, right?
The apparent horizon.
That's a wrong definition for this video.
It's okay that you're not satisfied with that, but if you say that it's wrong, please explain how it's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong. I'll tell you why. Because where the sky meets the ground or the sky meets the water or whatever, that's if you're lower down. Here, you're so high in the sky that the horizon is from the blackness of the atmosphere, which doesn't have not enough atmosphere for it to reflect light, versus the sky and the ground that does have enough matter to reflect the light. That's why it's the black to the blue.
No, you're wrong. I didn't make that claim. So when I say
but I'm saying that's what the horizon is. It's not the horizon. That's where it's sky meets ground or sky meets water.
But sky is an atmospheric term that we use locally on Earth. It's not about space. So you failing to realize that is just.
What do you mean not about space? You're not understanding, bro. Because the black sky versus the blue sky.
No, there's no black sky. That's space. Nobody calls space sky. That's not a thing.
It's not space, bro. It's atmosphere there. The atmosphere extends past the moon. That's what NASA even says. Do you even know what space is, bro? Space is nothingness. Are you saying there's nothingness there?
Wait, past the moon. Explain that. So you say the Earth's atmosphere goes past the moon.
Is this your first day, bro?
Hold on, we're quibbling. Like this isn't important.
No, the point is he's.
Wait, can you finish that? Don't skip over it.
No, it's a red herring.
Yes,
diversion.
We are quibbling. You are throwing in diversions, but I'm engaging with them, right? So
okay, but let's stick to the point. The point
is
you're saying the horizon is curving.
You said the atmosphere extends past the moon. Can you explain that?
That's what NASA says. I don't believe it.
No, they say that there are particles of Earth's atmosphere, like jetted by the sun's rays that extend past the moon. That is not to say that there is like an extreme atmosphere as we know it past the sun. There are just loose particles that are.
I didn't say anything about extreme. All I'm saying is NASA says Earth's atmosphere extends past the moon. If you think that's wrong, take it up with NASA. It's a red herring, though.
Atmosphere gets jetted by the sun, and it goes off into space.
I don't care, bro.
Whether or not it hits the moon is irrelevant. It goes in all directions.
Bro, you don't have to defend the thing. I don't care. All I'm saying is that you're using the wrong definition, the wrong type of horizon. Because this in this video, it's not the sky hitting the ground, basically, or the sky like intersecting with the water. That's not what's happening in this video. In this video, what's curving is the black sky with the blue sky, the haze of the blue sky.
So would you like to talk about the
which means atmosphere. So it could be for whatever reason atmosphere, like is showing this like this phenomenon of curving. It could be that for whatever reason you see more gases ahead of you than you do to the side. Who knows? But it's not proof positive to the ground or water that is curving as what you're claiming.
Yes, it is. You're wrong.
Just straight flat.
You can't just say you're wrong, bro. You see the haze. You see the blue haze. That's not a normal horizon. You've gone so high that the paradigm of horizon has changed from sky intersecting with the ground or water to now black sky intersecting with blue sky and ground and water.
I'm not saying black sky. That's you saying that. You're trying to attack a straw man.
Bro, right? Do you not see the black sky there?
Hold on.
Yeah,
so like all the curvature, all the curvature we're seeing is like mechanical, like it has to do with the camera lens and like some scientific forces that you're going to define.
Atmosphere.
Oh, it's all atmosphere. That's
atmosphere. Absolutely, it is. It started happening as he went higher when the horizon turned from being the sky to the ground to just as an effect of the atmosphere. That's why it's blue sky and black sky.
But when it looks like a big ass fucking circle, like that's all. Just,
what circle?
Like when it looks like a fucking sphere.
There's no sphere there. There's just a curve.
But when it looks like it's a fucking sphere, like that's all just like optical illusion.
Wait, he just acknowledged that it is a curve, right? So curve can.
Yes, there's a visible curve, but it's not the horizon that you're saying. It's not sky meeting ground. It's black sky meeting blue sky.
Yeah, it's all just like optical illusion.
No, there are two phenomena going on there. So that's maybe why you're confused. So there's the black sky, quote unquote. Then there's the blue sky, and then there's the ground, right? And there's an in between all of these, right? You're the one invoking
What's
the
in
black
between
sky.
all of them?
That would be the atmosphere locally on Earth. Yeah.
So there's no atmosphere on Earth?
No, yes, there literally is. Yes.
So the atmosphere is both in between and below?
What?
The atmosphere is the stretch from the surface, right, up until what you call the black sky.
Are you saying so the Earth's atmosphere ends with the blue. Wherever it's black, there's no atmosphere.
It's dispersed around the edges, so it gradually there is a gradient. But yeah, approximately, yes, I would grant you that. Yeah.
Yes, there is an atmosphere. It's just not enough to be reflecting light. To account
it's
to reach to the observer, do the inverse square law.
No, at a certain point, it ceases to exist. Right? It's contained. That's why we have pressure.
What are you talking about, man?
You're
saying Earth's atmosphere ceases to exist at 80,000 feet?
Yeah,
no, I didn't make a numeric.
I will claim that it gets less and less and less as you go up.
Of course it does.
Dispersion.
And the reason why, and that's the reason why it gets blacker and blacker and blacker, because it gets more and more diffuse, and it doesn't reflect light as far as this observer, this camera would, or like was placed through the inverse square law of attenuation of light. But to say that there's no atmosphere is asinine.
It's not asinine. So there's
that's like me
consensus.
saying as I go up higher in Mount Everest and I stop being able to breathe. That's like me saying there's no air. No, there's still air. I just can't breathe it because there's not enough air.
There would be less and less oxygen, so you might be conflating the two. But
we're quibbling again because when you say no, like it stretches out to like infinity, like it gets less and less and less and less, and that point where you could draw a circle around becomes like more philosophical. Like you can't like scientifically draw the line of where the atmosphere stops. We have to arbitrarily do it.
And this arbitrary definition is wrong because you could stay at the same exact altitude and just move closer. Hold up.
Say it's wrong.
Bro, let me just finish. You could stay at the same exact height and just move closer, and you'll start seeing the blue haze higher because now you're close enough to see the reflection of the light from the like particles.
It's arbitrary. You can't define it.
Arbitrary is such a gay word.
Don't talk like that.
Is that why you're using it?
I didn't. He did.
Oh.
Don't.
Well, percentage. Here's the thing, right?
No offense to you, but arbitrary.
Claim.
Anyone could say anything's arbitrary, and it's just like it's a cop out.
It is arbitrary. It's a definitional word.
No, atmosphere is not definitional, bro.
So you think space is an objective term?
Space does not exist objectively.
All right, go on.
Space is a construct, just like time. Objectively, they're not real.
We arbitrarily define space, right?
It wasn't arbitrary. I think we agreed upon it. That's why you have like Kármán line and stuff like that.
It can still be agreed upon and be arbitrary.
Arbitrary is like sign around. This one's kind of like it's reasoned.
It's not objective, right?
Yes, space is not an objective real thing.
So it's arbitrary.
No, it's metaphysical.
Space is metaphysical?
Yes, it is.
Right,
conceptual, dude.
Conceptual, it's construct, yes.
Not metaphysical. It can
metaphysical.
Be conceptual. It's
conceptual
not
is metaphysical.
No.
Conceptual, metaphysical, a priori. There's a lot of words for the same thing. It means it's not real.
That doesn't mean it's metaphysical. Oh, because
it means it's not physical. Physical means real. Physical, real, perceptible, perceivable,
abstract.
Empirical. A lot of synonyms for the same thing again.
All right, go on. Prove your flat Earth.
Again, it's the default is that it is observably flat and motionless. The burden of proof is on positive claims, going against our empirical observations. These are empirical observations. I'm at the beach. I see a flat. The reason they call it a horizon is because it's horizontal.
I mean, you just made two positive claims, and after that, you accuse us of doing that. Even though
where was the positive claim?
Well, it's so late.
I didn't hear it.
Appears as flat and motionless.
You disagree?
Claims in a row.
Cole, you disagree that the horizon, when you're standing at the beach, appears flat?
Yeah. Do you feel movement? Do you feel movement?
Yeah, you spinning right now, Ambo?
I just think it's lazy.
I agree that it appears flat, but I disagree that it means that the Earth appears as flat, because if the Earth was a globe, you would expect the same exact observation.
Okay,
I'm not saying that the horizon appears as flat.
I think what he's saying is, yes, it appears flat, but that does not say that it's enough evidence to say that the Earth is flat just because it appears flat. And what he's saying is that, just as you guys were saying, that just because he says that the moon appears round doesn't mean that the body that you're standing on is round either. So basically the same argument can be used against one another at exactly the same time.
No, because that's
you're
not exactly
partially right.
I'm not saying, hold up.
You're partially right.
Embo, pardon me.
Even if the horizon appeared as flat, it doesn't mean that the Earth also appears as flat, because the horizon could appear as flat on a measurably globe Earth, right?
What about this?
Okay, I'm not. Hold up. Let me just clarify something. I'm not saying the Earth is not a globe, and I'm not saying the Earth is flat. I'm saying the default right now is that the Earth, like in terms of if we're comparing these conceptions in terms of which one has more validity. Right now, it's flat, motionless Earth because that is supported by what we observe. Right?
That is so.
I'm not saying it's actually
lazy.
flat, but
Disingenuous because we
so
observe something
lazy.
else when we send out rockets, like I posted. So you're wrong in that. That's not valid.
That is so lazy.
Again, you're just changing what horizon means. You're going from you haven't discerned between sky meeting ground versus atmosphere curving. It could be just due to the atmosphere, like just due to the height, we see certain gases more clearly in the in the central of it versus the peripheral. Who knows?
Okay, maybe it would help this conversation if we strayed away from horizon and just said, well, we see Earth curvature, right? We see literally Earth curvature.
It's not Earth curvature though, because it's not the same as like sky meeting ground, meeting Earth.
Yeah, but that's why I said let's take horizon away from it. And
we could say Earth atmosphere curvature, fine. Earth atmosphere curvature.
Earth curvature.
Like, okay, even if you in Photoshop you take that screenshot from that video and, for example, color the atmosphere in black. So let's say the atmosphere isn't there, and you leave only the ground. You would still see that the line where the ground meets the blue sky, it still curves.
Exactly.
So your argument is irrelevant.
Sorry, how did you? Hold up. So it's a blue haze, which is representative of the sky that's reflecting the light and the water in the ground. How did you discern where the ground is between that?
You can see it very visibly. The ground has a kind of grayish. The ground has kind of grayish look, and the atmosphere is just blue.
Okay, but why would the atmosphere be curving? Isn't it possible because of the result of the curving atmosphere? It's giving us. It makes it seem optically that the ground is curving.
No, because as I already said, you can discern where the atmosphere ends and the ground starts.
No, I understand that. I'm saying you have to answer. Why is the atmosphere optically curving? How have you discerned between it being physical curvature of the Earth versus an optical thing?
Because I don't think such a mechanism already is hypothesized by which it could appear to be curved.
So, argument of incredulity.
I'm not sure. It's not from incredulity. It's simply from the lack of such explanation. Incredulity is if there was an explanation for that, and I would say it's completely impossible for that to be the case.
Okay,
because
so argument from ignorance. Argument from ignorance.
Can you please let me finish? Argument from ignorance, from incredulity, would be if you presented an explanation for why the atmosphere is curving, and I would say that it cannot be the case because I find it hard to imagine for that to be true. But what I'm saying is that there isn't any explanation in the first place. That isn't even
you just said argument from ignorance, incredulity. You combine the two different things. Yes, you're right. That would be incredulity. Ignorance is saying, I don't think that's it because, that's not it because I don't think that's it, or because I don't know why that would be it. You said you don't know why. You said you don't think that would happen. Yeah, Google it.
But isn't that what you're doing when you're saying, well, couldn't it just be the atmosphere curving and not the Earth? You don't know that, right?
I'm saying you guys can't make definitive claims.
You literally did this exact thing just now.
I did not. I didn't make any claims.
Yes.
I said, I'm contesting
Yes,
your
you did.
guys'
Your
claim because you guys are saying definitively this is the Earth curving, and I'm saying where have you discerned between
whether
Earth
or
and the
not
atmosphere?
it could be the atmosphere. So yeah, you absolutely did do that just now.
Again, I'm saying where have you discerned between optical and Earth? Because so far I haven't seen any distinguishment.
You said it could be. You made a positive claim that it could be, right?
Could be is not a positive claim. That's speculation. Learn the difference.
Oh my god, you have such a debate me, bro, like fucking mindset.
No, speculation is different.
No, you guys are saying that you don't have to discern between the optical and the actual Earth. Come on, guys.
No, you're saying that you have to. Right?
You do have to. If you're claiming the Earth is actually
so you
curving,
are making a claim.
you have to control and get rid of isolate the optical aspect. You have to make sure that that's not the cause, which you've never done.
Have you defined that there is an optical aspect even? Have you done that?
Are we optically seeing a curve?
To the atmosphere.
Obviously.
His main point were the photograph, and we do see the curve in the photograph.
Absolutely, we see a curve in the photos. But is it optical or is it the actual ground curving, as you guys claim?
Yes, both.
How have you determined it's both?
Because
And what?
there are not counter examples of how that phenomenon would be observed.
Okay, how about this? The optical aspect, right, would be due to, refraction and atmospheric effects, right? So have you done this in a place that's a perfect vacuum and seen only the ground curving?
Yep.
No, it's impossible, right?
Yep.
Now,
yep.
have you done this?
Nope. I said yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, I have.
Okay. All right,
What
show
now?
me. Show me right
What
now.
now? Nope, I've just observed it. Trust me.
Okay. Discarded. Dismissed.
I've seen it.
Right. So we have proof, sort of like debunking the claim that you made. You have no proof verifying the claim that you made, and yeah.
You
tell us
agree.
that.
Hold up. The claim I made is that the Earth is observably flat and motionless at ground level.
This
You
just takes
claimed
you
with no proof. With
Observably,
no
we
evidence.
agree that this is how that you guys observe this at the beach.
No,
you observe a flat
I
horizon.
deny that claim.
Oh, so
I
you guys observe a
deny.
curved horizon at the beach?
Yeah, how could you
I
not
do.
agree?
I
Okay.
absolutely see a curved horizon.
At the beach.
That's delusional.
No.
A curved horizon.
Yes.
At the beach.
Yes.
Yeah, that's absolutely
You sure you want to tie
disingenuous,
yourself to
dude.
this dead weight?
Yeah. I will tie
There's
myself to
no
that.
team going on. It's just like we're looking at data and we're trying to examine whether or not that data can verify or debunk the claim that's made, right? So I'm not teaming up or against anybody. I'm
Okay, but do you agree that you observably see a flat horizon and don't feel motion?
No.
I'm not asking
I don't
you
take a
to.
stance on it. I'm being like a
Asking why.
skeptic. I don't have enough evidence to take a position on it. So
Oh,
I'm asking
really,
you
dude?
at the beach. Do you
yeah,
observe a flat or a
heard the
curved
question.
horizon?
You repeating it doesn't change my stance.
Bro, I'm saying observe what you actually see. I'm not saying what it actually is. It could be curved and you
I
just
heard
see it
you.
as flat.
Yes, on the beach you observe a flat horizon.
Thank you. Like, why is that so hard?
There we go. Yeah, it's not hard, dude.
And why is it important? Explain why it's important.
My point is that we have a baseline level of empiricism that makes it so that this is the default, the null hypothesis.
Oh,
that you guys have to
It's not
have to
default.
prove against.
If two of the interlocutors disagree to it off the bat, and a third interlocutor jumps in and says, "Yeah, I see that," and you try to segue that into us also having that as a default position. We don't. I'm a
That's
skeptic.
not what I
and
did.
this guy
Actually, Cortico
disagrees.
asked the question. He said,
Yes.
"Why is this a thing?" And I
Is
answered
it a
it.
proof?
Two interlocutors
Is it a proof?
disagree with the premise, so you can't just take that as granted, right? Like, no, we don't see a flat horizon.
So this is a burden of proof shift, and I want to find out why. Like, why is it a proof that what you say is a proof that there is a flat?
It's not a proof.
Didn't say that. Didn't say that, dude.
You're just saying.
Yeah, hold on.
like,
Let me clarify again. My stance is I'm not making a claim whether the Earth is flat or curved. In actuality, I'm saying from the ground, the Earth looks like the horizon looks flat, and
what
it feels
you're looking for-
it feels motionless. Hold on.
Wait,
let me
how
finish.
about this? How about this?
Let me
This guy
finish.
is-
I'm almost done, guys. Let me finish. Okay. So it looks flat and motionless and feels motionless, right? So any claims that are made that go against that baseline empiricism that we have, that we all agree on, if we're being honest,
don't
that we
all agree on it,
observably looks flat from us on being on Earth, and we don't feel motion. Anything that goes against that baseline empiricism has to have a burden of proof.
So you're looking for a burden of
you don't
proof?
have to prove you don't have to prove it being observably flat in motions. You have to prove it being curved and spinning.
Why
only
is
if you
your
accept that
observation-
premise, and nobody
why-
does. So,
why
so
is
it's
your-
dishonest.
Speak for yourself.
Why
Okay,
is
I don't.
your general observation worthy of a burden of proof shift? Why?
We all
why-
see this, whether you want to admit it or
is
not.
your boots on the feet?
That's just being dishonest in assuming the
Yeah.
stance. Yeah, so no, that's incorrect and it's
That is-
fallacious.
Find me one person that says that they feel the
it's
Earth
not
spinning.
scientific.
No,
and they're
this
not
is
drunk.
this is
The
not
problem
about
is-
behavior and momentum. This is about shape. So keep it to the topic, right?
This
Well, we've been
is
saying
not
both from the get.
scientific.
Don't throw in red herrings and stay on curvature.
Bro, I've been saying flat and motionless from the get, so it's not a red herring.
But
You've
the
been trying
problem
to
is
insert
that
it from the
the
get.
globe
Nobody's been
hypothesis.
interacting with it, and now it's your default fallback option.
Okay, so
No.
AT, then let's get rid of the red herring. So you admit that you don't feel motion, right?
I'm not even engaging with that because it's not
This
part
is
of the
not a
conversation.
Why are you scared to engage
category.
it?
Right. So put it this way. I want to talk to flat earthers. If you want to be a skeptic, that's cool. But if you want to be a skeptic, be a true skeptic, you can't insert a false premise based on your idea of what other people accept.
What's
When
the
they
false
say
premise?
no, it's
Yeah.
it's definitely not
What is
something
the
we
false
agree
premise,
with.
dude? I haven't heard
That's
one.
not the default that has to be debunked.
What's the false
because
premise?
It's never been accepted.
Name the false premise, dude.
The false premise is that we accept the Earth appearing flat. We don't.
On the surface at the beach.
Yeah, at
you
the
don't.
beach.
Oh
Yeah,
my
It's just
God.
it's
So you're
it's
delusional. You're
subjective,
delusional.
dude.
No,
Okay,
Yeah, it's
but then you're
objectively
dishonest. If you
viewed
call,
that
you're
way.
throwing ad
You're
homs.
dishonest if you think
You're
that.
throwing ad homs and you're engaging dishonestly. And so
No,
I don't.
you're being intellectually dishonest by saying that at the
I've
beach
gotta
you see a
say,
curve.
Demonstrate that. Demonstrate that then.
You're saying at the
Thank
beach you either see it flat or you see it curving. You're saying at the beach you see it curving.
That's a false.
You're a liar.
Well, you could see it zigzagging or yeah. So
No,
You're a liar, bro.
They're picking non-objective things like a beat.
I mean, this guy wanted not to talk
How is
about
that
flat Earth. He
objective?
wanted to do debate, bro, and then he got wrecked. And now I don't know. He's like,
Bro, you're lying, man. You're saying you see it curving.
you know as well as I do
at
that
the
if
beach
you
you see the
call
horizon
another
curving.
person a
Why
liar
does it
without substantiating that,
objectively-
then you
Why
lost.
does it
right?
matter what
It's
happens
just
at a
default.
beach?
So
Prove that it matters at a beach.
See,
Yeah,
Cortico at least
percentage-
admits it. Cortico's more honest. He admits that it's at the beach. It would be flat. It's absolutely
No.
delusional.
What I'm
or
saying
intellectually
is
dishonest to say it's actually curving
prove
at the
that.
beach.
Prove that,
That-
claim. Say it's.
why
you
does-
say
why
it's
does it
delusional,
matter?
say
And
it's-
all
It
globe
happens at a
proponents, your priests will tell you,
So
no,
a
you can't see
people's
curvature
consensus
that
is-
low.
Okay.
All
Appeal
right,
consensus.
we've resorted to preaches. Let's hone back. What is there a general topic that we can establish a conversation on? Because we've resorted to really
Generally
far out
speaking,
there.
there's
Shape
no
of the
definitive
earth.
proof of the globe.
Why don't we talk about sunsets? Is that a good topic?
Yo, JC, sorry for like, railroad. If you want to say something, go ahead, man. I didn't mean to
Yeah,
cut
not
you
at
off.
all, dude. Like, I was just gonna say, this is where you disengage, man. Like, it's pointless. They're denying the obvious. They're denying objective truths, and it's just pointless. They want to go into another topic, but what's the point? These guys are disingenuous.
Although to be fair, pardon the interruption,
so
but
not
they
accepting
weren't
is not
denying it.
equal
Only AT
denial,
was denying.
by the way.
Cortico implicitly agreed that that you see it as
Not
you see
taking
a
a stance
flat
is not
horizon.
denial. You should know what
Did
the
he?
system is,
Don't
so that
put-
Implicitly, yeah, because he's like, what does that mean? Like, what's your point, basically? Because he implicitly agreed that that's what you observe.
That's such a thread. That's such a thread. Don't tie me into things.
You said like, so what? So what if you see it at the beach it's flat? That's literally what you said.
All right. If I agree on something, like I'll agree on something, but like don't try to do that like Darth Dawkins thing where like you trick someone into believing something.
No, I'm not saying you should, because he said they are delusion, like they're lying about what they see, and I'm saying no. Cortico was being honest. It was AT that was, being dishonest.
But you haven't shown that. I can just say, well, you're being dishonest.
I
I mean,
do
I
want
can
to be
just say make an substantiated claim like you are, and then now what?
Then
Now the
you're
conversation
copying
is
me,
completely
and
fucked.
imitation is the
No,
best
it's
form
not
of
a copy.
flattery. So
I'm
I win
mimicking
because you think I'm
how
the best.
fallacious that way of arguing is, right?
Hold on. What are the topics that we can get more people on that we can talk with like maybe there's like 30 people in here. Like, what's the topic that we can talk about?
And most of them
like,
are quiet little parrots.
Maybe like 15
Most of them are just
people
bots
engage.
and gaining server time, active calls.
we can all agree that Biden should stop sniffing children.
Yeah, he should stop sniffing children. You want to talk about Mars?
And this is not what we want as a leader or a president. This is not what we consider a, admirable quality in a leader.
So
I'm sorry, I'm old-fashioned, but that's my 2 cents on the
who
matter.
cares?
No, but
Who
you're-
cares?
We can all agree
you're-
on that one. That's for sure.
Hold
We
on.
can agree on that.
He's from England though. Like
I'm not actually.
No, he's actually
Australia.
Australian. Yeah.
Oh, Australian. I do apologize. Like
It's tough to tell the
But that's
difference.
okay. I mean, I should have some say in what happens in the US, considering it's Congress and the Pentagon that have a lot of say of what happens here in Australia. I mean, Australia may as well be just another state of the US,
I
like
would like
England
that.
and
I would like that.
and
Canada?
France and
We should
Canada
we should
and
do better
Germany.
though. Like we
And
fuck
then
up.
actually, the US has a new state. It's called Ukraine. It's they're currently working on it. It's
That is a big fuck up. That
No,
is
the question
a
is
big fuck up.
is Israel a state of the U.S. or is the U.S. a state of Israel?
I haven't worked that out yet. Honestly, I still, it seems at times symbiotic, and then you look at like the USS Liberty, and you think, well, that's not fucking symbiotic now, is it? And
We are a state of Israel. We are.
it's a tough one. It
I'm
really is. The money is so interwoven that it's hard to say where it starts and begins. Like where one starts and where one begins and ends. It's yeah. No, that's an interesting question. I'm glad you asked that.
So some of my friends have asked me like why I keep coming into like the Flat Earth channels. It's because you guys go into topics that I so fucking enjoy. Like these are real fucking topics.
This
Like,
is the thing. It's funny because I've spoken to a lot of flat earthers and I've spoken to a lot of people that sort of seem to argue with the flat earthers and get like really defensive and we may disagree like on one thing, globe or flat earth, but on every other subject we pretty much see eye to eye.
I fucking relate to that shit because anyone who comes in here like has a what do you call it? Like they don't just fucking accept the status quo. Like
straight
anyone
up.
who comes in here,
Except if your name is Scott Mackey.
All right, maybe Scott Mackey does, but
And
anyone
not
in
just
these
that,
channels, they're
they
critical
also have a
thinkers.
passion for service.
critical
They want to help
thinkers.
people. They want to spread the knowledge,
Well,
the information.
Flat
They
earthers,
it comes from the heart.
like I think flat earthers are wrong, but they are critical thinkers, and I am with them. I am 97% with them more than like the general public because they don't fucking think about things. They don't test things.
No, I've heard the argument. Don't get me wrong. I've had to say, look, you are correct. I do not own a rocket or a space shuttle. I cannot get that footage myself. And you sort of scratch your head and you think, well, why is it so fucking hard to get that footage? Like, I mean,
Why
if
does
you've
it
got a
exist?
rocket,
It's on YouTube. What do you mean? No,
No, it's not.
It's
TV
a
everywhere.
philosophy.
you've got to get a certain distance away, right, from the Earth to get that picture, and then it becomes a logistical play around on how to get it back and where it's going to come back. Like it's
boils down to a
Okay,
philosophy
Bandman,
of
do you
science.
believe in deep oceans and the organisms that we can see in deep oceans?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. But you haven't been at those depths, right? And you don't have the equipment or the
No,
cameras
you are correct.
or the submarine.
But they could take the species out. They could get
I've got to
samples.
be honest with you.
You
I've got to
can
be
also
honest with you.
retrieve
I
objects from-
trust
right.
National
So-
Geographic.
This is a
The
philosophy of science conversation.
So I'm just saying,
Noah?
like, there are things that are hard to do yourself, right? Because they're at far out
Exactly.
places where technology is required, right? You cannot just swim
You are
to depths,
correct.
right? And
So I rely
yeah,
on the science. So I follow all of the literature. I follow all of the documentaries, the videos, everything. I want to know it all. So all of these videos that you mention, I'm all over it like a fat kid on a cake. I just love science. It's
Vanderman,
just
you didn't
something
catch up on
I-
his false analogy. Because
Can I-
with the oceans, you can take actual photography, actual video. With this stuff, most of it's CGI.
Can I time
Oh
out?
wait,
for
so
a
that's a
second?
claim. Can you prove that most of it is CGI?
Yeah,
Can-
all
can
of
I-
the like the different
So
representations,
most of it
graphics.
is more than 50%, right? So can you
Can I-
prove that more than 50% is CGI?
Of what? Because I
Of
said
space
When we
photos,
go-
space imagery, whatever
Space
data is.
or when we go deep into the ocean.
I
Go
have
deep into the ocean.
caught
It's not
NASA
CGI.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for
airbrushing
that.
shit out.
So can you show that more than 50% is CGI, or do you want to redact that?
What?
It's okay if
When
you
I said
concede
it,
to that
hold
point.
up. If you're gonna play this game, when I said it, what was I referring to?
The object of space photos, or the phenomenon of space, not the object.
Just the photographs. Just the.
I'm talking about the stuff that they come up with that they say they got when they're up in space. I'm not talking about like photography or astronomy from Earth.
I'm
Be
aware,
clear.
right? In space,
Okay.
claimed, right, from space agencies.
Do you think they went to the moon?
Oh yeah,
That's the point.
I do.
You made a claim that you haven't backed up yet, so I'm waiting for it.
No, I don't need to actually because.
Okay, so you don't need to back up the claim.
How about this?
Then I think you should
Let me
refrain
finish.
from
Let me
interacting,
finish.
right?
Let me finish.
You're not mature enough.
Any kind of most articles that they have, they'll all like the representations that they have. They say they don't say CG. They a lot of times they say computer generated. They say
CG stands for computer generated.
Different words for if you pick up any of look at any of the photos of the planets, the really detailed photos of the planets, they're generated images. None of them are actually valid photos, and if they are, you can tell because they're very washed out. Very
what do you
bland.
mean by valid photos?
Like search Jupiter, right? And you have the really detailed thing of
the
Jupiter.
Voyager,
that's not going to be a photo.
Voyager, Cassini,
All right.
what do you mean?
When you're arguing and you're saying, well, there's a quantity definition, right? Because you said most of it, so that's a
Sure.
quantity
Okay. Let's
appeal,
search
right?
Jupiter, and we'll see the quantity of them being
Are they from
real
NASA?
versus not real.
I said there
You
were.
said taken outside, claimed as to be taken outside of the Earth atmosphere, right? In space. So
Yeah,
that was your
by the
claim.
different
If you want to
different
change that claim,
so-called satellites that are up there and
regardless,
stuff like that.
right?
No,
So
Kenneth,
those
you made a good point.
these
You
are-
said that you could take samples from the deep ocean animals, whereas what samples are you taking from space?
we can engage with that. I want to. It's a fair point.
I think that's
I'm
the best
sticking to
one.
this one first because I think it will be a mess if we just engage with like point A, B, C, D, E, and keep going, right? So I think it's important to have structure
but
in this conversation, right?
the CGI
So
thing
yes,
is
let's.
arbitrary,
I've written it down.
Let's
engage
also
with the material retrievement after, right?
let's also
Now,
lock them down.
Let's do it. Hold up. Let's substantiate. Let's chase down the proof for my claim, right?
Yes.
So does someone wanna put on like a what's it called? Screen share. Go on Google, search like images of Saturn.
All right. So let's lock them down,
and we'll see how many of them are real, and how many of them are fake.
Let's
and
lock them
keep
down.
in mind, your
Let's go
claim
through
was
one by
about
one.
them. Yeah, let's keep in mind your claim was about space agencies claiming they were taken from outside of space. That's the data, right? So not just all data. Like I could put on
thank you,
a picture
Embo.
of Saturn on Google, right? So that's not a part of the conversation. So if you look at pictures,
I said
keep
they.
in
I
mind
didn't
we
say
need-
space agencies, but
you
that's
very
probably-
specific. Okay, who other than space agencies have gone to space, claimed have gone to space, and taken photos, right? Maybe you can help me on that.
Let's lock it
What
down.
other entities?
Voyager, Massini.
Look at all these images
and
right here.
Cassini.
You're not answering.
I agree that there's a plenty of
Which ones are
CGI
real?
one, but the first one that comes out is true.
That's
That's not
real-
CGI?
No, that is not
No, it
CGI.
isn't.
That is
Look at that shadow, guys. Are you serious?
No, that is a true
What's
photo.
wrong with the shadow?
It's too crisp.
Oh, it's
Look
fucking
at the
crisp?
shading.
Crisp.
The shading on the sphere
Wait,
itself
you think that's a real
looks
photo?
kind of real, but the
what would you
shadow, the
expect?
penumbra, and the umbra is so crisp. No,
What would you expect from a sun?
Wait, who thinks that's a real
In
photo?
the sun,
they
I
all
think
do.
that's a real photo.
distance,
You're fucking
I
I would
do.
stupid.
expect him to respect women.
Holy shit, you're
Yeah.
stupid. I think that's a real photo.
That distance, the sun
It's
is
not a
so
real
far
photo,
away
man.
that it basically appears as a point. So you will expect the shadows to be much,
Embo,
much
that's not a real
sharper.
photo, bro.
So
Go
your
to
verification
open the link.
process can be
Open
boiled down
Wikipedia
to
link.
whether
We'll
or
see.
not an image looks crisp.
Yes,
Is that it?
it's a real photo.
It's not a real photo.
Wait.
What-
I'm
what
asking
would
you
percentage.
expect?
Wait, guys. I'm asking percent. He said it can't be real because it looks too crisp, right? So I'm asking, is there other things that the crispness of an image that you use in your verification process?
Okay, so what's it say? Romer. Is that
Let's
even?
just
Is
answer
that
the
Polish?
question. How about that?
Yes, Polish.
I think the technical aspect of the fact that a lot of the cameras for NASA were replaced to digital a long time ago. Every single image is a digital image.
Well, why don't we go back?
Hold up.
Why don't we
Embo, go back to the first image
If you
and
want
search the
to-
guy's name. Search his name.
What's your verification process? You still haven't answered, man. You said
We're doing it right
The
now. We're
name of the
verifying it right
author
now.
of the photo?
Yeah, but
Search
how are
that
you
Roman
verifying it?
guy's name and
What's
see
the
if he's
verification
an
framework?
astronaut.
The
Now
author
using
is
sources,
Kevin
not
Gill,
sources, right? The
whatever,
sender. So tell
whoever
me,
that is.
Go back.
other-
It's an opus processed
You're making
by
it up as you go, man.
processed using RGB filtered images of Saturn. Processed using RGB filtered images.
Oh my god.
Computer
RGB
generated
is
image.
red, green, and
Processed.
blue filters.
Get wrecked.
All right, hang on, everybody. Scroll up a little bit, so we can see the top of the image. All right, so there is a hexagonal shape at the top of Saturn. This was
Yes.
scientifically shown, and it has been scientifically verified through through the Cassini mission. Why would this picture exist? This is from the Voyager mission. Why would they? How would they have this information that this storm, this hexagonal storm that exists? We don't even know why it produces this shape on the top of Saturn. How would we know it?
Cortical, man. We already, like 30 seconds ago, we saw that it said processed. This image is processed using RGB filters from blah blah blah, some data. It's a computer generated image.
We have proven that this storm, this hexagonal storm, exists on the top of Saturn through later missions. How would we know that?
That doesn't look like a storm to me. Can you prove it's a storm?
Yes. Can you not see the difference?
All right, let's see the storm.
Look at the top of this picture.
I see a shape.
It's
but I don't see a
right?
storm.
How is it hexagonal? How is it doing what it's doing? Look at this. Look at these pictures. This is a hexagonal storm.
Look
This is
at
a very
the CGI.
unique CGI. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding. That's absolute CGI.
All right. Do your thing, man. So this storm is very unique to Saturn. We don't know why it happened.
How come the hexagonal shape is so small in some images and so large in this one?
It's not so large. This is like a fisheye thing.
I mean, maybe it simply flew closer to Saturn than when that previous photo was taken.
And it's the lens is just like the.
Why would we do
the
that?
iris is just circular shaped, so it's just black in the other areas.
Why, if we're faking every phenomenon on fucking Earth, the moon, the planets, and the stars, why would we make this up? Why would we make this up? That would be so crazy.
Bro, they make up so much crap, man.
No, they
You can't. You don't know what's real and what's not.
Nothing's real. Everything's fake.
Wait, wasn't that like the whole argument that you can't just translate one phenomena to another? So if you say they make up so much stuff and you don't substantiate the original claim, then you're doing the apple fallacy to the ant son.
Where's the actual photo from all of these, Embo?
Wait, you're not engaging, so.
The first one was.
You were talking to me?
Okay.
No, hold
so
on.
you're just
AC, what'd you
honest.
say to me?
Well, I mean, your claim was they're making up so much other stuff, so that sort of like.
That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Okay, well, so you have an opinion that contradicts your whole rebuttal to the original point the guy made about lunar objects, planets being luminary sources. That's great.
How am I contradicting that by saying I believe they bullshit a lot?
All right. Do you believe in gravity?
Because
Define gravity.
Oh my god, this conversation is all over
the force equaling the gravitational constant times the mass of the first body times the mass of the second body divided by the distance between the two bodies squared.
So little g, downward acceleration.
Do you believe in the warping of space-time due to the mass of?
Not a chance. That's
no,
bullshit.
You don't believe in that? Why don't we look at
You believe in it? You believe in the math, or believe that it's physical?
Why don't we look at the Galileo, like the Galilean moon?
Just asking a clarifying question, Cortico, that was all, mate.
You're all right, Jedi. I didn't hear you, but I will.
No, that's fine, buddy. You're fine. Realised you were still talking, so I just.
If you
If you
want
ask,
to
sorry,
hear
look like
about,
actual photos.
Trying to get
I
through
have
my question
something.
because he clearly didn't hear it. That wasn't the cue for you to start talking. That was a cue for me to repeat my question so he could hear it clearer. Fuck me.
Go ahead,
All right.
Jedi.
Sorry, Jedi.
Thank you. No, you're fine. I was talking to our
Is that an
friend.
invitation, Jedi? I'm kidding.
No, definitely not, mate. I do apologise for my language as well.
No,
But
it's
yeah,
okay.
are you asking us if the conceptual medium of the fabric of space time is physical, or you're asking us if the math works? Do we believe in the math, or do we believe in the physicality? Which bit?
I think that I think that I have to ask if it is physical.
You talk about this conceptual framework.
Yeah, because like it would do no work to just like talk about it in mathematical terms.
Okay.
By the
I
way,
would suggest
Jedi, you're one of my favorite. You're one of my favorite.
Oh, bless you. That's really kind of you to say. I would suggest, from a flat earther's point of view, that we would say no. The conceptual, physical reification of space time isn't physically real. We would say that. I think Einstein even says that too.
I think he does. I think
Wait,
he's
Einstein
humble.
says time space isn't real?
I think he's humble
it's
when he
conceptual.
says. I think he's
Yeah.
humble when he says it's not the perfect realization of what's actually going on there. I think he's saying that it explains a local theory of what's going on, but it is not perfect, and we have explained it to not be perfect. Like it is absolutely not perfect. When we look out at galaxies, the Einsteinian theory, like it does not work, right?
Yo, hold on, just one more time, just to make sure I have this straight. Einstein says that time space isn't real, but still says it like bends and warps.
Yeah, he understands it's a pseudo-Romanian geometric four-dimensional space, which just mathematical.
What the heck?
He explains that time and space are connected and that they warp, but it is not predictive.
But they're not real.
Well, it is not predictive when you look at galaxies. This was
Because that's not the same thing. That means like it's real, but it's like not predicted. It's only like observable in small scale or what have you.
Is this brand new information for you?
No, because I always thought that was the case. That he always believed that they were real, and he was just retarded.
He was retarded? You thought Einstein was retarded?
I thought Einstein was retarded because he thought time, which is a convention, and space, which is a convention, had physical properties. Metaphysical things had physical properties. First order principle, he completely like went out the window. So I thought he was dumb. Yes.
And you thought that Einstein was dumb and retarded?
I thought, well, not retarded in terms of medical definition of having like a below 60 IQ.
Like a very low IQ.
I thought he was dumb. Yes.
Yeah, you thought that Albert Einstein had like a very low IQ.
No, I didn't say that. I said that I thought he was dumb in so much that
he's using his own
he
definition.
put the cart before the horse, and he just like absolutely like
Einstein couldn't grasp
first
quantum
order
mechanics
principle of physical things having physical properties and metaphysical things having no physical properties. He said metaphysical things had physical properties, so I thought he wasn't aware that time wasn't real.
Yeah, he just got him wrong. Like he's just like a dumb.
He's just
dude.
wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just like a dumb.
But
guy,
now I'm hearing that he knew he was wrong and still maintained it. He knew that they weren't real, but still said that they had physical properties, which just is nonsensical.
Yeah, maybe he was just like a nonsensical, like dumb guy, right? He's just like stupid.
Yeah.
Like Einstein was just like dumb.
Einstein was dumb. Yeah.
Yeah, he just got it all wrong. He was dumb. Like Forrest Gump, like smelling his own like farts and shit, like in the bathtub.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just stupid. Einstein, Albert
Let's get
Einstein,
him.
was just dumb.
Well, if I told you with a straight face, Look at the inch that's jumping.
Yeah,
This
Albert Einstein.
This jumping inch.
Albert Einstein.
Would you think I was dumb or what?
Albert Einstein was just this fucking idiot, right?
Relax, man.
He was just dumb.
He wasn't that smart. Not as smart as people give him credit for, that's for sure. Either that or what we know about him is wrong.
All right, dude. Come on. What weight am I to give you? What weight am I to give fucking you? YouTube fucking Discord dude saying Albert Einstein is dumb. What fucking weight am I to give you?
Yo, Particle, have you ever drank length?
No, I just find you profoundly disrespectful. Albert Einstein. And you think you're better than him.
Hold on, why are you so self-defensive about Albert Einstein?
Self-defensive? What does this have to do with self?
Defensive, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, because Albert Einstein is a staple in our modern understanding of physics.
Who says?
And you, internet dude, with an unpronounceable fucking name, are just like, I don't think so.
No, but why do you believe he's a staple? Like, hasn't that just been ingrained into you, like indoctrinated into you?
Indoctrinated? I don't think indoctrinated is the right word, but like consensus, like maybe you think consensus is a poisonous word, but I think consensus is an acceptable word. Like,
no, it's literally fallacious to appeal to consensus. It's literally.
I mean, it might be literally fallacious, but like we still do work. We still do work based off of it.
Speak for yourself.
Fallacious work.
So, but
right.
So the only reason you think Einstein is good is because society has constantly told you that.
The only reason I think that Newtonian physics works is because that consensus is based off of that. So
No, but society says that Einstein made Newton into a bitch.
No, society did not say that we made that Newtonian.
Those were his exact words.
No,
they superseded Newton. Einstein made him into a bitch. Like Newton didn't know his stuff.
He didn't make him into a bitch. You guys are being ridiculous.
He did, dude.
No.
So who was right, Einstein or Newton?
Yeah, which one? Pick one.
Einstein
had two left hands, so therefore he couldn't be right.
The back of Newtonian physics.
Yeah, so he improved upon it. So that means his is more right than Newton. So Newton's more wrong, right?
Yes, but
so Newton's a bitch.
No, Newton is not a bitch. In what world is Newton a bitch? Come on.
In Einstein's world.
Are we having fun here?
I'm having a horrible time.
One thing that I often contemplate is if Newton hadn't invented gravity, will we just be floating around still, or do you think somebody else would have invented it later on?
He described gravity. No one has invented gravity. No one has proved
God invented gravity.
The only type of float we want here.
What I'm saying is, if he didn't invent it, like in a world where he didn't invent it, right? Will we just be floating around like in space?
Yo, we heard the joke the first time. It wasn't funny. You have to repeat it, man.
Also, how come are craters magnetic? Or why do meteors always land in the middle of a crater? I mean,
yo, prove meteors.
I'm
serious. Craters exist, but who's to say that they are actually created from a meteor? Maybe it's just how the moon looks.
By the way, meteors are generally found in deserts. So you can go to the Arizona desert, or you can go to Antarctica.
Yeah, prove it, dude.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah, how the fuck do you get to Arizona? Prove it.
How do I get to?
I mean, one thing that always stood out in this sort of
don't minimize the. No, it's for real. Prove that meteors. How can you discern between what's a rock and what's a meteor? What have you?
You can analyze the impact, right? Oh.
You could
apparently. Yeah, I'll help you out, Cortico. One of the best places to find. No worries. One of the best places to find meteors is the Antarctic and Arctic regions because the floor is white and these things stick out like fucking meteors. So that's the
True.
best place to look at. If you're going to look for them in deserts, this lot are going to jump on you and say, well, how can you distinguish between any natural form and these things being around anyway? But if you want to point to rocks laying in snow, you might have a better chance.
Thank you for saving me there, Jedi.
Yeah, I really
So basically,
shouldn't
there'd be
have.
holes in snow.
Yes.
How do you know it's not hail?
It's holes in snow. Like
Hail? Well,
it's just straight up holes in snow. Like you gotta find
Where
them.
did it come from? That's what I want to know.
some
All right.
people say that they're from volcanic eruptions, where quite a lot of this stuff gets blasted high up into the atmosphere, gets circulated around a bit, and then comes back down.
Wait, it goes up 80,000, 90,000?
And so like other postulates are like so like there are perennial like okay, say there's a comet. Like a comet
There's a comet.
that blasts its way by us.
Can you say it in multiple languages so we all understand?
Well, I don't know any other languages.
No,
But like
there's a comment part.
No, let him get his point out. Let him get we're interrupting too much.
So say there's a comet that orbits the sun every 100,000 years, and every time it does, it is kind of dissolved by the sun, like it distributes its mass into the atmosphere. So when that comet travels by the Earth, like we see it pass our horizon, we see it as a comet.
What about Ray Charles? He never saw it.
Yeah, he didn't. I feel bad for that dude. But anyways, particulates from that comet like come down on the Earth as meteor showers, and we have perennial meteor showers from comets that we don't even see. Like they might pass by a place in space and time, and we intersect that space and time, and particulates from that comet are fucking flying off, and we see that as meteor showers. So we might not necessarily see the comet, but we do see the meteor showers, and so we do see perennial meteor showers from comets.
We see lights in the sky, right? That they call meteors.
And so I try to explain this in
or
like
shooting stars.
in like a scientific way. And the objectors say, "Oh, we see lights in the sky." Blah 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 blah.
You didn't let me finish, okay? So yes, we like Pleiades and these other, perennial events. We see lights in the sky.
Literally, just fucking. How do you believe in the flat Earth, you fucking dumb motherfuckers?
That was quick.
True.
So, anyways, we see lights in the sky, and they call them meteors or shooting stars or what have you.
How do you believe in that?
Now,
dumb
now,
motherfuckers?
now, you're saying they're a meteor shower, as in, like, if they get close to Earth, there's going to be a meteorite. It's going to come crashing down. I would like to see an actual shooting star coming all the way down. Again, uncut video of this transition where you have a shooting star and it actually comes crashing down to Earth. Do you guys have a video of that?
I do. It's in the Rihanna video, Shine Bright Like a Diamond.
Yo.
I know.
So
I
we
found
gotta-
a Russian dude who recorded like it didn't hit the ground. It looked like it sort of like got disintegrated before it did.
But that wasn't a shooting star. That was
You
just
have
something
to
in the
No,
air.
a meteor.
You
a
have
meteor.
to accept. You have
No,
to
that was something in the air. It could have been launched, or it could have been dropped from a really high height. Who knows what it was?
I mean, if you
What
say
can I
that it
call
could
you?
have, there is a probability asserted to it, right? So you'd have to.
Percentage. What can I call
So-
you?
That's good right there.
Like you have to accept that like this is a very difficult thing to photograph, right?
No,
Like-
because they say that happened all the time.
It happens often, but like you're talking
Bro,
about
search
like,
how many times meteorites hit Earth. They're like in the thousands per day or something like that.
Yeah, but like why would we have like a camera pointed straight to that? There is no one in the scientific community that is interested in proving globe Earth.
You can't speak for the entire scientific community because I'm in scientific community and I'm interested. Number one, and then we have like 14,000 satellites. We can't have a single one show a meteorite going from all the way up high to hitting the Earth.
I will speak for all of Globe Earth. No one is interested in proving.
I'm interested.
Like, what do you mean we don't have that footage? Like, how far up do you want it to go? These 5 ones.
You know when you see a shooting star in the sky?
Yeah, but
Never
okay.
we call those
saying,
meteorites. A shooting star is a meteorite. Okay.
They're also meteorites, but there are meteorites that aren't shooting stars, though.
Shooting stars are meteors. They're meteorites if they hit Earth. So I want to see a shooting star that comes down and hits Earth.
Has anybody been able to see satellite imagery of, say, the Perseids meteor shower? Is that available? Does anybody know? Has anybody looked into that? Does anybody know what the Perseids meteor shower? It's regular like clockwork, happens every year. There's a few of them. I think the Perseids happens in late October, November time, and there's another one that happens. Yeah, I think so. There's a few clockwork like random showers of meteors, right? And I was just wondering, listening to you guys, whether anybody had ever seen these things being captured from satellites in the sky, because that'd be quite an interesting thing to see, right?
That I would guess that there are people
CGI of it. Yeah.
Hold on. I would guess that there are attempts to photograph it, but I have no direct evidence of anyone attempting to photograph the Gemini meteor shower.
I heard you say CGI again, and I know you're trolling sometimes, but I think you're genuine. Like, how do you determine whether or not something you see is CGI? Like, do you have a framework, or is it just like how it looks to you? How do you determine that?
It's a good question. Remember how I said like there's certain things, criteria that give something credibility?
They're called waterprint.
You mentioned crispness and the sender of the data, right? I remember those two. But I'm asking, is there more?
No, earlier than that. That was my debunk for that specific one. That the penumbra was just way too crisp. Anyways, so live streamed, uncut, 4K, multiple angles. All these things are criteria that could aid in having more valid, more believable, more credible video.
So
right?
that could prove that it's not CGI.
If you don't have video, it's not real.
No, I hear you. That could prove to you that it's not CGI. But you made the claim that it is CGI. So I'm asking, if you can't have all these things, is your default then it is CGI?
My default is yes, it's not real.
Okay. Then philosophically, we're just not aligned, I guess.
I have a separate issue with NASA and their
extraordinary claims have extraordinary images. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, if I took a video of myself walking around the street and I had a cut somewhere in there without a timer, to you that would be CGI, right?
No, because that's not extraordinary. And
so what's extraordinary? So it only applies for extraordinary situations?
Similarly, China exists, and all the videos from China are real and stuff like that. These things are independently verifiable. If it's not independently verifiable and we have to trust an authority, then I'm going to be skeptical by default. If you're not,
that's a decent position to have. I'm going to put you under scrutiny now and say, what about like deep waters or places that you need special access granted to even visit, right? So that would be military places. It would be oftentimes geographical places, deep water, as I mentioned, something like that, right? You could not independently verify that. But do you believe that also, or is that something you're also skeptic to?
You mean just the existence of deep water, or specific? You want to be more specific?
Well, both the existence of it as a concept, but then also the items that we've seen in videos. So like fish that are like very weird looking with a light dangle, and you have like octopi and different things, but both really.
So I would have to see it to be a better
independently,
answer.
Right?
No. I'd have to see what you're talking about. Like
I got a video that I want to throw in to the side chat, but
yeah,
I
I'll
don't want to
find
talk shit for it.
Let's see the video.
I'll find the video.
What'd you say
about here it is. I found it. So this is the fish I'm talking about, by the way.
That was quick, man. You and Embro are just like fast with it.
I work in tech.
So this is like a globe Earth like proof, right?
You see this fish, this weird looking
globe
fish
Earth
that's also in like Finding Nemo? Has
Well,
like a light.
if it's not, then what are we doing?
Like I believe this fish exists. I haven't
Oh,
verified that for
absolutely.
myself, and I can't
This,
go there. I acknowledge that it requires both some training and equipment that I don't have.
this
Right.
is the fish that like has the thing that hangs above its fucking
Yes.
face.
What, the anglerfish?
Yeah. All right, guy. All right.
Is this
all
also
right.
CGI? I mean, in your framework, it would be, right?
So this fucking fish is like flat Earth.
Or like the spider thing. I don't know if it's even a spider, but to me it looks like a spider. Like,
All right. So I will let us posit that like strange features exist deep down. They do. Hell yeah, they do. Like the ocean is a mysterious and beautiful voyage. What do we want to call it? Like adventure exists deep fucking down. We have a lot to learn deep fucking down, but that doesn't give us insight into the shape of the Earth.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like if you wanna like look at the credibility in CGI and that as a framework, a different example could aid in that, right?
Yeah,
So,
I don't know if that stuff is too credible.
That's
it
fair.
might be.
I mean,
it
at
might
least
be
you're
real, but it's
right?
not. It's not very credible.
I think those pictures are perfectly credible.
No, they're not. I'll tell you why. Because they're
Okay.
way zoomed into the animal, right? Or and what's it called? It's just blackness everywhere else. Like if there's enough light to see the animal, they should be seeing. Who knows? Maybe they should be seeing other stuff. And then also they cut from one animal to another. All the animals are going straight, like swimming straight. They're not curving or anything like that. It's not too credible. I'm not saying I'm not saying it's not real. It might be real, but it's not very credible at all.
You have to weigh more options than that. Like what were their alternatives? Like what were their other options of capture? Like there's so many things you have to weigh in that. Like you just can't be that simplistic. Like
No, hold up. I'm judging the video on its face, right? So on the face of the video, like on its face, it's not a very credible video. The fact that they cut from one creature to another so quickly, back and forth, they've made it like it's entertainment. It's not a credible video for like showing the truth of something. They could have done it better. They didn't like that wasn't their goal. If their goal was to show credible video of like the deep oceans or whatever, they didn't do themselves justice. That being said, this is just the video. I'm sure there's actually like samples and these creatures and dissected in labs and what have you, and I'm sure there's more credible video to that regard, right?
Maybe
yeah, but
there's
under
not.
scrutiny,
Maybe
what you're saying is they could retrieve items that would sway you over. But on the same note, if they retrieve something from space, you would say, well, it could have happened on Earth. I mean, it could have originated here. We just don't know. So now you're sort of like saying, well, on one hand, retrieval of this information will help me, change my mind. But on the other hand, it doesn't follow.
Okay,
because
valid point. Valid point. Let me address that. So with going in the oceans, we know it's a proven fact that you have submarines and that you can build a container that's rigid enough to withstand the pressure and go down there.
Agreed.
Now, space travel, it hasn't been proven to me. How they can propel in a vacuum. They've never shown a demonstration of propulsion in a vacuum akin to the environment of space. So I don't believe that for them to collect a sample that they could even go there in the first place to collect the sample.
NASA has been shown to edit images and remove shit to the point where they'll even delete entire sequences from the footage to obscure certain things. And I put a video in the channel chat of a specific object which apparently was filmed by Soho, which is a satellite that just monitors the sun 24/7 in ultra high def. And it observed a massive object parked next to the sun sucking up plasma for about, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 days before it flew away. Now, the video is
Aliens, man.
unedited footage of what Soho filmed before their attention was drawn to it. Now, if you link onto my second post, it actually takes you to Soho, and if you punch in the dates that I gave you, which is when this took place, you can see the other features of the sun compared to the video, compared to the Soho, are there, right? But they've edited out the huge orb. But what they couldn't edit out was the plasma stream forming, and it's sucking up plasma, which just goes to show that they do edit things. Even the movie sequence.
Speaking of NASA,
there should be roughly around 430 frames for that particular day period, and there's only 8 frames in the archive. So over 432 frames have been deleted from the archive.
What was their excuse?
They haven't given one.
Do you think it was aliens?
No
Let's go
excuse.
conspiracy here. Do you think it was
They
aliens?
haven't given one.
No,
speaking of
I don't
like,
believe
if you
you.
bring it up, they ignore it. But the
I don't
evidence
believe
there
you.
in
I
the
don't believe
video that they've released, it only shows that they've got, because I just went through their archive and generated, as it's going through its archive, all the footage that I could for those particular time periods. And in the video sequences, which should show at least 430 frames, there was only 8 frames available in the ultra high def, which should show you everything, but it's got it obscured. It's been edited out, and that's what I mean. Like, NASA's well known for doing this. So it's hard to take their word on certain things.
I do not believe you.
I don't blame you. I don't expect you to. It's just I'm trying to show you that you can check it for yourself. Look up any other dates that are away from that time period, and you've got shit ton of frames available to you.
Man, can we agree that even if this premise was true, that we haven't decided on yet, but it could be, okay, I'm granting you that it could be true. So even if that was the case, right? Would you say that information redaction is the same as CGI or manipulation? So taking something away that was
It's still
accessible.
trying to hide something,
We can
obscure
agree.
something.
We can agree that if you take away something, it could be because you want to hide something. But I don't think we could agree
Even
that taking away
adding
something
something
is
that's
editing.
not truly there is still trying to deceive.
But I'm not granting you that you can bridge that into, if you put something out there, then it must also be manipulated. You would have to show something else to do that. Do you think that's fair criticism?
Yeah, no. I think that's fair.
Speaking of
it is
NASA
interesting.
and
I mean, it could be
video,
aliens.
speaking of NASA and video and deep water and space, depending on who you ask, they're more likely. They'll say that NASA's more likely to record video in deep water than they are in space.
The interesting thing about the video that I linked, that compared to the sun, this object was huge. And the freaky thing is that the object does appear to be several hundred times our planet.
Like a huge spaceship?
Like, as in, if it was parked next to us, it would be bigger than our planet and the moon combined, with their orbits combined. We're talking massive.
Sandman.
I think because this is my theory. What we're seeing is a perfect circle, right? Which I think is just the magnetic field effect, and what it's doing is bending all the light around the object, rendering the object, I guess, for lack of a better term, invisible. parked up next to a really bright sun, it would also seem dark compared to anything else. And from what it appears, it was sucking up plasma. I would assume refueling its core before going to wherever the hell it came from. Didn't even bother to say hi. I mean, it's the equivalent of you going to Africa to say hi to an anthill. You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck would you bother? All of that time spent, the flights, the fuel, the accommodation, the money, just to say hi to an anthill that wouldn't even understand what you're on about anyway.
No, but physics would be interested in our interactions with that
Usually I
anthill.
just pour gasoline on anthills and light them on fire, right? But
I guess you could do that, but why? It's a waste of gasoline. I'd like to think they'd be a little bit more intelligent than childish.
yeah, I mean,
But then again,
being a child is not.
hypothetical here, if they are real, right? I'd assume that they're not all vegetarian either.
I don't think that aliens could eat us even if they wanted to. Like, we can't digest shit that's not from Earth. Like, it'd be like poison. Like,
Maybe
get,
if, I don't know.
Yeah, but if you have a spacecraft the size of the moon and the Earth, I think they would have solved digestive issues, maybe. But
As soon as you let off a nuclear bomb, it's like letting off a flare in the solar system, like in the universe, apparently. Like it just,
Wait, Vanderman, you
you're
think
sending
nuclear
out
bombs are real?
neutrinos, you're sending out EMP wave.
You think nuclear bombs are real?
yeah,
oh,
nuclear
this
bombs are
conspiracy,
real.
I
Hell
love this
yeah.
conspiracy actually.
Well, okay.
It's what?
Let's talk about
The
like,
conspiracy
I
of
reckon
nuke.
Hiroshima thinks nuclear bombs are real, and I
No,
reckon Nagasaki, they
that's where
think
this
it's pretty
conspiracy
real.
comes from. They said that there's claims that those were carpet bombed because a lot of like the stone structures didn't get knocked down. What got burned up were like the
That was one plane.
Those I forget what they called, like shin,
One plane,
whatever the walls, the
two bombs,
paper.
two cities.
No, I'm talking about the Japanese like paper kind of like thin structures, like walls that they have, the doors, the sliding doors and stuff like that. There's a word for them.
Yeah,
But anyways,
right.
those are what got burnt up, the wood stuff. But the just like cement and brick and stuff, they didn't get like knocked down. And they said that because of the force, the pressure of this atomic bomb, they would have got knocked down. And similarly, we have video of it, and it's like the cameras didn't get destroyed. So there's the conspiracy, the thought is that that they didn't actually use
Yeah, I've heard
weapons.
that.
They just used carpet bombing.
But the cameras are reinforced in bunkers with telescopic lenses.
But
So I've
there's a
heard-
difference
Are they?
between whether or not they used atom bombs and if atom bombs exist, right? Because there is like I'm not a physics expert, so I don't know, but there's
okay.
I love physics.
That's
right.
okay.
Quantum physics, quantum mechanics.
I'm just acknowledging my
string
gap in
theory.
knowledge, so maybe you could fill me in when I'm like lackluster there. But
That's okay.
but you have like nuclear plants that do sometimes go south, right? And you can compare those with Hiroshima or with other sites that were claimed to be nuclear bombs, right? And so I think like you could sort of support that you could absolutely have nuclear bombs. And even if it didn't align with the sites, the technology of producing such a bomb is also adequate, right? You can absolutely produce one. So
Well, I think
Okay,
we
a
can
nuclear
agree.
reactor. What
I think
happens
we
when a
can-
nuclear reactor goes south?
Well, I think we can agree that
then you
Chernobyl.
have
Hiroshima and Nagasaki were nuclear events. Like
I don't think so.
you don't think that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were nuclear events?
No.
This is
I'm talking
pivotal.
about Chernobyl. If you want to, but
Well,
comparing them.
we can talk about Chernobyl. Like let's put Chernobyl on the side. Like,
That's a meltdown, not an explosion. That's
No,
different.
I know. I'm just saying, like, you have nuclear power and power plants who can have a meltdown due to like earthquakes or instability.
Right.
Mechanically, what happens in a meltdown, though?
Well, let's put Chernobyl on the side. Like,
Right.
so
Let's
the
not.
claim was made like maybe that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not nuclear events. Like, could we
Yeah,
hear?
that's what we're exploring right now when we're talking about Chernobyl and stuff. We're trying to figure out the difference between a nuclear attack versus nuclear like meltdowns and stuff
One's
like
an
that.
explosion,
If they're
one's an
analogical or if they're not.
overheat
Like, do you
reaction.
believe that like
They've
nuclear?
lost control.
What is it? Is it fission? Well, so there was fission and
Fission.
fusion. Because they were different.
Fusion
between-
is the one we're trying to work on now, which is forming a new element. Fission is like the decay. And
Okay.
Let me just say,
destruction.
whatever they tell us that it is like this, the main story that they tell us, I'm skeptical of it, and I would like evidence for it. So
Yeah,
that goes for the moon landing. That goes for these
and I don't
nuclear
blame
weapons. Like
Yeah, no,
it goes for a bunch
I
of stuff.
respect that. I respect the skepticism. That's a good way to make sure you don't get screwed over and tricked into having a vaccine, which is made to sterilize you, accelerate cancer.
Okay, that's enough, dude. This is a flat Earth VC. Back to the motherfucker.
Hold on.
No, hold on. Back to the topic.
I think it's TOS. That's why he's pausing you. I don't think
That's
you can
right.
finish.
Okay.
So yeah, like the same thing applies with the heliocentric model that 93 million miles away we're spinning. It's all
Needless to say,
stories.
I respect your skepticism and wanting to have answers a little bit more than just trust my word for it.
And
I think
in the way of
skepticism
definitive
is
evidence,
fruitful
where
if it's warranted and if you can sort of like present an alternative. But if you can't, then I don't think it's good just on the basis of you not accepting knowledge. Like you don't propose a different sort of solution, then your skepticism just becomes radical skepticism, and at that point, you're not really gaining anything.
don't call it knowledge. Knowledge is certainty. It's justified. What you have is rumors.
Socrates says
What you have, what they bring us
the
rumors and
wise man
claims.
accepts that he knows nothing, and therefore is the wisest.
Yeah, but
They're
what does a
claims.
wise man
Until they're
do?
substantiated with definitive evidence, they're not. It's not knowledge. It's not certainty. And certainty is not removed by doubt. And I don't need an alternative. I don't need a replacement to not accept their story.
So it's a justified.
Then how do you navigate voting? Like
How do I navigate what?
Voting.
Votes work with depending on regardless of whether the Earth is a globe
Yeah,
or
but your
flat
vote, like how do you determine what you should vote on if you don't take anything that they say for
Oh,
truth?
so you said voting. Well, I thought you said voting.
Voting, yeah. Casting your vote.
I don't vote.
Okay, well.
It doesn't matter who you vote for, a donkey or an elephant. Tesla shit on Edison.
I agree
And food
with
should
you
be
a
your
little
medicine.
bit. I agree with you a little bit, but like we're not gonna have to like good conversations based off of that. Like that's gonna go into disarray. So we have to go elsewhere.
Does your vote matter?
Well, there's
No,
always the
no.
topic.
No, my vote doesn't matter.
It matters very little.
That's a positive claim.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you have proof?
I personally don't believe that my vote, like, this is a stupid argument. Like it's gonna dissolve and not really mean anything to anyone. Like it doesn't matter. Like we can do better.
Right. Let's go back to flat Earth then.
Yeah. Does anyone have like their favorite claim?
Plane, as in like an airplane?
No. Their favorite claim.
Oh, claim.
Like-
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Like it could be a globe Earth claim. It could be a flat Earth claim. Just their favorite claim that they like to talk about, like their starting point, and we can go from there.
My favorite one has already been engaged with. That's like space photos of Earth. but I guess my second favorite claim would be like Porter-Train power lines.
Porter-Train power lines. What are those?
It's power lines that we have in the U.S. where you can observe them curving, or appearing to be curving. So it's like sort of like a debunk of a flat horizon.
So they're just like very long power lines that, like, if someone weren't worried about like flat Earth, globe Earth, like they would just accept as just the power lines.
So these, I posted them in chat. There are many photos that you can go and find. It's called Lake Pontchartrain. But yeah,
So
it's in Louisiana.
The
I
R
think
silent.
I think
Pontchartrain.
I think a common thing is like most everyday people like aren't worried about flat Earth, like globe Earth. Like they just accept the dynamic, and it is us, a succinct few that talk about flat Earth, globe Earth, and so we're the few that are worried about proving it, and so we're the ones that like try to hold the evidence, and most other people, they dismiss it. They dismiss it as not like an issue, like they don't need to care about it, and so that evidence just goes by the wayside, and they just throw it away. And so I'm not saying this to dismiss any of the arguments that we talk about, and the things that I think are important and worthy of discussion. But for the most part, I think like mostly this evidence is just kind of thrown overboard. Even if that is problematic.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily problematic to accept something without evidence, because you sort of have to if you want to do your own life and like go about it. So you have to accept, for instance, that fuel is the source for your vehicle if you're using fossil gas, and that the engine works in the way that they tell you. Well, it could be that it doesn't, right? It could be that it just runs on nothing and you're just pouring in fuel and it sort of evaporates as you go because of heat, or there's a leak or something like that. But
Right.
but on a ground level, if you want to drive a car that uses fossil gas, you sort of have to accept that premise without being a technician or an auto mechanic or a physician, right?
And honestly, it's better if you know a little bit about the internal working of these mechanics.
I'm not disagreeing that more knowledge is better. No, I'm not. I'm with you. I'm saying, like, when you say that most people don't and it's a problem, that's where I disagree. I think like there are elements that you can sort of like glance over and the impact of knowing and not knowing is little to none, right? Like even flat Earth, globe Earth, right? The impact of knowing is little to none. Um, so yeah, it's interesting for sure, and you can extrapolate it to other things like, can you trust the government? That's maybe a higher impact. Or can you trust any sender for that matter, right? But at some point, it becomes so granular and far-fetched that your whole framework of knowing and knowledge is dissipating, and you could say, well, then shouldn't we work on like knowledge from the ground up again? Maybe, but I mean, you have to sort of also know that there are people in here that know more about other people about a very specific topic, and they can argue that topic very well. But that doesn't mean that they're necessarily right. So just because they have a lot of knowledge, you could also misapply knowledge. So yeah.
I agree with 100% of what you said. But I do have to apply that with the discussions that other people have had before. Like, are you like are you descendant? Like, could I ask? Like, are you like from this area? Like, are you a part of this community?
Flat Earth? A part of it? I'm not a
No,
flat
no,
Earth.
no,
I'm a
no,
globe.
no. Not part of the flat Earth community. So a lot of this discussion came from a how do I say islander community. Like they were islander people. Like are you in any way like associated with that?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, that's fair. Um, yeah, like a lot of these people are islanders, like born and raised like on a fishing community, and uh, the ecosystem that they live within, like it's like playing a harmonica. Like it is delicate, and if you play the wrong key, then the ecosystem dies. Like so they're constantly playing the harmonica of the waves, and uh yeah, it's just like it's a hard to relegate like a ecosystem, and yeah, we're just watching that. Like I'm not saying that like you've done anything wrong. Like uh my parents were fishermen. Like
You sort of lost me, Cortico, on this tangent here.
yeah, my apologies. Like my only point is yeah, fishing. I don't really have a point. Like
That's fair. No, I'm a city boy. You know how that goes.
Illinois.
No. Big city though, but yeah.
Where from?
Huh?
Where are you from?
I travel. I'm a nomad, but where was I born? In Europe.
Europe.
Yeah.
Hold on, that's a big place. You say you're
It
from
is.
Europe.
Yeah.
You can't just say you're from Europe. So I'm from Kansas City. Where are you from?
Well, I was born in central part of Northern Europe.
You're hiding. You can hide. That's okay.
I don't know. I just don't volunteer information online that often, but
All right. Well, I'll say I'm from Kansas City, Kansas. Born and raised. Moved down to Oklahoma about 10 years ago, and I'm a lawyer. Trying to do my best to be an honest lawyer.
that's great.
I don't know.
I'll tell you this. I work in tech, and I studied bachelor's in business and IT, and then I transitioned into complete IT, doing master's in data science. So that'll be like LLMs. It'll also be like quantitative analysis. So yeah, then sort of like trying to broaden my horizon and things I don't know anything about.
That's all just so above my fucking head. LLMs and doing all that. I'm proud of you though. Like, well done.
Thank you. But I think lawyers are just as important. So there's like no, in my head, there's no uh, profession that warrants more respect than others on the basis of their usefulness. It's more so the route of getting there. And I feel like the legal route is especially hard for somebody like me. I'm more laid back and um, inductive in questioning status quo, and when you have precedents and prior judgments, and you have to take those into account, that's where I'm kind of lost a little bit because I like more of I know you can interpret law. That's not what I'm saying, but there is definitely less interpretation in law than there is in computer science, for instance.
The balance that you work with in the legal system is so there's the philosophy of law, and you don't want to be the person that gets a decision wrong just because your philosophy says so. Like you're constantly balancing like the philosophical truth of the matter with I don't know what the right words are, like the righteousness or something. Like it is a constant philosophical battle. Like you're always thinking about the philosophy of the matter, and it's hard sometimes. Like there.
It's hard all the time, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get it wrong. Like sometimes it just feels like the blade is up to your neck, and you're trying to decide whether this person is right or wrong, whether they should live or they should die. Like it is. Sometimes it feels like the blade is up to your neck, and you don't know which way to go with it. And that is the American justice system. You just it's divisive. It is supremely divisive, and yeah, it's a tough system. Even if you don't believe in the death penalty, even if you don't believe in any of that, you still have to work with it, like because that's the system we have. I don't necessarily believe in the death penalty, but sometimes I don't believe that certain people deserve to breathe the same air that I do. So
Yeah, it's hard.
rough.
Have you ever worked on a death penalty case or a ruling?
I have. In law school, I was part of a project where our sole purpose was to review cases. So this was like a side project, like an internship, basically. And the whole purpose was to review cases where they were all death penalty cases, and it was to review cases where there was like extreme evidence that maybe the person weren't guilty, and so a lot of cases, like currently before the court, DNA is still a new thing. Like most people on death row, like came in the 80s, and that is when DNA evidence was kind of making its mark. So most death penalty cases right now are right when DNA was kind of coming into fruition. So that is all like very current evidence, and so the cases that I was handled were kind of really bad. Like they did not support the offenders. Like there just wasn't that much evidence to support kind of the defense's case. Like these perpetrators just were straight up probably guilty, and that hurt because we were looking for like were we were the defense, like we were trying to defend them, but yeah, the evidence did not support the claim, and a couple of these guys got executed under our watch, and I sat for one of the executions.
Jesus.
And I don't I don't know what to tell you. Like, it was probably the worst experience of my life. So it was a lethal injection, and now you go in there, and yeah, there's literally an executioner, and he explains to the audience what you're gonna see, and then he backs off, and then you see him kind of walk over into a corner. He looks like he's doing some work, and we're all a little bit like kind of confused about what's going on. And then you see just some activity, and in this particular event, he didn't die right away. Like, this is kind of a famous case in Oklahoma. He like struggled for a while. I don't know, and then he just stopped. But I don't know. It was fucked up.
Yeah, leaves a mark, I bet. I'm sorry to hear that.
It was fucked up. So it made the news. Like, we haven't had an actual execution since, I don't think, in Oklahoma. Some people are telling me in the chat to stop. I'm just telling you what we saw.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm wrapping my head around it right now.
So like, I think that the death penalty, I don't know, it makes philosophical sense to me. But like, when you see it, it's just different. I don't know. It's just a different experience. Like seeing a human go through that. Like, it's just a different experience.
Yeah, I guess like the big problem with it as well, and you mentioned it briefly, is when you get it wrong, right? And what? Can really unalive and then bring them back to life somebody. When they're dead, they're dead.
So in law school, we took a class on basically the class was about false convictions and the problems with quote unquote evidence. Like, when we talk about fingerprint evidence, or we talk about DNA evidence, and all the problems that come with that. And there are certain types of evidence that are more secure than others. Like there are certain types of evidence that are more impactful than others. Like, when you have evidence that involves more than two people, like DNA evidence that involves, say, two perpetrators and one victim, um, it becomes guesswork. Like, there is very little that they can do to like establish like if there were a perpetrator, if there were a victim, like the DNA evidence becomes so fucked. Like it's very hard when there are like three humans involved to establish like whether or not there was a perpetrator or a victim. Like it just becomes a fucking mess. And there are other situations like that, like bite mark evidence, like Al
Like
Bundy.
skid marks?
No, bite mark evidence. Like do you remember the not Al Bundy, like that was a TV show. Bundy.
Ted Bundy?
Ted Bundy. Like so he was convicted based off of bite mark evidence. Um but the thing about that is bite mark evidence is like super fucked. Like it it's not a real science anymore. Like they might say it is, but like it doesn't yield like accurate results. Like just you don't get good evidence from bite mark evidence. Um, so people are wrong. So the class I took was called wrongful convictions, and so the whole point was to kind of show kind of what can happen in worst case scenarios. And there's a lot of situations where just evidence looks a certain way and it just might not happen to go that way. Like people get wrongfully convicted all the time. I don't know if I have a like a real strong evidence based like thing to say. Like I just think the justice system isn't as succinct as most people like to think it is.
Yeah. All right, Cortico, I gotta run now, but thank you. I'll well, it's things that I will think about, reflect on. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you've all been gentlemanly. Like I'm gonna drop out too. So thank you very much, everyone.
I'll see you around, man.
Yep, definitely.
Hello.
All right.
The Earth is round.
See, the thing is, I recognise that voice. I'm not buying it.
How do Jedis work on a flat Earth?
Oh, dear me. What's up, Alpha? How you doing, buddy? Hope you're doing good.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, man, all good. Just at work at the moment, trying to be busy. Trying to pretend to be busy, anyway. How's you? You on your way home?
Yeah. Got that road noise kicking it. How about you shellac any ballers?
Like a while ago. It's gone a bit quiet of recent, but yeah, we had a conversation with Rolling My Boulder earlier, and he was fucking grinding my gears. It's about as far as I went.
I saw you use the band hammer a couple of times.
Too right, man. Too right. I only spin my wheels for so long, and then I give people warnings, and then it's off you go.
Yeah, off you pop up.
Mm-hmm. We've got a few people in the chat that have remained quiet. Admarsto's in the chat, one of our favourite people. See, Aries has just joined us. Who else we got in here? Quite a few deafened people. Genuine's in the house. That's about it, mate. Apart from the regulars. I think Crit's here. I know Old Dude is around somewhere. Who else? Kembo Beats is in the house. What's up, Kembo? Migo Wigu. Quiet Noobs. Reckonor has joined us. What's up, big man? Hope you're keeping well. And the Book FN. So quite a few of the regulars at the moment, mate. One Deck's here as well, obviously.
One Deck, what up?
Yes,
So,
guys,
yeah.
how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Deck?
Yeah, I'm all right. Just I'm out working today, so I'm just popping in and out when I can, having a listen. Got my ears open for any globe evidence to come our way.
You didn't get any from Rolling My Boulder earlier, did you? He
No.
just went away too fast.
He was annoying, mate. I mean, you know, these guys coming in here just talking utter nonsense. What was he saying? He can something about the pixels and the angular size. I mean, you were trying to explain to him about the video you put up was great with the solar screen.
Yeah.
But he just wasn't for having any of it, was he?
Oh no, he didn't even. I still don't even think he used his solar filter / eclipse sunglasses with him and his mate when they're making observations. I think he only said that because I brought it up. He wasn't going to bring it up, mate. I think he was lying. But that's just me. I might be wrong. He definitely didn't want to talk to you, and he definitely didn't want to say what was blocking the sun.
Yeah. Then he claimed the horizon's 3 miles away, but then he didn't say that, and he doesn't know how to measure that. But he's obviously somebody has, so it must be right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's about the short end of it, Arthur. That's really all that's happened recently. I think Percentage was in here earlier talking with a couple of guys. I can't remember who they were, just random people.
think
Was he
maybe Embo.
was he
or
playing the
something.
baller today, or was he playing the flat earther today?
I think he was playing Flat Earther today. I think that's what he was doing. Couldn't quite tell. Oh, and Cortico was in
Yeah.
here earlier talking about meteors. That was about it.
What was he talking about?
Meteors, picking them up off the floor. You know
Really?
when they come from space. Yeah.
But to get one like a hot potato and bounce it around in his hands until it cools off, or what?
Oh, not that he's picked one up. He's just saying people do. I think.
Yeah, which people? Do they pick it up off the ground and play like hot potato with it? Like, are they smoldering rocks from the sky?
I don't know, man. I wasn't really listening at the time, to be fair. I just knew he was talking about meteors. Shooting
Yeah, you
stars.
should ask him how he knows that rock came from the sky, the one he picked up. What's your verification method? The need to believe is strong with the people that think the Earth is a globe. It's powerful. They start to make up believable stories in their mind, and they cling on to them. It's psychological, man. It's what it is. We always talk about it. It's crazy.
We do. Yeah, we do.
Santa Claus for adults.
You're not wrong.
That's what it is. It seems like they need to believe it's got to be real. You know, what else? They always say that. Well, what else can it be? I don't know. Maybe flat and stationary, perhaps. We got Aries in here. He's on the fence. He's a truck driver from the States.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's constantly. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to say he's thinking about it because socially that's kind of awkward. How you gonna tell your family that you're a flat earther? It doesn't go over well.
Yeah, hell no.
They're like, oh, flat what? What you talking about, man? They're like, hey man, come get a load of it, man. He said the Earth is flat.
I'm here to find arguments in order to defend myself. That's why.
You're gonna make Thanksgiving awkward, Aries. You don't want to do that.
Oh, hell yeah. That's the whole fucking point. What do you think I'm here for? I'm here to find arguments to defend myself, bro. what do you Shit. I'm taking notes, bro. What do you think? Whenever they ask me a question, what do you think I'm here for? Taking notes. Shit.
Let's go, baby.
Actually.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, oh shit, dude. Hell no. You get the tias and the tios, and everybody's just gonna be all up. You know they're gonna be looking at you. They're gonna be asking you 1,000 questions. I bet you anything. One of the questions they're gonna ask you. Well, hold on, man. Hey, so you think all the planets are flat too, or what? I bet you anything, dude. Like if I could bet some money on this, that's one thing they'll ask you. The planets are flat too? They're gonna start laughing about it because it sounds like what you're saying is like the Earth and like the universe. You know what I mean? Like a flying pizza and like. Anyway, I know
that's literally everybody's. That's literally everybody's fucking picture whenever they mention that. Honestly.
Yeah, like a pizza flying in space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Flat planet.
I mean, that's what it's like, though. It's like when if you're telling friends and family, you're a flat earther. It's like, say, you've been a devout Christian, and then you're all of a sudden, and you just turn into another religion and saying, I'm not. I'm now, Muslim, or I'm now something else. And that would be like really frowned upon in a really strict sort of Christian family. But that's the same scenario, really. As soon as you say you don't believe in a globe, that's what it's like. You change religion. not that flat Earth's a religion. It's the because we do live on a flat stationary plane. It's observed and measured that way. The globe is actually the religious belief because there's no evidence to support that we do live on a spinning globe. And what evidence that is thrown our way are all flat Earth measurements anyway. Just thought I'd point that out.
Hey, Aries.
Yep.
Which one of your family members will accept you saying that out of all of them?
None, bro. None.
Zero? No, hombre, for
Zero.
real?
Zero, bro. Yeah, zero.
There's got to be somebody, man, like a
I don't think
sister,
that is.
somebody.
No, bro. They're like into like that conspiracy. Always into conspiracy theories, but like this is like one of the things that I know like for a fact that they will not like agree with. They're too much into like all these like NASA and shit, so it's like they're not. None of them are gonna buy into it. Or none of them are gonna agree with me.
Let's go, man. It's gonna be a hell of a good Thanksgiving then.
I'm just waiting for that. What was that?
What's the next get together? What the big,
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be Thanksgiving. It should be Flatsgiving.
Flatsgiving, yeah.
I'll be some shit.
Like when everybody's getting loose, just drinking and shit, just like barbecuing or something.
Yeah.
It's
gonna be soon though. I know it's gonna be one soon.
It's gonna be lit, bro. I wish I could be there.
It's gonna be one hell of a conversation, and I'm up for it.
I know.
What's the best way then to, like, for somebody who's on the fence maybe and a bit scared and apprehensive? What do you think's the best way to sort of maybe point something out without really telling them that you're a flat earther, but just point some sort of, you can talk about gas pressure without containment maybe. What do you think is the best way to sort of get into this topic with your family, so you're not actually standing up and saying I'm a flat earther now, but you just start dropping little planting seeds, we'll call it.
Hi, man. Hey, look, I made a method for everybody to use in that scenario. And that's the reason why I made the 3 points, bro. That's exactly the reason why. Because you don't know how to break it to them, that 3 points are the exact way to do it. Because really, you're asking them how they know. That's all it is. Like, hey, I have a question. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Let's just be for real for a little bit. That's how you start the conversation. It's like just the best evidence. Like, number one, who measured the curvature of the Earth? Like any time in history, just anybody, right? And if you start asking them these questions, right, what it does, it gets them to think about it. And I guarantee you, they're not gonna have the answer that you know they're not gonna have. So that's a great way, because you're not confrontational, like, no, you're wrong and all this shit. You know what I mean? Just because you're just asking them like what they know. 3 points, man. Always remember that. It's curvature, the Earth spinning on its axis, like axial rotation, like Earth spin, and then you got the vacuum of space. That's the last one. 3 things, man.
So, as Aries, have you tried any of them with the family, or what? Have you tried any of these questions with the family?
Not really. I'm more pretty much almost like new to all of this, bro. So it's like I don't know much about the topic, but I'm just like learning bits by bits. So like I'm not like fully knowledgeable the whole thing just yet. So I'm just reading here and there. Never have the time.
You know what you should do? You should hit Jedi up, and then whenever you're gonna do that, have it on speaker so that Jedi can speak to if you need him to. He's one of the best to go through it with anyone. I think, my opinion.
When it comes to that, if I ever do something like that, they will be like, yo, who the fuck you talking on the internet? Like, yeah,
We should.
I will be.
Instead of an Alexa or a Google, we should have an Ask Jedi in the house, like a little Jedi that you can connect to the internet and say, Jedi, please explain gas pressure without containment.
Gas pressure without a container. All right.
No, like how much? Yeah, you'd be asking them like the Siri, hey Jedi, what's the numerical value for how much curvature there is? 0, you idiot. Yeah, you can hear him.
I tell you what, though, it would be a good idea to get something like that, you know, without just the Google search. We'll have a proper flat Earth, like 24/7, like, you know, device in the house, a flat Earth device, you know, that you can just ask these questions to.
You gotta have the old UK slang slurs, you know. Don't be a wanker. The Earth's flat, you know. Like, yeah, I mean, just telling them straight out, you know. Oh shit. Yeah, but Aries is new, so we gotta like arm him with the best arguments, and he's mostly like he's in here around this time, but he only stays for a little bit, then he leaves. So
It's mostly because I'm always like making phone calls. Like that's why I'm like get it because I'm doing some stuff right now. But like I'm mostly listening, and sometimes when I leave is because I'm like dealing with some other shit, like making phone calls and dealing with his notes. That's why.
You're kind of a busy guy, huh?
Yeah, I be trying to be here as much as possible. That's why. Whenever like I'm not doing something, whenever I have the free time, then I just be joining.
Like me, Aries, though, when I mean, what I'm going to say, I couldn't use this in a debate, but when I realised that the Earth was flat, I didn't have any evidence to support that, but I did just know it was true. I mean, that wouldn't stand up in a debate now or an argument with one of these guys, but
yeah.
I knew in my heart and my soul at that instant moment that yes, it is flat. Well, it's definitely not a spinning globe. I knew it instantly, but at that point, I didn't know any arguments. I didn't have any evidence to support that, or know how to talk to people and have this conversation until obviously I found these guys and FED and Nathan Oakley, and you just learn and you get to know these people, and all that becomes apparent and true.
Yeah. I remember one day he came to me in the DM, or I don't know, we had a discussion. He was talking to somebody on Facebook, a real troll on Facebook, and he wanted to like defeat him. So we had a conversation, and he felt more confident afterwards. I don't know if he brought the guy in over here. Remember, you were going to bring him in. I don't know if you ever brought him in or something, but you were able to handle that situation. It was a real nasty troll that was, I don't know, saying something to you or something. I can't remember, but I remember you were struggling, like, because how to refute him. You know, you wanted him to be.
Well, it is difficult. So, I still find some conversations difficult. I mean, listen to you and Jedi and the other guys, and it seems like, you've been doing it longer than me, but everyone's different, aren't they? I feel confident sometimes, and I know what I'm saying is true at speaking about different things on this subject, but then I can get myself, depending who you're talking to, because a lot of these guys on the other anti-flat earther side can wrap you up a little bit if you're not careful. They're quite clever in tripping you up and circle jerking, and the conversation you find yourself tripping yourself up, and it gets difficult. So there's more to it than meets the eye. This arena.
Can I ask a question to you?
Yeah.
You said you knew the truth without having any evidence for it, without knowing any of the arguments. How do you identify something as knowing?
Yeah, well, that's before I said that. I said I couldn't use this, or it's going to sound stupid. But for some reason, when that's I'm just being truthful to you. Something within myself, if you can call it your soul or your heart, I instantly, something within me said, yes, this is correct. You do not live on a globe. And whether that might have been a God talking to me or a creator or something happened. And at that moment, I knew that that was correct. And then I had to go out and find people who were into this subject. And obviously, that's what I did.
It didn't
And
really
now I
answer my
definitely.
question.
Sorry, go on.
My question was, what do you think knowing means? Like, how do you distinguish? How do you distinguish knowing something from, for example, having faith in something or believing something but not knowing it?
Well, I mean, they tell you that you live on a ball with a certain circumference. Now, to know that's true, you'd have to be able to measure that and verify it as true. And then you will know, because you've gone out of your way and you've physically been able to prove that that's the case. Or somebody can tell you that you live on a globe and show you some pictures, supposedly from an area called space, and you just believe that. You don't know that at that point. You're just believing it. That's how I would explain it. You know.
All right. But you just described to me that you knew something was true without having had ability or the knowledge or any measurements whatsoever, but you still deeply within yourself, within your heart, felt that it was true, and you knew that it was true, right? So under that context, do you distinguish something like a religious faith or a belief that you don't know if it's true or not from the knowledge if something is true? Because what you just described to me as the difference between knowledge and believing, for example, conflicts with your description of you knowing that something was true without having known any of the arguments, being able to articulate it, or having had any of the evidence or measurements.
Yep. Totally understand what you're saying. Maybe I have chosen the incorrect words of knowing. Then maybe something that the feeling or the sensation or the what I said as I instantly knew maybe incorrect in saying them words.
Right.
Maybe how else could I explain it then? Something told me at that time that I need to look into this because something within me is telling me that this could be correct. So now you have got me, or somebody the voice in my head was telling me, you need to now go out if you're interested in this and you think that this might be true, that you don't live on a globe. You need to go and find some evidence to support that so that you will know that that's the truth. Maybe that's how I should have described it.
Okay, and that's the reason I asked you, because I absolutely agree with you when you said that the initial description using the word knowing for that was kind of inaccurate. And the reason why I'm hyped up about that when I hear that is because I think it's important to be conscious about the origins of your worldview. What made you think the way you are, or what made you topple your worldview, right? That's because that's the basis of your reasoning in some way, isn't it? Like it could reveal a bias.
all due to the problem of very high gravity, I see.
You guys still here?
Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Maggie?
Now I don't know who's in the room. Oh, you're back, Crit?
Yeah, I'm around. What's up?
Now I was talking to Ares, One Deck, Jedi. I don't know. Just saying what's up.
Yeah, I'm still here, man. Just busy at work at the moment, so I can't talk too much.
So with all the news lately, I finally got around to posting here about the earthquake. So are tectonic plates, are they flat or are they curved?
I don't think anybody's ever seen one of those things.
Yeah, when the graphics, right? The images that they show you.
Oh.
The cartoons.
That stuff is flat. As far as I know.
Well, if it's the imagery and the cartoons they use to depict plates, I would suggest that those plates are flat plates in those images. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the ones I've seen. It's like one kind of lapping over the other one, or one pushing up the other one. It shows over like hundreds or thousands of miles too. Like this is the the tectonic plate that spans the land, the Pacific Ocean. It's just flat.
There's no gods of debate on this in the morning, huh?
Was there
no gods with a capital G, but a few lowercase g gods about?
some lesser known demigods?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just mere mortals in their presence. Their sheer brilliance just inspires all of humanity. But they don't want to do that because flat Earth is too entertaining. So they just come here each day.
Grit, there's just something about the way you undress, the way they think, man. It's just you peel back the layers of onion like that. That is the globe, you know. Like you, I don't know, man. Like they think they have like this, like they think they've gained on you. Like I don't know, man, what they think, but they come in here and you just make short work of them, or you just don't like, you know, you're like a dog with a bone, like me. You don't let it go. You're not going to. It's like they don't know what they're getting themselves into. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, because a lot of them haven't really looked into what the Earth is or what it would mean, or really have pondered. Their whole question is they have to destroy the flurf. They have to okay, now what? What happens now? You destroyed the flurf. You've proved your globe. What do you do now? Nothing. There's nothing they do next. They just move on to the next topic they don't like vegans or Christians or right wingers or some other idea they don't like.
I think I was all those categories you just mentioned.
Creed, if you believe that you've already destroyed the globe, then why don't you move on either? Do you know
I don't need to believe I destroyed the globe. The globe's already been proven to begin with. It'd be great if something would present some proof that you could take down. That would be a good start. It'd be like, hey, so here's the globe, and here's how it's been proven, and then actually dive into it and talk about it, and then see where to go from there. But instead, they just say, trust me, bro. Trust them, bro. There's never any proof. There's no reason to debunk something that's never been even proven or demonstrated. You just got some meth-fueled symposium from a Catholic church benediction some 300 years ago. Where's the actual meat and bones? Where's all the scientific evidence? Where is it? Any day now.
Yeah, so they can't dive into it because that pool is empty. So when they dive, you know, there's no water.
And also, too, nothing new under the sun. The flat Earth is explained why nothing changes around here. The same complaints Bronze Age goat herder Greek people complained about: executive overreach, police accountability, taxes, limited wars overseas. The same things people complain about today. When they bust open people's diaries from the Greek time, nothing new under the sun. Nothing changes around here. So what do you want to do after the globe's defeated? There it is. The same thing every day, in, day out, nothing new under the sun. That's it, dude. The globe was supposed to be a new renaissance. They said a giant leap forward for mankind. This giant leap forward. I mean, it was gonna make the Renaissance look like just a bump in human progress. This was gonna be this massive leap forward, a instant cognitive shift. Everybody on Earth was gonna come together, realize their place in the universe. It was no longer going to be a small, sad world with small, sad people doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons. Is going to combine all of humanity for one greater purpose: to find out why we're here, pushing ourselves into the cosmos to answer the really big questions. But then the space age abruptly dies in 1972 when Nixon's outed from office for being a criminal, and nothing's happened since. It's replaced by an information age that's marked by disinformation, and that's where we're at. Nothing new under the sun. So, Emma, you want to know what's going to happen? Nothing. Nothing new. It's going to be the same exact shit day in, day out. You got two supposedly advanced space age cultures, Iran and Israel. They both have a space program, peacefully exploring space. They can't even get along with each other. Launching missiles back and forth. Both of them countering with countermeasures. Just fireworks. That's all it is. These rockets, these missiles are just weapons. It was all weapons testing. You can demonstrate it. What do these countries do? They just shoot missiles at each other. Same thing they've been doing, practicing for the last 20, 30 years. And you can't get there on your own. You couldn't figure this out with the scientific communicators breaking it down for you to your education level, Big Bird and Barney style, writing books and papers and videos. Even NASA communicator Michelle Thaler doing a whole video about the overview effect. And you couldn't understand this. It just shows you that you will not understand the globe.
It's difficult, man.
You're going to be left behind, dude. Even if they prove it, if somehow someone brings it up and proves the globe, and it's a kumbaya moment, and everybody comes together, you're still going to be on the side of the road, wondering what the fuck happened. Why did humanity leave you behind? You left yourself behind.
But who cares, bro?
Damn, Crit. You land-based somebody. You don't just, like, garnish them.
Like, who cares, buddy? Who cares? When he doesn't believe in the globe. Just don't believe it.
Who's that?
I don't know. I'm tapped out. I can't tell if someone inspired or someone triggered. Which one is it?
Who cares? Who
Who cares?
cares?
Who cares? Who cares, man?
Who are you?
Who cares? You guys vote for Joe Biden, man. That's more worse than believing in a flat Earth, bro.
Oh, he's way at the bottom. His name is Your Burrito. And apparently,
you guys are on the edge of Third World War. So chill, bro.
What?
Yeah, we're gonna have a firework on the flat Earth soon.
Started already. The World War III started when Bush attacked Iraq.
Exactly. So who cares about the flat Earth, man? It's only one Earth, okay? We have to protect it.
Yeah, but you don't know that the Earth is a globe, though. That's the problem.
Who cares about that, bro? Who cares about that?
We do. That's what the channels.
Actually, it's not even a globe. It's an egg, actually, because of gravitation and something like that. But
yeah, you know why you guys? You know how many times we've heard that? By the way, what you just said. You laugh, but it's weird because you think you're saying something brand new. You said like we must have heard that like it's an egg about 10,000 times or more.
Yeah.
Hey man, the Earth's an egg. Like
dinosaur.
And it can be flat actually from a perspective above, you know. So when you have a perspective on the whole universe, then it's flat actually. Yeah.
What universe? What are you talking about?
Our universe.
How do you know any of how do you know any of this stuff is true? Like how can you validate any of that stuff? These are all just like a myth.
Because imagination needs space and time, right? Everything what you imagine for yourself is conditioned by space and time. So you can call the space around you the universe. Proof. That's a proof.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I'm going to stand by that. You don't know what you're saying.
Okay, accept.
You're saying a whole bunch of words. You're saying a whole bunch of words. You're laughing like a crazy person, man. You're laughing like a crazy person.
You're funny, bro. I'm here to have fun, bro. Continue. Just continue. Don't get interrupted by me. Don't get interrupted.
Well, you keep talking, so how can we not be interrupted by you? All you do is you're saying a whole bunch of words. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're laughing like a crazy man. Like, I don't know how this is relevant to anything that we talk about in here. I really don't.
You're funny, man. You have to work at Hollywood, man. You're very funny. You have to work with Dan Schneider.
Oh, yeah. But, you come into this room, and you just, like, say things, and I don't know how you feel about yourself, but do you think that you know that the Earth is a globe? Because we ask everybody. Like being serious, do you think that you know that it's an actual globe spinning in the vacuum of space? It's important because a lot of people, they come in here, they think it's a meme and they have fun and they're joking around. but it's serious.
Yeah,
Like,
because
if you don't know,
life is about fun, man. You know
no, it's
what
not.
fun is actually. Do you have fun in your life? Do you love someone?
No,
Do you have
it's not.
family?
Listen. Yeah,
Do you
but
have
you don't
sex? Do
always
you have
have to.
sex?
All right, why do we have
It's
to
all
go
about
there?
that in life, bro. Having fun, just having fun, man.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not. I want to have a very unfortunate life. I want to waste my lifetime. I want to make people's days very awful. I'm a nice guy. Who cares, bro? Who cares? Just fuck. Just go out there and fuck. Fuck Bill Clinton's daughter, okay? Fuck her, okay? Don't fuck us. Fuck her, okay?
You're a disgusting human. You know that? You're a disgusting human. Just gotta say, man, you are very disgusting. Because all you're about is pleasure, and you don't care about anything else but yourself. That's called self-gratification, my man. That's why what you're doing is incorrect. And you're disgusting, by the way. I don't know how that's appealing to anybody, what you're saying. It's absolutely disgusting.
People enjoy
It
it,
is.
no problem.
You
You're
should be
welcome.
ashamed of yourself,
People
to be
enjoy
honest.
it.
No, you should listen. You should be ashamed of yourself for speaking the way you do. You really are. You have no.
Hey, don't say that. Hey,
really
chill, bro. Don't say that. Hey, come.
No. This
Calm
is the
down,
truth.
man.
This is the truth.
Calm down, man.
No.
Calm down.
Yeah, you're saying calm down, but you are saying stupid things right now, and you're telling me to calm down. You're the one saying stupid things. You should calm down. You should be the one to calm down.
No, I wanna have fun, man. Chill. Please give me some fun, please.
Yeah.
Tell me something about the flat Earth, please.
No, you need to go. You need to go to another channel if you want to have fun. And here we ask questions. Those other channels that you can go to that are not number one.
No, that's not very American. That's not very American. When you live in America, you have to have fun, man. You know? It's all about
Stop
fun.
saying that, dude. Your philosophy.
I want to be entertained. You know, your channel is about entertaining, nothing else, okay? I want to be entertained now, okay? Please.
Yeah, that's not what this channel's about. So you can leave if you want. That's this channel's not about that.
It's good.
Let me
It's
grab
good.
this
Continue.
one. It really tells you something when, in his worldview, he's got all these hedonistic pleasures he's going after. He's got a heliocentric model that's got Star Lord, Star Captain, Star Man, Starship Trooper, Star Wars, Star Trek, all these things desperately trying to get his attention, to entertain him. He's got scientific communicators writing these really catchy headlines.
I'm from NASA, bro. I'm from NASA.
None of it. He's immune to all of it.
Man. I have fun, man. I have fun.
Why do you gotta interrupt people, bro?
All that entertainment.
Chill, bro. Convince me that the Earth is flat. I'm listening.
I'm listening. All that.
Entertain me, man. Entertain me.
Yeah, wait, dude, stop talking. Wait. Hold on. Just
to
1
all
second.
that entertainment.
You know,
all of it.
Do you know that the people endure suffering if they're giving entertainment? Did you know that? That's called bread and circus back in the days of the gladiators.
Very sad,
and all
man.
that.
You're American. The world suffers about you because of you.
That's exactly what you're telling people to give you. The same thing that they're giving you right now.
Or you're wasting your lifetime. Your lifetime is given by God, man. You're wasting it. That's a big sin, actually. Go to your free church. Go to Scientology. Go to Scientology. I will explain it to you.
Yeah. You want bread and circus for the rest of your life. You don't care about the suffering that happens in the world because you only care about yourself.
Yeah, because all the suffering is about the flat Earth. How intelligent can you be, actually? Who was your father? I think your father was an animal or something. Is it right?
Yeah, you see how you are? You're a disgusting person, dude. Why do you gotta talk to people like that?
Bro, chill, man. Just convince me, man, about the flat Earth. Convince me.
You're the one that you just finished saying my father was a dog or something.
Okay, I'm listening to you, bro. I'm listening. Apologies.
No, you're not.
I'm listening. I'm listening. Chill, bro.
I'm not interested in talking to you. I'm not. You're a disgusting person, dude.
Okay, then don't talk to me. Okay, don't talk to me.
All right, then go ahead and leave because you're like, who wants to talk to a person?
No, I'm chilling here. I'm chilling. It's okay. It's okay. I'm having fun. Thank you.
I think there's something seriously wrong with this guy.
Bro, you continue. He's triggered, man.
Yeah, you're not smart at all, and your morals and your ideology, your philosophy
Bro,
of life.
stop talking about me, man. What is happening with you?
I'm giving you a dose of your own medicine, which is what people don't do to you.
Yeah, it's entertaining, man. It's entertaining.
All right, listen to this. Let this entertain
okay,
you.
then continue.
Listen. All right, you're an entitled baby. You like for people to cater to you and enable you. You don't like people to tell you the truth. Like that's what this channel's all about, talking about the truth. And so you're used to that, and you want people to do the same thing here, and that's not going to happen. In here, we speak the truth, and to you, all you care about is having a good time. Well, then, if that's all you care about, then go to another room, because in here, we only want for people to know truth. Yeah, I know. See how you don't like it? Good. I like that you don't like it, because you need to sit down and realize
I like
you're
it,
not
man.
doing
I
the
like
right
it. I
thing
like
right
it. I like it, dude.
now. Yeah, you're not.
It's okay, man. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I did fuck your mother. It's okay. Don't stop talking shit, man.
See? Told you. That's all you got. You got no intelligence. That's the only thing you can do, because your mind doesn't know any intelligence whatsoever. That's the only thing you got.
Okay, then tell me the truth.
The truth is, people are being lied to every day about the shape of the earth. And
people are suffering from that, right?
No.
So Joe Biden was elected because the Earth is portrayed as a globe instead as a flat surface.
No, listen. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. This has nothing to do with anybody talking about Joe Biden. All right, so that's not a topic for this room.
You're wasting your time with this.
It's not. No, I know, but I want to tar and feather him for the it's an exercise for him, because everywhere he goes, he's so used to people coddling him and joining him in his whatever his trollish ways. So he's so used to it. So he thinks that this room is like that.
Bro, you can also live the dream in America. You have to work hard for it.
Yeah, you don't know anything about it because you probably don't live in America. You live
But
in
when
another country.
when you encircle the flat Earth every day, your whole life, then you won't achieve anything. Nobody
that doesn't make any sense, dude. When you speak, you don't even have intelligence to speak. Why
Bro,
are you talking?
your only argument type is like ad hominem. Is like attacking personally someone. Did you realize that?
I told you that. Listen, when you realize that you don't know any information about the Earth being a globe, then you start to realize, oh, maybe I could be wrong.
Okay, bring me the information.
So you just said,
Give us the information.
You just said right now, attacking personally somebody where you're the one cursing people out and calling people's name. How does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Give me some formula how two masses are attracting themselves. Give me some formula. Give me some math or something, bro.
The moment you start insulting people, that's it. The conversation was already over.
Yeah, but when it's entertaining, it's okay, man.
Exactly. You got nothing. You got nothing productive to say.
I mean, we can go to the productive, but I think he's too triggered.
That's already over. That's already over. You're starting insulting people. That's already over.
Yeah, bro, I didn't insult him. No, I didn't insult him.
Yeah.
It was only funny, bro. You can have fun in life. It's okay, man. You can have fun. I mean, that's how the life works, man.
No, it doesn't.
You go out, you have fun, you laugh, and you chill, and you fuck, and you make chakalaka, boom, boom.
Yeah, that's the only thing. See,
the only thing you see, bro, you're attacking me personally again.
Yeah, you're not intelligent. Listen, because this is only for intelligent people.
You need self-conscious, okay? You need self-conscious.
Bro, listen, if you don't know how to have a conversation, then stop talking.
Okay, tell me. So, okay, convince me that the Earth is flat. Come on.
No one's gonna tell you anything.
I don't have any argument, eh?
Up deep.
All right, here's how we're gonna do it. You had enough time.
Can anyone tell me? Can anybody tell me where where the world begins and where the world ends. Like, is there a place you can visit to look from the end of the world to the universe?
I don't know what that all means. What you just said.
Are you talking about
But
time or space? Which one?
yeah, I want to, before we get into asking the questions. Are you speaking that the Earth is a globe? Because I don't know where you're
No,
coming from.
that when as a flat. Like, you ever visited the yes, the I don't know how to say it in English, but
What language do you speak?
know,
What's
German.
your primary language? German. Do we got any German homies? Where's Clay when
I
you
can
need him?
help out.
Are you German?
Am Rand? Rand?
I speak German, yeah.
I speak
Rand of
German.
Brink.
at the
Edge. The
brink.
brink.
The brink of the earth. Where is
Oh,
it?
I get it. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Where's the edge? She's asking the question.
Yes, exactly.
Well, the flat Earth, the enclosed system that we're in, doesn't have an edge like your table. A table has an edge, right?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, you know how like a table has an edge, like you can fall off. I don't think you understand what I'm saying, right?
I understand. Like, you can't
Okay.
fall off of the flat earth like you can fall off of a table.
Yeah, correct. So the flat Earth has basically we're inside of an enclosed system. So we are inside of something, right? So kind of like if you're gonna go to the end, it's not gonna be an edge. It's just gonna be a place where the system is closed in. So that's the only place it's gonna stop. It's not gonna keep going. It's not infinite, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Interesting.
But you're not gonna fall off. You're just not gonna be able to go any farther.
Like in a video game when you can't walk further.
Yeah, kind of like you're stopped. You can't go any farther than exactly. Yeah, you got it. That's a good way to actually. That's a good analogy. I just didn't want to use something that you didn't know. But that's a pretty good way to say it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my question. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Do you have any other ones? Like, I'll be happy to. I know there's a language barrier, but I'll try.
No, I'm good for the first.
Okay. Well, you're welcome to stay here.
Further.
You're welcome to stay here and listen to any more conversations, or if you have any questions, you can.
Thank you.
Oh, there's my German friend, Clay Under Seal. I was asking for you, man.
Earth is not a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding world of darkness.
Can you please spell darkness?
Do me a favor,
darkness.
okay?
Say it in German.
Clay, I was just gonna say, can you tell her in German, Clay, so she can understand?
Ja, die Erde ist kein sich drehender, in eine kontinuierliche Richtung durch das immer weiter expandierende, dunkle Universum fliegender Ball, der sich simultan um andere Planeten dreht. Wasser ist immer level und horizontal und gerade, deshalb haben wir sowas wie Seespiegel oder Sea Level. Und es ist very, very simple. Ganz, ganz einfach zu verstehen.
Verstehe ich. Alles gut.
Which one of that was the word darkness?
Dunkelheit.
That sounds much cooler than English word.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty self-evident that when we look at how Earth represents itself to be, so wie die Erde sich selbst repräsentiert, the Earth is not a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball. It's a firm foundation that we're living upon. a stationary topographical plane, which is even laser scanned flat through sonar scans, with airplanes having sonar scanners on 90 degrees angle in every direction, measuring the surface, and then you can see it in a 3D image, and it's always a flat topographical plane. You have all the hills, valleys, mountains on these laser scans, but you never see, when you zoom out, any curvature 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball, because that simply doesn't exist.
Yo, Clay, ask her if she has any questions about, like, maybe you could just tell her, just for a little bit, just so you don't, like...
Oh, she's already gone.
She's
I
gone?
think it was too much.
Never mind. Well, thank you for that anyways, Clay.
Yeah, sure, man. You're welcome.
It's kind of... Yeah, it's refreshing to hear people speak about the flat Earth in different languages.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I do it when it comes to like with normies. I try to put questions in their mind. Like, have you ever wondered why the stars are always like the same? Even going back to ancient times, they still align. Same constellations and so forth. Or have you ever wondered why water is always flat when I'm manipulating? Like not really getting directly to the thing, just putting questions in people's minds. And then I can see if someone is actually interested or not.
Wait, what was the one thing about the stars, about the constellation that you said?
They never change, which is not correct, by the way.
Yeah. You guys claim that there's like these little tiny bits, and that's when you go like, oh, therefore it must be a spinning moving to the space while flying for an ever expanding world of darkness.
That's a non-sequitur. It's a straw man.
Yeah.
It's just when you look up proper motion or stellar proper motion, then you will see that stars do not.
Yeah, I understand that you're gonna have an
Okay.
explanation to explain away the fact that everything is rotating around Polaris. I know. There's always going to be an explanation in your model.
Right. Can you bear to listen to what is being said instead of just
No one
constantly
asked you.
strawmanning?
No, because no one asked. Yeah,
I didn't ask you, man, because there's nothing you're going to tell me that I don't know.
He can't listen then.
There's nothing, there's no coping you're going to tell me that I'm not already aware of or have already been heard.
Yeah, let me get this, Clay. Okay. Yeah, no one asked you. Okay, you're offering information no one cares about or wants to hear or hasn't heard 100 times already. You're also offering information you can't explain or take questions on. What you're doing is vaguely reading a Google it or a Wikipedia it. If I want to know about the proper motions of stars, asking you would be the last thing anyone would do. You don't know, and you can test this. Go to a college classroom, say you want to take some astronomy class, and see if you can even get past day one before the professor throws your ass out.
Do you think your side has anything that we haven't heard 1,000 of times?
Embo, you're just, holy shit, you're brick. Didn't I just explain this to you like a half hour ago? Nothing new under the sun? Weren't you? I just fully broke it down and demonstrated to you that nothing changes around here. It can't change. It's impossible for things to change. Nothing changes around here. Day in, day out, the same set of conditions will remain. There will never be a giant leap forward for humanity. They'll basically so that's what you would have to demonstrate. Why does your world, your globe world, offer you the same thing that Flat Earth does? Think about that. Why is there no visible difference? Other than you seem to level up tribalism and made people from other tribes as subhuman mongrels or something like that. Maybe work that in. How did you level it up, make it even more flat, make it more ugly, more sad, and more small? So that's why I say no thank you. Because at least my Flat Earth does have some hope for the future when you use like a science framework and people start settling their disagreements through violence, through experiment. what Newton talked about. Newton's flaming sword. All disagreements settled experiment. If you can't demonstrate an experiment, it's just your opinion, man.
Hey, we got Mr. Scientism in here right now if you wanted to speak to him.
Yeah, so wouldn't
one
the
second
hope for
before
the
we
future
one
come
second
from the
one
globe?
second. I just wanted to say something really quick before we waste our time on Docs I Got. Have you guys seen the latest thingy from Mr. Elon Musk where he talks to all his little servants and says talks about the latest rocket launch, and it just looks like CGI and then it's almost unbelievable and like science fiction and stuff. I don't know if you guys seen that. It has been posted on Twitter. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that because Crit was talking about the giant leap that is going to happen, which will never happen, obviously. It's just funny, you know. Because you can hear it in his voice that it's just all bogus. Anyways, now you can go on, dogs. Have fun.
Yeah. So a minute ago, Alpha Veritas said that we're in an enclosed system. Now, if we're in an enclosed system, that means that there's nothing we can do about entropy. That entropy will increase over time, and we are stuck in a dying Earth. If we can leave the Earth, well then yes, entropy will catch up with us with the heat death of the universe, but we can move through the universe going to places where entropy is at its lowest and where it'll take a very long time to increase, such that the human race can continue to exist for much longer than this solar system should exist. So when it's said that there's no hope for humanity with the globe Earth system, I don't know, that's a pretty big hope right there. And the great leap forward is our ability to travel from the Earth out into space. And there's more as well that I can talk about. That is a great leap
Thank you,
forward.
Mr. Scientism.
Humanity.
Bill Nye told you you're full of shit.
He just proved my. Once again, every time you never fail to provide, exactly what I asked for. I said he's Mr. Scientism, and he just proved it right there. There's no way that the Earth can be flat and stationary because dogs are God says so. Because he went ahead and looked at every inch of this world that we live in, so he knows. He's an all-knowing human being. Dogs are gods, ladies and gentlemen, all-knowing. So he knows now entropy cannot take place in a flat and stationary Earth because he said so. That's how this works. He said so. Right? Right, dogs? Tell us how you know everything about this Earth. No. Tell us how you know how entropy cannot work on a flat Earth. Tell us. On the enclosed system that we're in right now. Go ahead.
Here, Bill Nye did this.
Will you agree? Will you agree that I never?
Yeah, Bill Nye said right here, Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth. There is no place to go. This is who you would have to get on your side, dogs. You'd have to contact Bill Nye. Huge social media footprint. Been involved with education for like 30, 40 years or some shit. This is the guy you would have to convince. Not us. Not flat earthers. Him. Okay?
And a plus, he'd get to rub elbows with Bill Nye, so.
Yeah, he's also an atheist, so that's kind of he came out as a closet atheist. So you got some place to start from. Yo, dude, I think all of humanity's lying. He goes, me too. So what should we do about it? Should we go to space and leave it and go to a new place? He goes, nah, you can't leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
There's nowhere to go. That's what he said. It's weird that Dogs comes in here and says the opposite of how it cannot work. Maybe he needs to work that out with a guy who has a platform bigger than his. Dogs are gods is some random guy on the internet. Bill Nye has established himself in social media and in in science. Isn't that funny, Dogs?
Yeah, Dogs, you're not muted. You're told who to talk to.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can talk to yourself or go talk to Bill Nye. That's your. It's like the other day when Kuba Knight came in here, and here everyone's talking about this 10-minute video everyone watched together. He says, "Oh yeah, I've seen the video." He goes, "You did?" It just got posted this morning. He's like, "Yeah, I watched that." He goes, "You lying sack of shit," So Eli posted again, and he's like, "Okay, yeah, I skimmed over it, dude. It's like a 12-minute video. Just be patient. Turn down your you'll do like Kiwi says, the Adderall drip. Watch a video and come back when you're ready. Like 2 minutes later. Okay, yeah, I know what it's talking about now. Like, holy shit. Okay. Just reach out, okay? Just how about this? Send Bill Nye a message and I'll unmute you. Just see how you would articulate yourself to him. Like if you're gonna be insulting, vulgar, just completely absurd. Is this the way you talk to everybody or just people you're spazzed out by their content that you also don't get?
Yeah, it's crazy because I always said that he's got a dogmatic, philosophical, like religious viewpoint on the Earth being a globe, and in his world, nowhere can stand a flat Earth, not even a little. And according to him, he says the same thing like the mantra of science. Well, science works it doesn't work in absolutes, but it also like it's open to have people disprove the previous person. So it's always evolving, you know.
I've learned that Dogs is able to learn something though. He was told on another server to stop antagonizing people, and I think he's learned it. Like he's been able to stop. His whole shtick was like, yeah, fuck yeah, my goal is to antagonize people. And they go, yeah, that's not going to happen on the server, or you're done.
Yeah, he's kind of changed his tune, but he's still failing every time he comes in here to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, he will comply with moderation if he wants to stay in the space. If he doesn't want to stay in the space, he just basically his daily mantra. I went to the flat Earth channel and they muted me. So just cut to the chase. Just pretend, let's save everyone time and energy, and just get your bitch ass out of here, dude. No one cares what you have to say. And even the people who you think should care what you have to say, who agree with you, they don't want to hear from you either. That's why I think it's going to be great for you to contact Bill Nye, because he'll probably just block you.
Like, who are you, bro?
Yeah, who the fuck are you? Like, some weirdo on, fuck this. Like, I don't got time for some goofball. That's why I think it's best for, like, the Sabine Holzfeller. She had made a video about why she's fascinated talking to flat earthers. And her response to that was like, holy shit, there's freaks out there telling me, like, to exterminate and all this stuff. Like, I've had to block, just off this one video, I've had to block, like, I don't know how many she said, like 30, 40 people or something like that. Like, they were that triggered that she enjoyed talking to flat earthers that they just started sending her just nasty shit. Like, that's how obsessed. Like, they're possessed. It's like demonic possession. Or Gems you would say worms. The parasites. Something about this topic they don't it's speaking from ignorance. They don't know what flat earth is. They don't know what people are talking about. And they've completely adjudicated that this type of thinking's wrong think and a detriment to humanity. And there's a bunch of online freaks who don't really matter. It's like this like they're spazzing out on their own. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. They're doing this to themselves.
All right. Do we got anybody else in here? Who else is in here? I don't think so. It'd just be us, man.
Yeah, it was like this peaceful morning. We're talking about, geez, isn't it nice to have no globalists freaking out? We just talk normal, have a normal conversation. And then just like you just cursed it, Biggie. You cursed it. You just brought in the freaks.
Every time I come in here, somebody's hair is always on fire, bro. Mostly all the time. Well, the positive note, Aries is he's getting kind of all the arguments that we have in here, the way we do things and stuff. I think it's kind of cool, man, because he's one of the fresh FE, kind of people that we can talk to. Like, he's brand new to the whole thing. And I'm not saying he's already there, but he's leaning towards it. Let's put it that way. Which is kind of cool.
Just give me time. Just give me time.
Yeah, I think more than anything else, man, you just need to hear more of the sessions that we have with these guys to kind of like run through like most scenarios. Like, because most of the time we're not dealing with the argument. We're just dealing with people. Like, and that's sad, you know, because we want them to come in here, give us your best shot, bring your best evidence, like, and we don't got that.
Here's another quote from Bill
When you
Nye.
deal,
Oh, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, when we deal with people like dogs are gods, there's a difference, right? So you got those who are, they got like it's a dogmatic perspective. Like, flat Earth cannot in any way make any sense, and they just made up their mind. That's not going to make sense in any way. So he's gonna try to discredit it on every level, because like he just finished saying, entropy cannot take place on an enclosed system. Really? Because that's what Bill Nye says we have, and he thinks it's a globe. So,
What's even more telling too, his master plan is to go to space. Do you think spiraling out of control on social media day in, day out is your ticket to space? Like, just follow the logic. It's a very broken, illogical worldview. If you want to, like that whole thing about, you know, going to play at the Grand Opera, it takes dedication, blood, sweat, and tears. Yep. But yet he thinks his ticket to space is just maintaining true faith and allegiance to the globe model. And somehow he'll get noticed and be like, wow, that guy does a really good job articulating his point of view. Let's bring him to space so he can talk to aliens. That will work out really good.
Yeah, I honestly don't think there's anybody out there like taking notes and like, oh, wait a minute, there's a guy arguing on Discord right now. His name is Dogs Are Gods. We got to look into this guy. This guy's a hell of a baller. He knows exactly what to say and when to say it. And then he's like going to get picked up by these guys and be like, look, man, we've been observing you, and you, my good sir, are someone that we want to elect to take a space flight. I don't know what he thinks is like. There is nobody that cares. Absolutely no one that's even going to think about like putting him in any category. So I don't know who they appeal to when it concerns that. Because we, on the other hand, we do it for truth. We know that truth is what we're here for, right? So we have like there's an actual real thing that backs up why we're doing it. But why do they do it? For what?
They're crabs in the bucket. They can't stand that somebody else has broken out, which is hilarious too, because a lot of these guys claim atheism, like that somehow they've cracked the veil. They've been able to break out of society and get an external critique on what everything's happening. Dude, like if you've got a problem with minority opinions being stupid, maybe reevaluate your worldview, because you've got one of the most minority opinions.
Hey, guys, have you seen the video I posted in chat? If not, you should see it.
No, I can't. I'm driving at the moment, so I can't.
Yeah, I can get to it in a second.
Clear sky, sun's coming up. Looks beautiful in the countryside.
Like, the funny thing is, Mr. Elon Musk doesn't even hide the fact that it's just all fake. Like, he literally says it all the time. Like the latest thing he like says, it's crazy that it actually happened. I mean, it just looks like CGI, you know?
Yeah,
I mean,
he's a clown.
Yeah.
Elon's a clown.
Yeah, a lot of these videos. I mean, it's great the Cybertruck finally came out. For years, people have been saying like Elon Musk invented a supermobile, like the Batmobile and shit. All these fanboys. Now they finally got some delivery. Like there's fitting issues. There's like you can't see well out the windows. You know, it's like the people thought it was bulletproof. Shoot it with a gun and bullets sail right through it.
Well, not to mention that it looks like shit.
Yeah, you know what that thing reminds me of? That vehicle that goes inside tornadoes. You ever seen that armored?
Vehicle?
Yeah. I don't even know what the name of that thing is, but yeah, that vehicle is like looks like the Batmobile or something. You know, like it's all armored.
But it's
And
not though.
they take
too.
it in.
That's the thing. It looks armored, but bullets go right through it. And the
But
glass too. They said the glass is gonna be
Elon's-
bulletproof.
yeah.
It's not.
And not to mention how bad it looks.
Yeah, the thing, they make it seem like somehow he's invented stainless steel. Like no one, like wow, look at Elon Musk. Like it's amazing. This product never existed prior to Elon Musk wanting to make a car out of it. Yeah, they did so.
Really?
They made stainless steel cars in the past. They said, yeah, these suck. You know, it's like just minor a fender bender now turns into like, you know, instead of just grab your plunger and pop it out, that turns into like, you know, a $30,000 repair.
Are there like, is there really like people like saying that thing is like some kind of
Yeah, they
future-
really believe that like the metal he's made out of it is like reared in metal or some sort of space age metal that never existed before. And you're like, dude, it's stainless steel. Like, what the fuck you on about? Like, have you watched Back to the Future, the DeLorean? That was the whole shtick why they needed the DeLorean, because the stainless steel somehow worked with the flux capacitor. Kids are like, you know, they don't know, like somehow that pulp culture reference is gone. So now they think like, oh, look what Elon Musk did. He invented stainless steel. Bulletproof type.
Man. What I find more fascinating are the people who defend people like Elon Musk.
Yeah, like people are doing like I watched this video about this really good YouTuber called Thunderfoot. He makes these epic videos like taking down Elon Musk. But one of them showed like basically like if you're gonna tow something, it's a cyber truck, right? So if you're gonna tow anything at all, it can only get about 90 miles to the charge. And for some reason, they put the charging station like not on the side of the vehicle, but in the back. So if you get to you can drive 90 miles to the next charging station. You have to unhook your trailer, back into the charger, charge it up, which takes, you know, a long ass time, and then rehook up your trailer and drive 990 miles. And that's supposed to revolutionize, you know, like the transportation somehow. Like this truck is going to be. It couldn't even go up a hill. Like once it started getting low on power, it couldn't even drive up a hill that like a truck or even like a four banger, like a basically like a, you know, some sort of hatchback could just go up, no problem.
Well,
and you know who's in here right now, right? Crit.
What in the chat?
Yeah, your best friend.
Well, the thing is,
Rob Notches.
Oh, Rob. Oh, okay, I was about to say maybe I don't know if you know what's going on with Right the Hand now, do you? This dude.
What happened?
Okay, I should add you to the chat. He's on a 2-month I hate quit spiral. Yeah, here, let me add you to it.
Oh, are you talking about Right the Hand?
Yeah, Right the Hand. It is literally glorious, dude. He like every day just spazzes out about how much he hates me. I'm like, all right, see you tomorrow then.
Dude.
All started because on his server, he had this. He just asked me just out of the blue, "Hey, what's science?" I said, "Knowledge." I mean, I don't know, like in the word scientia, you know, decaying knowledge. He said, "No, it's not knowledge." I'm like, "Okay, what is it?" And he wouldn't tell me. I go, "Okay, if I'm wrong, what's the right answer?" He just wouldn't tell me. Then eventually he kept timing me out. I'm like, "Okay, whatever, dude." So like after a week, he'd say again. This goes back like into last year, so it's like 4 months now. He said, "Okay, Crit, here's your second chance. What science?" I go, in one word, I would say science translates to scientia, or brought from scientia, which means science, which means knowledge. Nope, wrong answer. Times me out again for another week. And I kept on trying to find, and eventually I started adding more content. Like I Googled the definition of science, posted that in there. I don't want Google. I want you to think about it. I go, I did. I tried to think about it, and you didn't like my answer. And this went on, and eventually he just banned me. So then we opened up a chat, like a group chat, like, hey, raise the hand. Here's your chance to talk about science.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, it's been pretty funny. He's got me blocked. So every time I post something, he just posts a screenshot how it's a blocked message. Jeez, like I tab in. So Dogs thinks I'm Bill Nye for some reason. Huh. No, you're supposed to challenge Bill Nye's idea of a closed system. Here we go. Here's the video.
I wish we could play. Yeah, is there any way to play the audio through your microphone?
There you go.
Right?
No.
That'd be a really good clip for somebody to hear, or everybody to hear, I would say.
So here's Bill Nye.
All these guys.
Yeah, Bill Nye on Instagram. He's got Facebook. He's got X. He's got TikTok. He's got a second account on Instagram. He's got his own website, BillNye.com. He's got the Science Guy, a second account on X called the Science Guy. He's on Medium. He's on YouTube. Yeah, you should be able to find this guy. Apparently, he's got some space at the University of Arizona. The Daily Post had posted some information from the scientific communicator on social media. Yeah, you should be able to find this guy and hash out. Is it a closed system? Is it an open system? What is it?
Did you get in the video where he says that?
Yeah, I posted it.
Oh.
This is something you can actually Google. It's Googleable. Look at right here. You can, on Instagram, ask Bill Nye. Hashtag ask Bill Nye. He'll respond to you. Or block you, maybe.
I think somebody else handles his social media accounts, to be honest.
Well, yeah, because this guy obviously doesn't know shit about science. I mean, he's got a bachelor in mechanical engineering. Like what? I just feel like you're doing something right when you've got the extremes on both ends coming after you.
What's up, guys?
You got Dogs or Rob on the extreme end of the globe side, and then like right to hand, the extreme end on the flat Earth side, both coming at you like this horseshoe theory. I'm like,
What's up,
my
Chris?
message.
What's up, Alpha?
What up, dude? I thought you were banned.
Me too, man. I get banned, I get unbanned, I get fucking mute. I know you guys.
No, from the server. Yeah, did you? I thought you got banned from the whole server.
No. I never get banned from the actual server, just a room.
You're still an enigma, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People love to hate me, you know what I'm saying?
You're an enigma.
It's all good, man. I don't know what I am, but I love it.
Do a conversation with Demon Stride. He is able to kind of partly unfuck Space Pope. Space Pope came over there and talked about how gems and all this stuff, and yeah, Demon talked to him and got him, somehow got him to see like gems is not normal. That's not normal human behavior.
Yeah,
that's sort of like toxic, screaming at each other, and
for sure.
Like once you're in that environment, you can get this. Well, this is what Demon Stride was saying. You get a type of, like that becomes the new normal for you, like a Stockholm syndrome.
Who's saying that?
Demon Stride.
Oh, what are you saying?
I think you could give it a chance to try to talk to him, see how it goes.
No, I know, but what are you saying?
Yeah, if you listen to him, because here's like you've got like earmuffs.
I know, but I don't talk to him though. I talk to you. So what do you say?
Yeah, anytime a flat earther talks, you've got these earmuffs, these coping earmuffs. So you can't hear anything they say. So talk to a globalist and see where they're coming from.
No, I'm banned from there. I can't go there. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
From mass media.
Yeah.
We'll reach out to him in DMs then.
Oh, it's beyond that. Yeah.
Oh fuck! What'd you do, Rob?
Well, I just do Rob things. You know what I'm saying?
That's what he does. I told you he's an enigma, dude.
Yeah. Rob, bad, jeez. I don't know. I guess.
I stand by it.
Yeah.
He's such an enigma that when it was time to actually do a video and provide some evidence, he actually proved flat Earth. I was like,
it was
thanks,
good.
Rob.
Yeah, that was with the whole ball in his garage and
it's I know.
I'm telling you, man, that's what he does. You know, he's an enigma. I just don't know I don't know what else to say. I'm like, you think that he's gonna provide evidence for the Earth as a globe? It's not what you get. You get a flat Earth proof, and I'm just like, I was not expecting that. I was expecting a full-on glober kind of demonstration, and I was like, you know what, that guy's all right.
Yeah, like you said, like a good college try. At least he put some effort into it. This is like he goes, here's the flat Earth, and watch it work.
Well, I'm waiting for you guys. All I can say is, let me see anything you guys ever done. You guys make fun of my shit. Let's see something you guys.
I'm not making fun of it.
You are. Oh, you are. Though, stop it.
No, it's posted in the server as proof of.
Bro, Crit, isn't that like what we said is evidence of the Earth as a flat stationary plane? Like, what else can we do? Like, that's
posted in our server as a reference.
I know.
Yeah, seriously, like you did the legwork.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just being real, dude.
Well, you think you are. You're trying to, but it's not really working.
Go ahead, Aries.
No. I was gonna say, you guys have a good day. I gotta go now.
All right, take care. See you next time, buddy.
Don't be a stranger, man.
You can check us out on YouTube.
Yeah.
You can listen in.
Yeah, but it's crazy because I was thinking like, Rob is gonna do the old, kind of refraction and like the normal ballers that come in here, and he just hits you up with some flat Earth proof, man. It's like, and you just don't know what to do. You're just like, oh, what do we do with this, man? I guess we're gonna post it in, in our server as not when new people come in and say, is there any way we could show that the Earth is flat and stationary? It was like, for sure. There's evidence by Rob. Now he shows that the sun, the way it sets. And you just look at the test.
See, I don't know why. Hold on, I hate to jump in. I don't want to be rude, but you misrepresented my demonstration. My demonstration, you said prove how the sun set. In my demonstration, the sun never sets. So how can I prove a sunset when in my demonstration it never sets? So don't do that to me, because if you want to ask me about my experiment, then ask me. Don't ask you.
No, let me ask Crit, because he saw what I saw. Didn't the sun look like it was setting in his example? Like, it looked like that to me. Like, you started off like at a specific, like where the camera is, and then the little ball, the tennis ball, I think, on the string was getting lower and lower. And what was it? Cue ball?
I don't know. You know all about the experiment. You tell me.
I think it was a tennis ball. You're saying that it's not. I think it was a tennis ball. It was a round. It was a round object for sure.
Definitely a round object. You got that. Yeah, I'll give you that.
I do want to say it was either a baseball or it was something, right? That's irrelevant. But what the object was doing was actually getting lower in the camera. So perfectly like how we see a sun setting. So you did demonstrate how a sun works over a flat plane. So
even though I told you I measured everything, and at no point in my measurements was the sun dropping. It doesn't matter to you.
Like, Crit, do a video, because I think maybe he doesn't remember. Yeah, it's.
Well, that was a question. That wasn't really. That was just a question. If I took measurements, after I took all my measurements, and I told you that from the beginning of the front of the table to the back of the table, the ball never changes any type of elevation or type of height. And you're not going to answer that?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. So you were proving
you just said a setting. You just said a setting. The sun never sets. It never changes elevation. In my model,
it does. Listen, no. What I'm trying to tell you is that you showed that it doesn't change elevation, but in perspective, it looks like it's the sun setting. So to the person viewing it, it looks like the sun is setting. Or
perfect.
Not
perfect.
The sun, but
yes. Now we're getting somewhere. So do you agree that perception can play tricks with your mind and make you see things and believe things that aren't really true?
No, it's not. It's not playing tricks with your mind.
Don't laugh about it. It's a real question.
That's not perspective, bro. Perspective doesn't play tricks with your minds. It's a well understood observation. All right. So when you see things,
it's a well understood observation.
Let me put it this way. Yeah, I'm going to. Rob, you need to relax. You always get in your energy modes and you can't stop. All right.
Well, that's just honestly, it's just me. I'm a very hyper person, so it's nothing personal. Sorry, I'll refrain.
I get it. Anyway, so when you look down a long corridor, like a long hallway, what you notice is that everything's converging to a point. Now, and that means perspective and how you see is what's happening, right? It's not that the walls are actually, because the distance between the walls down the hallway, and they're the same distance, right? It's just like you use the whatever ball, baseball, tennis ball, didn't matter. But the ball was at the same elevation, going straight, right? Same thing. But the walls in the long hallway are the same distance apart, all the way down the hallway. But when you look at the hallway from a far distance, it looks like everything's coming to a point. But that's not what's really happening. And your eyes are not playing tricks on. Yeah,
it's not happening.
Listen, hold on, but your eyes are not. Listen. I know, but your eyes are not playing tricks on you. This is called perspective. It's how you see the world. So when you see the world this way, it's not because your eyes are playing tricks on you. That's how you see. That's your observations of the.
All right, stick to that. Okay, hold on. Now I want you to stand by your statement you just said. I want you to stand by with a rifle and ready to defend it, because here it comes. Ready? You said if I look down the hall, my perspective shows everything coming together on the vanishing point. Okay, if I look at the sun never reaches the vanishing point.
Wait a minute. No, I never said that.
That's exactly what you just said. We got to roll the tape back.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that. I never said vanishing point.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say you said vanishing point. I said you told me that when you look down a hallway, our perspective shows that everything is coming together, even though we know in reality it's all spaced apart. Our perception is receiving that as coming together down the hall. I'm saying if you put the sun out there in front of you, the sun will never reach the vanishing point. It'll never come down to the it'll never come down like that, and everything will never meet towards the sun. It's but it does. It's the same way when it's the same way. No, it doesn't. Show me a picture. It's the same way when you fly a plane in the sky. The plane will never go over the horizon.
Rob,
you never see a plane go over the horizon.
Rob, you just demonstrated it for us on a video that you've done. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, but I'm trying to tell you
that
opposite.
That's why
it proved the opposite. It proved the opposite, actually. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, it didn't. You proved.
I just explained why I did, though.
So from the elevation. Yeah, from the elevation that the ball was hanging down from the string. I think it was on a string. Anyway, the ball was the same elevation, all the way through, right? As it went forward.
Yeah, but the point remains. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter where. If I can I'll do the demonstration again for you. I'll do it in 4 different ways. It doesn't matter which way you do it. That sun will never ever set. It'll never set. A sunset is impossible on a flat Earth.
But it did. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, no, there's no. Show me that video. Show me in that video where it's set, where the observer would see a sunset. Show me in that video.
Yeah. I thought you never asked. Somebody can post it. But I even put images. All right, so I had taken screenshots of like 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I put thanks Rob on there because I was giving you credit.
I remember.
So I gave you credit. Yeah, I listen. I told you that too. I was gonna give you credit for it too. I wasn't gonna be like taking it like it was mine, but I gave you credit, and I said no. Rob did this, and you know the image went with the video, but you know it's on my computer and I can't get it. But if somebody wants to be kind enough to put it in there, that'd be great.
Yeah, I don't run from anything. So if anybody wants to bring it up and we can talk about it, discuss it, I'm more than game for that. But the simple fact of the matter is, and I'll stand by my claim, that my demonstration really was an experiment, just a demonstration, a quick one, a crude one. At no point will you see converging lines on the horizon ever.
You know what's weird?
It's the same way when a plane flies. Hold on, but have you ever seen a plane fly in the sky and see watch it go out in the distance?
Yeah.
It never goes towards the horizon.
Dude, you know, I won't. All right, man. But listen, yeah, have you ever seen a plane or not the plane? An airliner that has like the contrails behind it, like the ones that have like that white smoke behind them.
Yeah, yes, I have. Yep.
All right. So have you ever seen it like either? I want to say either east or west, whichever direction you could see one of those things. But when it looks like it's coming from the east, it looks like it's going up. Even though it's flying at a specific altitude, you know, it still looks like it's going up. You know what I'm talking about, Rob? You can observe these things. I've seen that, you know.
That's a perception problem because we all know that the plane, once it reaches an altitude, isn't going up.
But this is what Rob. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You need to realize that. That's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing. You're just arguing for no reason, bro. Like,
Alpha,
yeah, we're saying the same.
No, we're not.
We're saying the same thing, bro. Yeah, dude, we're saying the exact same thing. Like, we're not disagreeing. I don't know. You're worked up thinking we are. We're not. I feel like once you realize that, you're like, oh shit, yeah, we're not disagreeing. We're actually saying the same thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just you want an argument, and that's why you're trying to pick one here. And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just like, yeah, I agree with you.
I don't really think this is much of an argument. I mean, we're just kind of talking. We haven't really even got heated yet.
We're talking over here. Yeah, it's cool. But you know, I don't have.
No, I enjoy you guys having me. I enjoy you having me. Thank you. I appreciate it, dude. Respect to the panel.
Well, yeah, man. Just don't be an enigma, because that's how you get kicked out of channels, bro.
Well, I can't help
you
who I
become
am,
an
dude.
enigma. I guess then people can't figure you out. They're just like, I don't know what the hell this guy is, man. Like, what is he? He's weird. And then they just like, everybody gets upset, and then you get upset, and then like,
yeah. To be honest with you, Alpha, I'm just an old school conspiracy guy who just gets a little aggravated that our conspiracy movement really has been hijacked. That's really my thing, you know.
I mean, you know, thanks to the new generation that's coming along, you can thank them for that.
No, I don't want to thank them. I don't thank them at all. I don't like it because the simple fact is, I think it's taking away from actual real things that need to be talked about. I think this is like a plan to keep everybody kind of away from the real topics at hand. Currency manipulation, one world government, getting everybody on the same page. These are things that are real. We can register them and see them with our own eyes. I mean, whether the Earth is flat, square, triangle, star, that's irrelevant. We all got to live here. We got things going on here that we got to take care of. Yeah, by now, you guys all know. I mean, I'm down with 9/11. I think that was a lie. I think Kennedy was bullshit. I think the Federal Reserve is bullshit. I think George Bush was a piece of shit, started a war. I think all that shit. But the one place I just can't walk with you guys is down this path, man.
once you do, man, everything's gonna come together. Just trust me, Rob.
Well, see, that's the thing. You guys act like I haven't. Like, I know you guys been in this since like 2017 and shit, like 16. But I remember like Flat Earth back in like 2004 and 6 and shit, like in the very beginning of this like birthing stages, and it was nothing more than a troll by intellectuals. It was all it was meant to be, and then someone took it seriously. They figured, oh, someone's watching my show and I talk about it, so if I talk about it more and more people will watch and I'll make more money. And that's what happened. Then another one sprouted up. I'm another flat earther now. I got my ideas. So you got different brands.
Yeah, but that's the fundamental. That's the fundamental flaw, though, Rob, because they got in front of the truth before the truth could actually get like its roots down. So when what you heard was like akin to like the Flat Earth Society, something like that. And so to you in your mind,
it was the old Flat Earth Society.
Okay, so we'll say it like this: first impressions are always the lasting ones, right? Wouldn't you agree? So your first impression of hearing this was really, really bad, and so it was like to you wrote it off like all the way. There's no way it could make it.
No, that's not true. I looked into it, and actually, there was a second impression. The first impression didn't really throw me off that much because I didn't really put that much weight into anything they were saying because, like, I go off a science base, but that's beside the fact. The fact of the matter is, I didn't really get until like 2000, what was it, 22 or something, 21, when I came around this community and I started like really listening to like all of the other talking heads, and the whole thing was, to me, it's like right off the bat, the one thing I can't get on board with is that there's not a consensus. You know what I'm saying? If I can go to 10 different people's Flat Earth pages and I get 10 different ideas, then what are we arguing about, man? I mean, there's not even, if you can't even agree with your own group and your own friends, how the hell are you gonna expect strangers and outcasts, people that aren't in the community, to come in here and say, yeah, you guys got it all right and locked down, you guys are on point? Because there's no cohesion, there's no coexistence. One guy, you guys literally fight each other and get mad at each other about the talking points, and outsiders see that and we think like, wow, how do they expect us to fall in line, and at least take these guys even a little bit seriously when they can't even get along amongst themselves and come up along a consensus?
Yeah. So what is one of the things? What is one of the things you think we argue about?
No firmament, no ether, no ice wall.
Yeah. Well, hold on a minute, because I think you're lumping everybody that says they're a flat earther in one group, and then saying,
I'm not. I'm saying exactly the opposite. I'm saying that is a problem. It's like, if flat Earth is real and it's the truth, then there should be one truth. There should be one real, and everybody should follow it, and everybody should propagate that and present that as the actual thing. But I can't get that. I can't get a map. I can't get concise measurements from anybody that are all the same. I should be able to come here and say, give me this measurement, and I can go to another channel and say, oh, can I get the measurement? It should be the same measurement. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have different opinions.
Yeah, but that just goes back to what I just said. Like, not every place is the same. So let me tell you, Rob. Hold on. Let me tell you. So 24/7 is separate from like the TikToker that's talking about ice walls. Like, separate. Like that guy saying he's a flat earther, he doesn't know anything about the arguments or like how we advance. Like,
you talking about Caleb?
Well, I mean, I don't even, maybe, like, I don't know who that guy is, but is he super famous flat earther? I don't know. Like, so what I'm saying though is anybody that's in the arena of flat earth, like, they're almost in your mind. Like, I feel like we're all lumped in together. Like, because it is not even just you, Rob. Other people come in here and say, hey, are you guys thinking that Australia doesn't exist? Like, stuff like that. Just like little, they were like, no, who said that?
Yeah. Well, see,
flat earthers.
Alpha, but you got to understand, like, the reason you get so many Globers that come in here and ask these what you guys consider dumb questions is because in our journeys through the flat Earth realm, all we have heard are different things like that. We have heard that before, like, oh, you guys don't think Australia exists. So when we ask you that, we're not really saying you don't think that. We're literally asking you just for your real personal opinion if it does. Because if one side is saying that it does exist and you're saying it doesn't, then that's a conflict in between your guys' own group. So if you guys have a conflict, then what is real? Who do I believe? The guy who says it doesn't or the guy who said it doesn't? And then I have to worry about believing. And I don't want to believe anything. I want to know for a fact.
So the Earth being flat and stationary doesn't have. It's not rooted in like a group of people conjuring up the argument. It is the Earth is observed. Okay, so first of all, observation is like paramount. Observation, measurement, and practical use case for the Earth being flat and stationary. So three things that would stand out is that that's paramount. It doesn't matter if you are Caleb on TikTok or whatever. The only thing that's paramount is that the Earth is observed as a flat and stationary plane, and it's measured as one, and it's navigated across as one as well. So these things are paramount. And if you don't have those things, I don't care if you're Caleb or if you're somebody Joe Schmo on another server. All that stuff doesn't matter. What they talk, those other talking points, they don't have any relevance. So all of it has to deal with your experience on this earth. That's the only thing that I'll be like. I want to know, Rob. Do you experience a globe? Like seriously, do you see it? Do you observe it? Do you measure it?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you say that. Hold on.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Alpha. I'm
There
sorry.
you go. No, you go. You go.
No, I'm saying. Okay. You brought up a very, very, very important word. Important. What do you call it? Your need for fucking observation. So you're saying observations. We go off observations. Well, you go off observations until we give you the observation of the actual Earth from space, and we say we observe the globe. But then you guys don't want to take that as an observation.
No, Rob, that's not what we're talking about. So what we're talking about observation is primary evidence. That means first-person perspective, not like first-person perspective watching a video. That's not. That's not.
No. I know. But listen, but what I'm saying is, 8 billion people can't get on a rocket and go to Earth. So it doesn't matter.
Bro,
if
you're
you
going back to. You see
well,
how?
Because you're burning the lines now.
Why do you appeal?
Now.
Yeah, no, but hold on, because you're not realizing you always appeal to like some group or like why are you doing like I don't care about none of those people, man. Like because they are not you. So when I ask you what is your primary experience on like no videos, no pictures, no nothing. What does Rob go out into the world and what does he witness? Does he see a globe? And I would say no. I don't think you witness a globe. Not in that way.
I know. And that's a real easy way to get out of having to prove anything because if you're
but that's evidence, bro.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's lack of evidence. If you're saying because not every single person in the world can get on a shuttle and go to space and see the planet, then therefore it must not be true. That's not.
Why are you appealing to? Why are you appealing to fantasy though?
Well, it's not appealing to fantasy. There's dozens and dozens of people who've been to space now. I mean, I don't.
Bro, because listen. Yeah, I know that. It's just like me telling you. Well, there's dozens and dozens of people that go to Middle Earth and fight orcs and dragons, bro. Like,
no, there's not. It's totally different. Well, okay, show me some proof.
No. Well, I can show you the movie. I have.
Okay, show me. Okay, show me the movie and let's go through it, and we'll explain to you why that's a movie and why it's fake. I mean, we have to go back to the day in kindergarten.
Yeah, but that's. I can tell you those are your feelings because you see how what I'm saying? Like if you feel that Middle Earth doesn't exist, that's you. I got video evidence.
No,
of it,
it's
bro.
not a feeling that Middle. No, we know that Middle Earth was made up by a guy named J.R. Tolkien in a book. As I'm saying, you're trying to bring things together. You're trying to use an example that has no correlation to it, and it sounds silly because you know that.
Bro,
we're getting off the basic thing. You said you base everything on.
No.
You said, but Alpha, you said you base everything off of observations. And when I say we have observed the Earth, you say, well, that doesn't count.
No, you said we observed the Earth in a video. That's not observing the Earth.
No, it's not a video. Outside. Human beings have seen it with their own eyes. You took a picture.
Yeah, have you done that?
Yes, I have.
Where, dude? Where? Rob, why you gotta lie, bro? You're talking to me like you.
Because I have a question, Alpha. Because Alpha, I say it like that because I know how crazy it sounds and how absurd it is, and we both know that I haven't.
It's crazy.
But I know. But it's a point. But hold on, I did it to prove a point. Because what would you do if one day an actual astronaut came in here? Would you tell him no? You tell him that he hasn't been to space?
No, I want to talk to that guy, and I want to ask him some questions. So I would be asking him some questions. Of course, if I'm speaking to somebody that actually claims that, then he better be ready, because there's gonna be a big quiz coming, right? So
I understand that. I understand that.
No.
But what if he did?
Listen,
what if he did?
Hold on. Let me just tell you. That guy, if he comes into this chat, yeah, you better bring all your homies, because it's gonna be a show. Like, we're gonna find out whether or not that guy is telling the truth or not. Like, you will anyway.
I know, but
like,
think about what your logic is. Think about what your brain is doing to you right now. You're saying that you bring an astronaut in here, we're gonna tear him up, but we're gonna make him admit that he didn't go. When in reality, he went to space.
Nah.
I mean, your whole questioning is a non-starter. It's just hilarious, dude.
He's gonna have to explain. He's gonna have to explain a lot of things where it doesn't make any sense, right?
But how is he going to explain things to people who don't even know what they're talking about themselves? You don't know anything about space. You're not educated.
It's like, yeah. So what? It's like me telling you that I went to Middle Earth and I fought orcs and dragons. I went there. I personally touched the scales of the red dragon. I know what they feel like. I can describe it to you if you want me to. Like, and what is that going to do for you and me? Like, you and me. Hold on, Rob. Me and you are listening. Hold on, let me just finish. Me and you are listening to a guy tell us a story about touching a dragon and his scales. He's really scaly, right? And he's got these red scales. And we're listening to this, right? You and me. And we're like,
there's no picture, though. Show me a picture of a real dragon.
No. Yeah, but that's the problem, though. People can make that up too on Photoshop.
But you can go through Photoshop. There's ways to go through Photoshop and dissect the picture.
Nah, bro.
It's simple.
You're missing it, though.
It's the 21st century.
You're missing it.
No, I'm not.
Bro,
you're ignoring it. You're ignoring it.
Yes, you are. No, listen. No, if somebody comes in with an incredible story like that, and they have like these videos and images and all that, like, all you and I can do is believe that person. That's the best we can do. Like, we can't say, yeah, I validated that you went to space. Like, we can't do that. Rob, be real, man. If the guy comes in here, whoever it is, and says I did this and that, it's like your friend when he said I caught a big old fish, and you're like, dude, you didn't catch no fish, bro. You just got a buzz out there. That's the only thing you did. You were drinking out. Like, so you know when somebody's telling you like a big fish story, right? That'd be akin to what I'm saying about astronaut came in here.
What you're doing is akin to. Hold on, but what you're doing is akin to this. I blow a transmission in my truck. I take it to the shop and say, hey, I think something's wrong. They say, yes, sir, Mr. Rob, your truck blew a transmission. And you said, oh, okay, can you guys fix it? They start fixing it. You walk in the shop, tell them to stop, and start telling them how to fix a transmission that you know nothing about.
Nah.
No, you can say no, thank you. I think what you missed here. Yeah, telling them, no, I don't want you to do it. I want someone else. See,
someone else. But hold on, Crit, because that someone else is still going to know how to do transmissions, though, right?
Bro, no, wait. No, that's a bad analogy. That's a bad analogy, Rob.
It's a great analogy. You guys want to hire a paper boy to do rocket scientist, but you don't want to hire a rocket scientist to do math work. It's just hilarious, dude.
No, we're not talking about that, man. We're talking about physical and natural world. So if you related it to a car, let's just say that example. The mechanic or whatever knows about the car and you don't know anything about the car, that's fine. But that analogy can only be descriptive if something that you can actually verify, right? Like, let's just say you and me were listening to a story about some guy speak about a car and he worked on it or whatever, and we're both skeptical, right? Like, yeah, that's crazy. The guy's talking about something nobody probably knows about, right? Well, the problem is
mechanics know about it.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Rob. Yeah, but just wait. If you and I really wanted to, we could go follow him to his garage and he could show us what he was talking about. Now, that's not the same with a guy who thinks that he went to a place that you and I can't go to. So is he going to take us to space and say, okay, this is where I was? Like, it's not going to happen, bro.
You're missing the point of the argument. The point of the argument is
I'm making the point that you can't. I'm making the point, Rob, that you can't then therefore say anything that you like. I don't care if it's a guy that says he's been to space or he's talking about complicated orbital mechanics or whatever it is, you're trying to justify the fact that this guy's telling you a story and you have an eagerness to believe it. And you're looking at me that says that the Earth is flat, like how we... Dude, it's what it is. It's a
no.
how is
it's
it not a story,
because
Rob?
just like that shop, everything it has receipts. Just like the guy who orders the parts, he tells you what he put off.
Oh my God, dude!
He gives you the
receipts,
transmission. Hold on, he gives you the transmission at the end. That's the thing. Everything is registered and taken down and recorded, just like everything that we do in space.
Wait. What receipts does he have for going to space, Rob, that you can check into? What?
Let's see, pictures, video, rockets going up in the air from Cape Canaveral. I mean, these are all things that you can observe.
Rob,
all observable.
Listen, bro. Rob, listen, bro. You have an eagerness to believe, and that's why you're easily convinced about it, because you want to believe it. That's the thing.
It doesn't require belief. It doesn't require belief. There's no belief involved.
Yes, it does, bro.
I've looked at telescopes.
Yeah, and what do you see, Rob? Do you see planets that are they got rocky surfaces and they got like...
I see spherical planets that are rotating. I see spherical planets that are rotating. Measurable, observable.
You really see that eagerness to believe is just overridden your whole entire critical thinking mind, bro.
I have a question for you.
It's overridden everything.
It's like they told you.
I don't get it.
Rob, listen
Hold
for a
on,
second.
Rob. I don't get it either. Let me just...
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to finish real quick. The point is, you have a critical thinking mind with all these other areas that you talk, the 9/11, all that other stuff. You have a critical thinking mind on that specific aspect, but in this one area, dude, is the thing that you're still holding on to because you have this eagerness to want it to be real.
No,
so
I
you're
don't.
never
I have the evidence. It's evidence. My whole life is based on
you
evidence.
don't have evidence, bro.
I have evidence. I have evidence of 9/11 because no steel building has ever fell from fire. I have not
talking about that.
No, but I'm showing you the burden of evidence is the end of the day. Is the main meat and potatoes of the argument. And I'm telling you, the bottom line is, what do you guys?
You don't have any for space.
Okay. You know what?
You don't have any for space.
Listen, I made a pact with myself to at least stay around this flat Earth stuff long enough until commercial space flight is a reality. So once hundreds of thousands of people are going into space every year, you'll have no other explanation to say that people go to space, unless you're going to say everybody's lying.
We've heard ballers say that, and I'll tell you one thing about that. Is that they're gonna kick the can down the road, and then you're gonna you're gonna be the what do you call it, space flight apologist. You're gonna be like, oh, but by the way, they couldn't do it because Venus and Mercury weren't aligned, and so we can't go until like 2042. But when we get there, we're gonna definitely go then.
Yeah,
like, dude, they kicked the can down the road. All right, dude. Oh my God, Rob! Do you know that they've been saying they wanted to have moon bases back in like 1980, bro?
Yep. No, I understand, but you know that, right? I know, but my main point stands, and I'm gonna ask you this again.
They're gonna kick the can down the road every time.
Let's say they do. Okay, well, let's say they do. Okay, that's fair enough. Let's say they do, and then we never have no proof. But I'm gonna ask you this question: what if, let's say, even in 5 years, all of a sudden there's multiple commercial space flights going to space? Then at that time, will you second guess maybe people can go to space?
Why would it matter?
Exactly. See, there's nothing I can convince you guys. You guys say you want
I'm rubbing my forehead right now, Rob. Seriously? Dude,
well, no, it's a simple question, but you can't answer it because it doesn't matter if they go in 2025 or 2055. If they make it there, that
you know what?
Space is real.
Hold up. You know what? Hold up. I think I know what this is, man. It's the guy who thinks that his girl's gonna come back, even though she already said it was over 1,000 times and she moved on with her life. And you think that she's coming back, bro? It's the same thing.
Again,
you still think that this is gonna happen?
You're afraid to answer the question.
Bro.
Here, let me try to get this one.
Every time down the road, bro.
Hey, when was the spaceport supposed to be open and the space hotel?
It doesn't matter. The question is not when or if. The question is,
yes, it is. How long will you wait for? So they've missed the date twice.
If you wait 100, listen. If you wait 100 years,
Voyager Station and the Von Braun orbital platform, orbital hotel, was supposed to open in what year?
Yeah, look it up, Rob.
How long?
It's irrelevant. That's not my question. My question is if they ever do make it there, you will have to
No, man, dude,
fucking go back on your word.
Really, dude, really. So this whole thing. Listen, you're hinging everything. Like, okay, so basically, this is what you're telling us.
It's a hypothetical question, and you guys can't even give a hypothetical answer.
No, this is what you're telling us. Hold on. Rob, this is what you're telling the whole group in here, right? Even on YouTube, you're saying I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold my breath until finally we go to space. Well, commercially, right? Well, everybody can go. So you're gonna say I'm gonna hold my breath until then, and then when we do, I'm gonna turn to you guys and go, "Aha! I was right and you were wrong." That's what you're gonna do.
I've always been right. I'm just looking. No, see, again, you're misrepresenting
You're not,
me.
bro.
You're being dishonest. I'm saying the simple fact of the matter is, I'm already convinced. You know what I'm saying? So I don't need any type of any more proof. I'm just saying for you guys to see the light. Would it require for you to see hundreds of thousands of human beings go to space? Now, once you see hundreds of thousands of human beings go to space, are you still going to question space travel?
Rob, look at the citation here. Okay, how much
That's
will
all
it
I'm
cost?
asking.
Rob, how much will it cost for a 3-day stay on the Von Braun Space Hotel?
It's irrelevant. You're avoiding the question. The question is, if people go to space, then will you still deny it?
Malformed and broken. Okay.
No, it's not. It's a simple question. You just don't want to answer it.
It's like how many times?
I can't talk to Crit. I can't do it.
How many people will have to have pineapple on pizza before you finally eat it?
I can't do it. This guy's got nonsensical fucking shit. Dude,
no, right here, this Business Insider. I'm citing Business Insider. So you will a 3-day stay on the hotel is expected to cost $5 million.
Yeah, I'm
you
not
have $1 million yet?
That,
how many million dollars do you have?
Any of that, dude? It's a totally non-starter. I mean, I'm not having anything to do with anything we're talking about.
That's just the hotel stay. You also got paid for transportation. How much will it cost to get you up to the space station, the space hotel?
I know you're a mod, dude, so I don't want to mute you, dude.
No, it's not.
I just don't want to talk to you, man. You know this, so I don't know why you try to do this with me, Chris. It's like you just
because
do this on purpose.
Coming in here,
and then you yell at me. I know you are, and I try to be cool and I try to avoid you. But this
and when I come to Gems,
as soon as I start talking
and scream, and people make fun of you.
Oh, so here we go now with the personal text. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because dude, you get bullied. I get it. You get bullied, and I don't want that to be.
I'm not talking to this guy, Alpha. I don't want to mute him, Alpha. Please, dude.
I don't want you to be bullied here, okay? But the thing is,
no one's bullying me anywhere, dude. Alpha, please make this stop, Alpha. Please, man. I'm asking nicely, dude. I'm trying to be cool. We had a great conversation going. We were basically not even really yelling.
It was gotten circular. I'm trying to break the cycle here.
Okay, but how about this? Man to man. I don't want to talk to you. Can't you just take that as a man to man and say, okay, I'll try to avoid Rob?
Then just go. Just leave.
Yeah, because there's 40-some other people here besides you. I'm not going to leave because one person.
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
You've got the problem, Rob, not me. You. It's your issue.
You have a problem because he personal attacks me all the time.
It's your issue, not anyone else's.
Relax, bro. Yeah, that enigma's coming up again, man. I'm trying to tell you, man. You can't avert it if you just listen, man. Like Crit earned his stripes, man. He's a mod here because he does a damn good job. All right, so yeah, he built this city with us. All of us did. So it's. I mean,
there's no argument. I know there's no.
He can't be. I know, but listen. Just hear me out, right? You can't listen. You can't mute him, and you can't ignore him. This is his platform as well as it is mine. So he's unavoidable in here. He's inevitable in here, bro.
I totally understand that. That's why I don't really like to engage him. And how come the only time I don't mind? Listen, if you want to go that route of it, fine. Then he can engage me. But when he starts with the personal shit and telling me shit, I don't need that, dude. That's what I'm saying. I don't come here and do that to you. So don't do that to me.
I mean, the only thing I can say is that if you're gonna be in this chat, you got to get thick skin, bro. Because like I
got leather skin, dude. This guy is just listen, we're having a conversation and this guy comes in and tries to derail it because
it went circular.
I'm smacking you guys up. Let's be frank.
No, it went circular.
It was kind of circular, bro. It was circular.
I tried to break it with a citation.
He's saying it correctly.
I tried to break
he's saying it correctly, but let me just say one thing before because I really do have to leave. You're gonna have to talk to Crit anyway, so I really do have to go. But what I am gonna say is the truth, Rob. You are clutching your pearls right now because if for any reason you found the truth that you can't provide you said receipts, but I'm just gonna say there is no evidence that you got right now to provide at this moment. If you're waiting for that moment for spaceflight to be a real thing for all people, whatever, like on that front, I think you're just gonna be disappointed once
Well,
again
I'm not
when
waiting
you
for
kick
it.
the can down the road.
Yeah, again,
You just
I'm not
said you were waiting,
No,
but all right,
again,
that's fine.
you're taking my words out of context. I'm saying that whether I'm waiting for it or not waiting for it, that is just going to be the end all be all. I mean, like I said, once people start doing things,
It's
it's common practice. You'll have nothing else to do except that space exists.
Do you think that any of one of us were like not knowledgeable about that, like the conversations that, bro, they've been saying? I'm gonna tell you, man. Like, and I want to bring it up because Crit brought a good point up. So they were talking about space hotels and doing things outside of the ISS, right? Putting people up there and hanging around space and all that. Like all of that stuff is a mythos, bro. Like that stuff is I don't even know. Like this is gonna be like, it's kind of weird to have a conversation. It's almost like you hate to be the bearer of bad news for the people that believe in space, but this is what we got to do, right? Because it's like us telling you, dude, she left and she ain't coming back. Like, and you just like, no, if I hold out hope, she'll return. And like, dude, you don't know how to let go. It's toxic, Rob.
Dozens of countries,
It's toxic.
multiple countries have been to space. Multiple human beings have been to space. We have pictures. We have measurements.
You feel better?
Human
You're
beings have
clutching your
been.
pearls,
Yeah, but I'm
Rob.
saying human beings have observed space and known about space for thousands of years.
Bro, you're clutching your pearls right now. That's what you're doing. It's like your safe space. Saying these things makes you feel
That's
better.
projecting.
And
You're
at the end of the
projecting,
day,
man. It's okay, project.
you can sleep better if you say those things at the end of the day. You're like, yeah, I spoke to flat earthers, but they don't know what they're talking about, and you feel good, right? It puts you in a better mood, and now you can go on about your day. But if you've seen the realization of what we're saying in here, you wouldn't like.
There is no
You'd
realization.
be like, dude, man. Yes, there is, dude. That means that you don't. First of all, no, you don't have. I gotta get going, Rob. You're keeping me on the hook, bro. Like, I gotta get going.
Before you go, though, I want to say one more thing. I can disprove flat Earth in one experiment, but no one will ever do the experiment. I need 3 people around the world. I need one that lives in South America at the tip, one that lives in South Africa, and one that lives in Australia. I want both of those people to head directly south on a fucking path, directly south in a straight line. Those people will intersect.
Rob,
on a flat Earth map, though, those people would end up being thousands of miles apart at an ice wall. How do you explain that?
Yeah. I've heard it all before. But listen, you don't be an enigma, man. Because when you are, you're gonna get the boot, bro. That's what's gonna happen. You're in here. Once you start, I'm telling you, I stopped you before, but if there's nothing to stop you, once you're an enigma, you're gonna get canned. I'm just saying. Crit ain't he doesn't tolerate shit, bro. So I'm just saying.
It's all part of the game.
Get with the program, and once again, you don't mute him either, man, because that's one thing.
I never have muted him. I never muted him, dude. I only blocked him on the chat.
I'm just saying, just don't. Yeah, and if he wants to say something, he's gonna do it because
of course he is.
I gotta get going.
Of course he is. And like I said, I just wanted to. If you just don't tell me how I'm bullied and how I'm this. I don't need a psychological evaluation. I just want here to talk about flat Earth.
That's where you're at, though.
Well, like I said,
He's telling you the same thing. You're psychologically attached to this lore.
No, well, okay. Projection, man, is a hell of a drug, dude. Thank you, Alpha. Good talk, brother.
I gotta get going, Crit. Yeah, later.
All right, take care.
Where's Pete Shea the Dodo? I see he's in your YouTube chat. He comes around here?
No. I think that's a fake account. A lot of people do that here. They'll come with bogus accounts.
You don't let those guys over here, Crit, Johnny and Pete and all them, Jen and all them?
Jen? No, Jen hasn't been here. DMOC, no.
Just
Johnny.
a different group, huh?
Yeah,
different
Johnny.
Group, huh?
No, Johnny's been here. I think it's a lot of
Johnny?
There's a skill cap to get onto the server. You have to verify your account through a phone number. So some of those guys maybe don't know how to do that.
Gotcha. How does Johnny go over in this room?
Yeah, he talks and gets a little drunk, and same thing as everywhere.
Gotcha. You guys ever have any of the other? I don't know if you're supposed to drop names or whatever, but I won't. But any of the other big names in here besides like Oakley, you know?
No, just Oakley's been here. I'm not sure if Witsit is on the server or not.
You guys should get Bro Sanchez in here, dude. I think he would be a good fucking fit for this place. Plus, he needs to get on Discord, dude. That guy needs to up his game. He's missing out on a lot of fucking people. What about Dave Weiss? Does that guy ever go on panels and Discords, Crit?
Say again.
Do people like Dave Weiss ever go on Discords?
Yeah, I don't know. I really. Yeah, I'm not even sure what a lot of the celebrity stuff I don't really know that much about. So is he part of? He's with the same group as journalism and Witsit, right?
You know what? I don't know. I just know he's like an old school, big time flat earther. I never really see him on any of these live streams or Discords.
Yeah, like you got the group like Globe Busters and Ball Busters, and then Flatlander. I don't know what other groups are there. Like these, like they organize themselves into like their clique.
Yeah. It's kind of like, you just group up like high school, man. You got the cool kids, the preppies, the hippies, the fucking jocks, you know. It's all good.
Yeah, what's like the Globe version of that? Is there? I mean, I guess that's like NASA or something. Maybe you think, or what would be like the cool kid version of the Globe side?
I don't know. I consider us all solo gorillas. No, I hear you, Crit. Like I just like that. I like the idea of having a forum, where people can go back and forth and argue about, points and stuff, and just, like I know where no one's ever going to change. No, you know what I'm saying, it's up to the person on each side, whether it's a globe or a flat earther. The choice is on them to which way they want to go.
The flat earther changed once already. They were all in on the globe, and it takes a lot of hard work to challenge.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that no one's ever been born a flat earther?
No, I think they're born into a system that has these truths baked into it.
What
like
if they're
God
born,
and the Bible and the globe?
But what if they're born?
They teach that stuff before you're old enough to even question it. That's why Santa Claus goes over so well.
But what if you're in an area where you don't believe in Santa Claus and you never taught about that? What if you're in an area where you never read a book or no one ever taught you science? You're out in the fields working every day, so you don't know anything about anything.
Yeah, you see those photos of like kids who used to work in mines. They're just gone. There's no joy. I mean, you see a kid in the modern age, and they like toys and playing around, and they've got this like just a sunshine. Like their soul just shines bright. And you look at these older photos from like before child labor laws and stuff, and they're just not there. You just see kind of this empty expression.
Yeah, it's called real life, real work. So people used to have to do before they could just sit on the internet and argue all day.
Yeah, like the Amish. The Amish are flat earthers.
Actually,
but they still value childhood, though. I mean, if I remember right, there's like a whole ceremony of becoming an adult.
Yeah, I wasn't discounting that.
Yeah, they if I remember right, they give a chance to say, "Hey, now that you're an adult, go into they get to live like for a certain amount of months in some sort of city." And be like, hey, what do you want? Do you want that or do you want this? And some of them make it. Oh yeah, there you go. There's a lot of Mennonites that live where, not a lot, but there's a whole community here. Like you come across, like you go to the store and stuff, you see them, and they don't wear makeup. They kind of wear very modest clothing that they make themselves. They're kind of like Amish, but like 1960s, 1970s is where they
the Mennonites. Well, Mennonite just means that you can use some of the amenities of a modern society.
Yeah.
Like they drive cars. Some of them drive cars and shit.
Yeah, they tend to drive like older cars that they maintain themselves, and then they got
minivans.
They got style, hot rods and shit. They're just Amish people.
Minivans.
They want to be Amish, but they don't want to be Amish. You know what I'm saying? They want to just they're just fucking lost. No, they're lost people.
Yeah, they like the one I talked to said they make their own soap and shampoo. They do all this themselves, and I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool.
Oh yeah. We got a lot of Amish up here in Michigan, and we do a lot of business with them. What we used to when I was younger. This a company I did, and yeah, they got their own style, man.
They have absolutely no use for the globe.
I don't know where you get that information from. Everyone I met was a Glober, but it's all good.
Yeah, not the Amish. I mean, most of them are flat earthers. Some of them are geocentrists, and a lot of them contribute to the Farmer's Almanac.
I never met one. The Farmer's Almanac is based on a globe. I've never met any Amish that were flat earthers.
And that's funny because I know someone who goes to their schools and helps them with their education system and sees what they teach, and also sees their Bibles and things like that. They've got the Hebrew cosmology laid out plainly and perfectly in their scriptures.
They don't follow Hebrew Bible in any way, shape, or form.
They've got the Bible. Yeah, they do.
They don't follow the Torah at all. You're wrong.
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't say that.
Well, you said the Hebrew Bible. I mean, are you referring to the King James Bible? Or are you referring to the Torah? What are you referring to? The Quran? Those are all Hebrew religions. It's all Abrahamic bullshit.
The Torah is in the King James version of the Bible. What are you talking about?
Come on. I didn't say they followed it. I mean, they're Anabaptist.
Hey, Craig, you guys do event stages, right? You guys do hold events sometimes? Could have swore I was in here one time. There's like
Hey, Rob, what do you think the Torah is, bro?
The Jewish Bible.
You don't think it's Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy?
That's irrelevant. It's not the same as the King James Bible. Two different books.
Dude, the Torah is found in the King James Bible. I think you're confused on what the Torah is. You should do some research on it, brother.
All right, I know. Everybody's wrong all the time, except you guys.
No. Dude, I didn't say that. I was just saying it seems like you have a misunderstanding of what it is. So just research it further.
Where does it say in the Torah that Jesus is the Son of God? I'll be back. Good talk. 24/7.
Hey, it's tax day. Give me half your shit. I saw that meme this morning where like Negan from The Walking Dead. Here, let me find it again.